Good morning, everybody. Let's get a sound check. Make sure that the sound is good. Now I feel like I'm too loud. These microphones, I tell you. How's everybody doing today? Start getting the people in here. Start getting the people in here. Are y'all ready for today to be the final day of the state's case? Do you think they'll bring DA Love back? Think they'll bring DA Love back for a final send-off? Let's see. Gemini, morning. Is that Gilly or Jilly? Good morning, Herbert. C. Gore. Cutthroat Radio Podcast from the West Coast. Y'all aren't playing no games. Y'all ain't playing no game on the West Coast early in the AM. So what do y'all think? What has the state proven so far? What have they proven? Donna, morning. Bonnie, morning. Umberto, good morning. T love me, morning. Gill like a fish has gills. So Gilly. Morning, Gilly. Y'all, has the state proven? You know what? I think the state might be able to, if they're lucky, they have enough to get the criminal street gang charge. Because they have the RICO charge and they have the criminal street gang charge. I think so far, out of everything, they might be in the vicinity of a criminal street gang conviction. That's what I'm thinking. I think they are hoping the jury will be so done with this, they will convict and move on. Maybe at this point, that might be all they have left. But I personally think that the criminal street gang conviction, might be the best bet that they have now. I don't think that the RICO is looking very good for them. And I don't think that the two murder charges are looking good. Solitude, you think I'm wrong about what? They dropped the ball on some evidence that could have really set the tone of the trial if they knew when to introduce it. Yes, the presentation on the state's side, the presentation has not been good. So it's not just what they have, but it's also how they have presented it. It has not been a good look. Totally agree. They proved they will put mess together, try it. Y'all, this is the thing. I feel like one thing I never hear anybody talk about, or very few people, is trying to put yourself in the place of a juror. You really have to try to put yourself in the place of a juror. So it's not just the perspective of I'm going to judge somebody, which is very serious when you're doing it in real life. But it's also try to put yourself in the position of somebody who's been at this for a year. Most people have already done that. Oh, the jury's they're tired of it. Okay, so we almost all have that part of it. The jury's tired. They want to go home, blah, blah, blah. Okay, everybody's done that much. But have you tried to think about what it might feel like to sit in the juror box and watch this live, to really get a sense for people's emotions because you're up close and personal, and also to try your darndest to not research or inadvertently get information about the case, or have some kind of information penetrate your force field. We have a lot more information than the jury has. Even if they've been researching and watching and whatnot, we have a lot more circumstantial information about the case. So whatever comes to us as our, well, obviously this and obviously that, it's not necessarily so obvious to all of the people in the jury. Okay, so just try to think about it from a person's perspective who doesn't know why Glanville is gone. For example, you don't know why is Glanville gone, or you've only heard bits and pieces. From a person who doesn't know Thug took a plea deal, which seems a little bit impossible now, but that's the position the jury's supposed to be in. Who doesn't know about all of the extracurricular activities, about people being in relationships and contraband being snuck into the jail, and people being stabbed, and all of these different things that have happened during this trial. When you put yourself in that position, you may find that, yeah, I still haven't seen any evidence. Okay, but maybe you would think about things a little bit differently. That's my point. Good morning, Northern Dane. The fact the state has denied the white car at the gas station and the car that does a U-turn has opened up the defense's opportunity to end the case completely. So, Comics, I agree that Max Shart needs to talk about that and needs to point that out. People are saying that Shart is leaving. He was leaving the exposition of that for later for his case, or for closing statements, closing arguments. He needs to do more with that. There's a lot there for him to do. I don't think he should leave it for the closing, because I'm not sure he can just play the video and analyze it during the closing. But if he brings in an expert who's going to analyze that video and really bring that reasonable doubt to bear, I 100% agree with you that there is reasonable doubt. Yeah, you have people's life in your hands. So Dirk, I think that's on both sides though, right? It's on the side of the accused, but it's also on the side of the deceased. So the jury should take their responsibility to judge. They should feel it a lot more than we feel our conversation here, because we're not in the box. We're not in the position. State will decide not guilty on murders. Everything else may or may not stick. That's what I'm thinking. The murders, I think, are going down as a not guilty. And I think that the RICO is in jeopardy. I think the criminal street gang charge, if those are open, we need to take a look at the indictment again. I think those are the most likely things at the moment. The kid that testified yesterday said, yeah, they sold drugs, but never said they worked for one guy. That's why I said criminal street gang, because I'm not an expert on the statute, but I'd imagine you don't need a leader, and that a leader is less important with the criminal street gang. I think the jury is tired, confused at this point. Look, at the end, during closing arguments, they're going to say, hey, these guys were at least in a criminal street gang, as evidenced by testimony that this, and that. And the jury's going to remember that stuff. Now, will they agree? We don't know. Good morning. I will be in withdrawal tomorrow if today is the end of the trial. No, today is not the end of the trial. Today or tomorrow is likely to be the end of the prosecution's case. I think we all expect at least Max Shart to put on a case, whether it's going to be a week or 2 or 3 or whatever the case may be. I don't know if Weinstein's going to put on a case with Yak Gotti. Yak's murder charge seems to be a lot more flimsy. And frankly, I think Yak is going to skate on that, and I use skate in the liberal term, not saying that he did anything. Shannon is in a little bit more trouble with the Chamel drinks. There is reasonable doubt, but I think Max has to get up there and point that out to the jury. So I definitely think Max is going to make a case. We have yet to see if and how much Weinstein will make a case. Weinstein has been a bit of a minimalist with his cross-examinations. And so I really don't know. And he's even said himself that as of, I guess, a week ago or so, he wasn't even sure if they were going to make a case for Yak. They messed up the entire case. Sloppy is so all over the place. Yeah, I agree. Everybody agrees with that. Everybody should agree that though the state did not have a whole lot of evidence, whatever evidence they did have, they did not. You know what's funny though, Paulette, that people have pointed out? The state seems to, perhaps due to lack of evidence, they seem to have intended to purposefully confuse the jury. So when you say sloppy and all over the place, at least some of that seems to have been purposeful and a decision that the state made specifically to confuse the jury. Morning, Tyarna. Jurors have been watching with the rest of the world not supposed to. Yeah. Y'all, another thing we probably underestimate is the jurors' desire to watch. We are a self-selected group of about probably 50 to 200,000 people on YouTube who are closely watching this case. We self-selected ourselves. We found these videos. We gather together every day, or mostly every day. We watch the videos, we analyze, we socialize, we concern ourselves with this. Some people have even protested. We are concerned with this, but we selected ourselves. Out of the entire world population of 8 billion people, we have decided we want to watch this. The jury did not self-select. The jury was selected by somebody else. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because the jury could very well feel like when they get home, they don't want to think about YSL trial. They don't want to even hear about it. I can very easily imagine that maybe, at random moments when something big's going down, maybe people Google, but they aren't us. They are not the people who inserted themselves into this whole thing as an area of interest. They were selected by a judge to be on this jury, and they're essentially being held against their will in a sense. So I doubt that all of the jury is like, when they get home, like, oh, let me Google and see what happened at court today. I think a lot of them are probably like, yo, don't even talk. Like, I have to go there every day. I have to do this. But other than that, don't even talk to me about that case. Like, let me try to have a little bit of a life when I get home. So I imagine at least some of the jurors don't want to know anything else. Like, they don't even want to hear Young Thug or Rico or anything, or Fonnie Willis or D.A. Love. They don't want to hear any of that stuff until they have to go back to court. So I imagine at least there's some of the jurors who have said, yo, don't even. And, if something big happens, they might look into it or listen. But other than that, there have to be some of them who like, nah. I'm sure Max got that. Yeah, he has a lot to work with. No way the jury's not seeing this mess, bro, unless they're 70 years older. It's 2024. I think that, yeah, you will see stuff casually, haphazardly, but I don't necessarily know that there's a lot of them who want to be in court all day and then go home and think about the trial some more. I'd imagine it's really a good excuse to not care about the trial once you get home. Like, because if you were a researcher, if you were a scientist, you would have to like try to find every little bit of evidence and information. And you might say, oh man, I'm not doing my job if I don't read this one extra article. It could be holding the missing piece. But the jury, that's not their job. Their job is to avoid information. So they literally get to go home and say to their family, shut up about that. I don't care. Don't talk about it around me. And they, so if they don't want to know, they really have a convenient mandate to not know. Morning hair alchemist. He probably going to use it with the last investigator. Morning slim life. He will bring a real expert, not someone up there thinking they know something. I imagine he's going to bring somebody who's going to rip that tape apart. Y'all, that's what we used to say back when I was a kid. It was a tape. He needs to open it wide open. The guy who changes position from passenger side to driver's side. It was definitely very unusual, I think, at a gas station. A lot of people were saying, no, we do that. We do. Yeah, you might do that. I've done that many times with my wife. If I'm on the side of a highway, that's how we switch in seats. I'm getting out. If it's, we're on a road trip, it's my wife's turn. Yeah, we'll switch seats like that. But if we're on a road trip and I pull up to a gas pump, I'm probably about to pump some gas. You know what I'm saying? I'm probably going to go, or if I don't need gas, somebody's probably going in to use the bathroom or to buy some Twizzlers or whatever, to buy some water, whatever we need. Or somebody's probably going to put some air in the tire or something. We're probably not going to pull up into a gas station. There's this whole back area where nobody stops usually unless they're going to check their tires or whatever. There's this whole back area where we could stop. There's nobody back there. We could very quickly change seats there. But instead, I pull up to a gas pump that has direct line of sight to Mr. Drinks. Right? At least it looks like that. I get out and I'm going to switch at the gas pump and nobody's going in the gas station. And then we're just going to pull off. It's unusual. Is it criminal? No. Is it suspicious? I don't know. But it's definitely unusual even to switch seats like that. Morning, Jess. So I'm guessing your name must be Jessica. We got Slim Life, Tamika, morning. The only thing that may stop Max from doing it would be the fact Shannon and Nichols could have set up drinks to meet at that location, therefore bring it. Well, the prosecution has called their witnesses comic. So at this point, once Max starts to call his witnesses, how is the prosecution going to introduce that idea? You see what I'm saying? Because Max's witnesses are not going to testify to that. So I think if that's the theory, it would be a lot more likely that the prosecution would have already introduced that theory during their case in chief. But, not sure. Antoine, good morning. Paulette, street gang is it, if anything. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Street gang. I think there's a case for the street gang. Y'all might not like it, but we need to be objective. We need to be objective here. And Thug is out of this now. Thug is out of this. So, that might hurt the street gang charge, but the jury is not supposed to know that. This is just all weird now. Now that Thug is out, but put it like this. Is YSL a gang, y'all? Let's put it like this. If they aren't a gang, they certainly did move and operate like a gang. I mean, let's just be real. I think sometimes people just don't want to be real. If YSL is not a gang, they certainly did move and operate like a gang. Now, did they operate like organized crime? I don't see any indication of that. I don't see any indication that they were making money and paying Thug. I don't see any indication that Thug was paying them outside of the music, the things they did for him music-wise. So the RICO thing, the fact that they were racketeering and that they had protected rackets and whatnot, I'm not buying that. But if you watch this whole trial, you see all the shootings, you see the number of people who went to prison and jail who were associated. You see the lingo, you see the colors, you see the clothing, you see the branding, and it was like a record label that was also associated with a gang. I mean, that's how I see it. That's just keeping it real. Now, does it meet the statutory requirements for a criminal street gang? Is it an illegal gang? Is it a criminal street gang? I don't know. So let me just be clear. But is it, could you convince me that YSL was both a record label with an associated gang? 100%. 1,000,000%. So some of y'all might not want to hear that, but you got to be honest, man. Come on. I mean, what more do you need? What more do you need? You got a logo. Yes, it's the record. It's the same logo as the record label. Okay, but it's still a logo that people are using. Who yesterday, Mr. Sumlin said he wasn't a rapper, but he still had the logo on him. So what was his association to the record label? You know, what was it? So yes, YSL was a gang. Now, was it a criminal street gang? That is the criminal question. But I'm totally convinced it was some kind of gang. Hair Alchemist, not guilty. Good fight, Max and Weinstein. Thank you for the super. Again, I think on the murder charges, they looking good. I think on the RICO charge, they probably looking good. Gun charges, I mean, how do you even judge that? Like, what was even the, I don't know. Thought on Viverito and Woody. She and Woody sparked this trial. Yeah. Well, Viverito's supposed to be coming up today, I think, and not showing her face. I believe the jurors have been following this trial as we have seen here with you. It's going to be a total mistrial. Now, when you say mistrial, what do you mean, Solitude? You mean like a hung jury where they can't come to a verdict? Or what do you mean by mistrial? It doesn't look like Judge Whitaker is going to be calling any kind of mistrial. So to me, it's clear the third car pulled up after SB pulled off as a shooter. I wouldn't say it's clear, but I would say it might be clear to you. So I'm certainly not contradicting your perception. I would say in my perception or in my point of view, it's not clear, but it's totally plausible. It's totally plausible, meaning that you watch the tape and you say, yeah, it could certainly be that 100%. There's nothing preventing me from reaching that conclusion from the tape. So when it's possible or plausible, then you can't say guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, because that third car creates a very reasonable doubt. So I wouldn't say clear for me, but I could see how you would say that for you. I'm just not there personally, but it is reasonable doubt. It is definitely a reason for a juror to say, I just can't tell, so I can't convict. That's what I think. Morning, Kelly. They're definitely a gang. If the state would have stuck to charging people for crimes, they had evidence, they could have avoided all this mess. Again, so I put this on X, on your X post yesterday. I do think they're a gang or were a gang, but are they a criminal street gang per the Georgia statute? That's the big question. But being in a gang isn't illegal, right? So that's Black Amazon. That's the question I'm bringing up. And I still don't see how drug dealing was in furtherance of the gang. I agree with that. They haven't shown that. Seems like people were out for themselves, not YSL. My man said he was going to get food stamps, y'all. I mean, not that that's conclusive evidence of anything, but it's certainly evidence, not conclusive, but it is evidence that they were out here hurting. Like, not saying that gang members can't be hurting for money, but where was the fact that they all banded together to make stuff happen? Max and Doug definitely have charisma. They definitely do. You agree with something, so that's good. I hope the jury reaches a verdict that the state doesn't get any. Well, yeah, whatever verdict the jury reaches, the state cannot retry the defendants on those charges. But that doesn't mean that they're out of the water. Meaning that the federal government might be able to try them on those charges. Um, Depending on what the charges are and stuff, but the state cannot retry you on the same charges once you're found not guilty. Gangs are illegal. Gangs are not illegal. Even the prosecutors have said that. Gangs are not illegal. Criminal street gangs are illegal. Yes, we have. I guess you're saying, yes, we have what? Sorry, this is a case of false flagging, getting people caught up. I don't know. I feel like YSL is a real gang. I mean, now the interesting thing is this. This is what I would try. This is the thought experiment I want everybody to try. Oh, Miss Lily, good morning. How you doing? This is the thought experiment I want everybody to try. Were they doing things in furtherance? Were they committing crimes in furtherance of YSL? Were they committing crimes in furtherance of YSL? So what is the legal test for that? Let me see something. I'm going to ask ChatGPT. There has to be some kind of test. There has to be some kind of test. We still don't have court yet. Let me check. 8:45. It says, okay. I'm going to ask ChatGPT, what is the case law test in Georgia to determine whether one's actions were in furtherance of a criminal street gang? So we can't. So usually in the law, there's going to be a standard or a test. It's not just going to be, hey, what does it look like? What does it feel like? So what we really need to figure out is, what is the test, so we can know what the test is, and then we can apply that test to what we've heard. You think the state goes home, heat up their microwave dinner, and says to themselves, yeah, I'm sure tomorrow someone will want me on their YouTube. Oh, I would love to have any of the people from the state on here for an interview. Anybody. DA Love, Hilton, Mr. Brown, Abadi, even the young lady who's walking around, who never says anything. I guess she's an assistant or something, maybe, because she never talks. I would love to just have a conversation. I don't necessarily know how to do an interview. I would love to have a conversation with any of them. If I could choose one of them, honestly, if I could choose one of them, I would want a post-resignation Hilton. If I could choose any of those people on the prosecution to interview, I would want Hilton like half an hour after she turned in her resignation to the DA's office. That would be my dream interview or conversation of the DA's office to have. I believe at least half the jury's watching social media, plus their family and friends probably mentioning info to them. They definitely, I would say they probably are using social media, but are they purposefully looking to know more about the case? Maybe yes, maybe no, but I doubt many of them have the level of interest in additional knowledge that we have. Maybe they do. It's 12 of them, plus the alternates. Unfortunately, some of the jurors will try and prosper for it. So why do you say that's unfortunate? I don't think that's unfortunate. I mean, they've sacrificed. They should prosper from this, particularly as long as the prospering after the fact does not influence their judgment in the moment. As long as they give a true, pure judgment from the best of their understanding and from their heart, I don't think it's anything wrong with making a buck after it's all said and done. They had to give up a year plus of their life for this, and people want to know their stories. You know what I mean? I think the jurors should do this, the interview circuit. They should get paid. They should write a book. They should do a podcast. They should sponsor legislation, juror rights legislation. They should do all that stuff. That's my opinion. But I'm willing to hear your unfortunately opinion. You know, maybe you are thinking something I'm not thinking. Morning, Rebecca. Max has to go out with a bang. Yes, I agree. Hopefully he does in a good way. Miss Lily, morning. Back to the Miss Lily photo I see. Joe Rivens, the car in question, actually left the gas station before Nichols and Brinks. The car was top right corner of the video. There's a chance Shannon and Nichols knew. Yeah, y'all, the idea that they had, okay, first we have to ask the question, did they have a problem with, did they know who this guy was, Drinks? Did they know who he was, and did they have a problem with him? Did they know who he was, and did they have a problem with him? If you say yes to both of those questions, then it's very difficult to believe that they did not know something about what happened to him, like in the moment. That doesn't mean they did it, though. Morning, Nicole. I think the jury's going to be not guilty on all charges just to get them from making them sit there for a year. Would that be justice, though, Nicole? Would that be justice? I mean, you might be right. We will certainly see that. But I don't think that would be justice. It wouldn't be justice for anybody if it's like, hey, we're just going to vote to acquit because y'all shouldn't have had us here for a year. I do think if they say we're going to vote to acquit because your case could have been done quicker and due to what we could determine were obvious problems, you had us here way too long, so we don't trust your case. Something like that. If it's like more to it, then yeah, I think you could certainly vote to acquit because look, your case could have been done in 6 months. It's been dragging on for a year. We don't trust y'all. We don't trust you. We think that y'all were trying to trick us. We think you were trying to add additional facts in to sway us in a way that doesn't seem legitimate. Like if you put some more to it, but just like, hey, this took too long. I don't think that's legit. All right, there's no sound in court right now.
Who I assume you're going to call first. Is he just introducing the songs?
No, Your Honor. He's already introduced the jail calls that he and the state was going to call Mr. Springfield and say, Mr. Springfield, last year there's some jail calls that you introduced. Yes.
Okay.
Play the jail calls.
Okay. And that'll take about how long, you think?
I believe that would take about 30 to 35 minutes.
Okay. And then we'll move to Investigator Viverito.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then after that, you'll tender Mr. Kendrick's plea?
I do not believe that, I believe that would happen either after Investigator Viverito is complete or I guess while she's on the stand, but not questions pertaining to.
Okay, I just need to know when to.
It will not be this morning. I do not foresee.
Okay. I mean, I've got the instruction ready.
And Your Honor, when the court, I believe there's one matter regarding filming that the parties could approach.
Okay.
Something's weird about the sound in court today. Hey, Patron, how's it going? I definitely didn't see enough proof to convict them of these murders. No, I don't think anybody has. And, one of the problems with their trial is now that we're not talking about Donovan Thomas any longer. I hate to say it because, it's kind of sad, but it's almost like Donovan Thomas situation is a bit of ancient history in terms of the trial. And again, no disrespect to him and his memory. I'm just talking about in terms of this trial. They've moved on. They've moved on, so they're presenting us with information and evidence of things that have happened um, much more recently, and the Donovan Thomas murder is now again ancient history in terms of the trial itself. Y'all do hit the like button, please. Do hit the like button. Y'all come in here every day, and I'm certainly happy. I'm loving it. Hit the like button. Party with us with the like. Party with the like. The state overcharged. I agree with you, Air, in the sense that they overcharged because they were going to have 6 people on trial at once altogether. If they weren't going to do this thing of having 6 people on trial, you might not say that because you were going to be proving all the charges of just one person at a time. But once you put 6 people with 50 some different counts, did y'all hear that Fonnie Willis says she's going forward with the Donald Trump? Fonnie Willis says she's going forward with the Donald Trump prosecution. And she even indicated that she may be willing to wait until he stops being president to prosecute him when his presidency is over. And I'm just like, and maybe, she apparently feels that that crimes were committed. And I'm certainly not in a position to say they were not. But there seems to be a disconnect. But she got reelected by an overwhelming majority of the votes that were cast were for her. So, for her, she's like, hey, I must be doing something right. They re-voted me. They voted for me. But, so you're going to, so this guy's president and you're going to wait for 4 years until he stops being president to try to drag him into court. So what I expect to happen with that is I expect Donald Trump to at some point get a Georgia governor to just dismiss all those charges, to grant some kind of pardon or whatever the case may be, and just take this out of Fonnie's hands. I expect Donald Trump to say to whoever the Georgia governor is, and I think his name is Kemp. He's a Republican, but he and Trump have had problems. But I think he goes to Kemp and he says, look, man, I'm trying to govern this country. These charges hanging over me are a hindrance and a burden. I need you to just literally pardon this whole thing and get it off the books and just be done with it. And if possible, to get that just as, have it be a done deal. Can Trump have her investigated? He probably can on a federal level. I mean, I'm sure he can. I don't know that that's the way we want our president using his power, to launch an investigation on the people who are investigating him. But can the feds investigate? Yes, I'm sure they can. I'm sure they can.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, and I'm sorry, this has been a long trial, so I don't know the date. But when
Investigator Viverito, when we had the Dahlberg hearing related to her coming in as an expert, we, the defense, have repeatedly requested the training materials and other materials that she generated for use. We need those in our cross-examination of her. At the time of the Dahlberg hearing, we were not provided with that. Mr. Harvey said,
What do you mean by training materials?
she testified that she develops a training course, and that in that course she trains other law enforcement on gang investigation. And so we wanted the materials from that course because we believe that we need those on our cross-examination of her. You know, and of course, I come from a civil background where I'm used to getting all kinds of information with regard to experts testifying, and we haven't received an expert report from her. Which
This one doesn't exist.
That's
And if
true, one doesn't exist,
one does not
but
have to be created.
True, and I'm not disagreeing with the court, but certainly training materials that she uses does exist. We've asked for it. We've not been provided with it.
When's the last time y'all brought that up to the state that, hey, we still need those things?
I cannot tell you, but we've repeatedly asked for them over the course of the last year, Your Honor. And we were told by the previous court that at some point that may become, actually, what did the court say? It might be something that may need to be tendered at that point or brought up if does come in as an expert. We're at the point now where she's being presumably brought in to testify as some combination of fact witness and expert witness. So we still don't have those materials, Your Honor. I don't have an issue with her testifying as a fact witness.
I understand. I'm just saying, like, we've had Investigator Viverito has been on the state's list for weeks and weeks, and the time to have brought up, oh, hey, we don't have the training materials yet, would have been sometime before when she's probably already here. And if she doesn't have them in her bag, because nobody's reminded her, she's not probably going to be able to access them unless she can maybe do it electronically. I don't mind asking Mr. Adkins to either himself or have one of his investigators step out to wherever she is and see if she could access anything electronically and provide it. But if she can't, you know, it's kind of understandable right now since we didn't give her a heads up anytime recently, even though we knew she was going to be testifying, to search your files and find them.
I understand, Your Honor. So if maybe they could do an additional request and maybe it will come up, maybe it won't. If she is allowed to testify as an expert, though, I would ask the court to follow the previous court's order that there's a bifurcation of her factual testimony from her expert testimony in order to prevent confusion to the jury. There was also an instruction that the previous court had come up with. I will endeavor to find it. That was to be read to the jury prior to her testifying at, this is, by the way, not specific to her. It was all the witnesses that were in the dual,
Okay, well, I'm not sure that it's 100% feasible to say, okay, for, you know, this set of questions, it's one thing, and for the next set, it's another. But I will instruct the state to instruct her, or in the way you ask your questions, make it clear to the jury, all right, at this point, I'm asking you your expert opinion about whatever it is you may ask.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And I mean, to the extent that you can separate them, do, but I mean, there may be times when she's saying, you know, here's some social media post. And then, for instance, she might need to testify because I've got this background in gangs. I know that this particular emoji means something or another.
So is the previous court's order no longer in effect about the statement that's to be read?
I'm trying to say how it practically needs to be implemented. If you want to provide me with whatever instruction you're talking about, I'll take a look. And
Okay. And then again, I'm going to, because of what the court just said, that I 1000% agree with the court that it's very difficult to handle this dual witness, and it is why I objected to witnesses in this dual role. There's plenty of case law that goes against it, but I'm going to maintain an objection to a witness testifying in the dual role as an expert and a fact witness, Your Honor. Just like a continuing objection on that.
All right, well, I think it happens fairly frequently. And she was qualified as an expert, right? I mean, y'all got a ruling after the Daubert hearing, right?
I believe that's correct.
Correct, Your Honor.
That's what I thought. All right, anything else? I don't know if we have the jury ready yet or not. They should be. It's 9, but I'll have to check on that. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I believe Deputy Sprinkle was right outside. I'm just going to double check.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I don't know if Investigator Viverito is here or not yet, but can somebody get word to her to try to find her training materials?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, jury's not ready. Okay. All right, did y'all find out any additional information about those couple of items? You were going to try to either find out like who the people were, or there were a couple where you were going to try to find out the date it got posted. Do we know the answers to those things?
Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Abate, did you get a chance to check the sound so that we at least believe it's going to be working right when Mr. Sprinkle?
Yes, we checked it last
All
time.
right, great, thanks. Good.
See if the rain was.
Who knows?
I want to know if he followed through on his promise to narrow down the number of calls. I did. All right. Can't wait to see that.
Mr. Abadi always fulfills his promise. Instead of an hour and 20 minutes, I found it to be 25.
Okay.
Bless him.
Judge, just thinking forward while we have a minute, I was thinking forward about what we were talking about happening in the near future.
Mm-hmm.
And regarding directed verdict motions,
Right.
I think it may be, we have obviously a lot of
Evidence.
evidence in this paper.
Yep.
If I could request the state, and maybe the court ask the state to, typically, my understanding is with each witness they've made, that they've presented, they've made PowerPoints of the evidence that they're seeking to admit. And generally, we've complained when it hasn't happened, but generally they've given it to us before the witness testified.
Mhm.
They've given us a hard copy.
Okay.
If I was just thinking last night, if the state could forward all those PowerPoints of the evidence that's been admitted to all parties, if they have them in the PowerPoint still, that may help everyone in kind of formulating and getting to the bottom of what's in evidence, as opposed to digging through this before Monday or Tuesday or whenever we.
Okay, but y'all are gonna have to, or we even are gonna have to dig through,
We are.
as you say, the evidence anyway, because we're gonna have to sort out what goes out with the
We are.
jury and what doesn't. But I'm sure the state will be happy to do that to the extent they have those available. Thank you.
We'll put him on his jump drive.
Great, and if you can provide that to the court as well. Thank you.
So, Jeff, I believe, and I'll let Mr. Sharp, Mr. Weinstein look through. I think I took almost all of the ones out that we spoke about that we didn't know the origin, except for one.
Okay,
It was a video where the name of the profile, or the Instagram profile, is Shell_Haiti44. And I did determine it was taken from speaking with Investigator Viverito on April 1st of 2022. So during that time period, right after the Drinks murder. And but if she told me who it was, it's slipping my mind. I mean, she's right outside, so I can go ask her about that and her training materials. But I will let them flip through this.
all right.
This is your copy.
And I'm just going to remind the state when we're going through the wiretap, and there are the two spots, I think, where I need to caution them that it's only Garlington's words. Just give me a heads up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
I've made a specific note to.
great, thanks.
Y'all know what's interesting is that
All right,
I'll tell
the
you later.
jury's ready. So if y'all need a second to finish going through that, that's fine.
What's interesting, if y'all remember the day that remember when Mr. Apt came up? Mr. Apt was the one who cross-examined the gang expert, I think it was. And he was standing in for Doug. Well, I think Doug works. I don't know this for sure, but I think Doug might work at Mr. Apt. ABT, I think is his name. He's like a bald head guy. I think Doug works at Apt's law firm. So if I'm not mistaken, Apt might be the head partner there at the firm. But at any rate, yeah. Wouldn't y'all like to see that guy come up again? I wish he came back at least for an encore, because that guy was a true pit bull. Kia, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying that without saying it because I'm not 100% sure that that's the case. But I think Doug works at the app. And Doug seems like a boss, not putting Doug down, but Doug is like, but I think Doug works at the firm where Mr. Apt is like the managing partner. And so Mr. Apt wasn't playing no games. I was like, dang. Mr. App ain't playing no games. He should cross. Yeah, that's Detective Dorito, huh? Y'all know that they're trying to have Viverito not show her face, right? And her face is already online. You can find it. Plus, an interesting thing about Viverito is she's on video with some of the Woody interrogation tapes. So it's like, it's weird. How are they even going to do that? How are they going to maybe show those tapes if they're not going to show Investigator Viverito? Are they going to maybe blur her face or what? I don't know. But then how will the jury know it's her for sure? So that's an interesting question. Good morning. Is that Bella or Bella? Investigator Viverito is a woman. Yes. Investigator Viverito is a woman who, well, you're going to maybe see her today.
Set of evidence. Any issues?
I wouldn't call it an issue. There's one that I don't think we've litigated. It's marked by Mr. Abate, so I'm saying.
Yeah, Viverito's a woman. Correct. She appears on the Woody tapes. She appears on the Woody tapes, y'all, and she is a woman. But today they want to hide her face. I kind of feel like they're gonna allow her to do it, just like Gaither and the judge goes for it. Yeah, the judge does go for it. But Gaither, I don't feel like Gaither was. Well, yeah, Gaither was on video evidence presented in court as well. So yeah, it is kind of weird. Yeah, she's gonna be on. They've already been posting her face on Twitter. You know what? I tend when somebody doesn't want their face shown, like on the thumbnail, I normally put the face, but I'll blur it, which is what I'm gonna do today. But if the face is shown during the trial, then I won't blur their face like in the video. But it is kind of weird. It's kind of a judgment call when somebody doesn't want their face shown. But I kind of feel like, at the end of the day, if you're gonna see it during the video, you
All
don't
right,
have
we
to
ready for Mr. Sprinkle and the jury? Okay, thank you.
We're talking of misery. We're talking about investigator Viverito, who we expect will probably take the stand within the next hour or so, hour or two, and who will be, yeah, Sprinkle's back. Sprinkle had to get his one last little. No, nobody knows why he's back. Nobody knows why he's back. Sprinkle just had to, Sprinkle's like, can I come back, Judge? Yeah, exactly. Sprinkle's just kind of like, yeah, getting his last lick in.
Your Honor, while the calls are playing, I'm asking the court's permission ahead of time to remain seated so I can navigate. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, Sprinkle's back one more time. I think Viverito is the last person, so depending on how long her testimony lasts, the prosecution could potentially rest their case today. Yeah, I agree, LTK. It's not a good look. Sprinkle's a dork. And I like him because he said what he said about yeah, Sprinkle said he didn't see why anybody was trying to tie Thug in that, but that doesn't help now, LTO, because well, Thug's not on the case any longer. That was a good, that was like a good little piece of content though. Got a lot out of that little piece of content right there. People so suspicious, and at the end of the day, it was very suspicious. At the end of the day, it's very suspicious the way that happened. I don't know, possibly
All
depending on
right,
how many
ladies and
tapes.
gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Sprinkle. You are still under oath. I'll just remind you of that.
Thank you,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Atkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Deputy Sprinkle.
Thank you.
When you were here last, there was some jail calls that was State Exhibit 590 Yankee that you had reviewed and admitted. Do you recall that?
I do.
I wanted to play some of those calls that you pulled with you now. Was one of those calls an October 31st, 2015 call from defendant Shannon Stillwell?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to play from 590 Yankee on that October 31st, 2015 call from 1 minute and 10 seconds to 2 minutes and 5 seconds for the record.
All right.
Your Honor, I just noticed I'm in the Zoom, but for some reason when I shared, oh,
It's not working.
yes, give me one brief second, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Percival.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey. Oh, what happened?
Doris and that lawyer, I had to talk to the lawyer.
Oh, okay. What is that?
And he just let him know he behind me, everything good. He said Doris sent him down there so I can interview him to see if I wanted him. I'm like, you feel like he handled the case, then I want him. If you feel like he can't, then don't waste my time.
Oh, okay. You want him?
Well, he talking like he can handle it, like everything. He can handle everything. He say he been working with all type of stars on all type of murder cases and all type of cases.
Mm-hmm.
Stopping at 2:05. Deputy Sprinkle, was another one of the calls that you pulled a November 13th, 2015 call from Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, I'm going to publish 11:25 to 14:30 of that November 13th, 2015 call.
So what is the 598? Oh, they're all over the same. Correct.
You know what I told you? I had wrote Treasure like, oh, we didn't know he had the same charge because Luke said he didn't.
Yeah.
They saying gonna fix day. Lil Woody on the phone. He said, what did he say? I don't know. He said you told the Trez they dropped the charges on him. He want to know what was said. I said, I never said they dropped the charges on him. I said, I didn't know they had the same charges. Oh, I guess that's what Trez was talking about. Okay, thank you. But she.
They trying to sit up, push that out for a nigga slap.
I don't think she gets much. I would tell her.
You and your pussy ass baby daddy got in there, fuck ass. Y'all both y'all on that lane, suck ass, little boy ass shit. Pussy asshole. Good asshole.
What the hell? You don't know. Wait till you get your package.
That fuck nigga envy me anyway, man.
Y'all got one crazy relationship.
Fuck nigga envy me. You hate everything I had.
Y'all be back rocking with y'all over.
Crazy fuck. I don't know that bitch. I really gotta shoot myself in the face. When y'all go back right, I don't want to fuck that nigga, man. They just whoop this little young nigga ass in him.
That ain't funny. I know you were laughing.
I wasn't laughing. I was just like, eat that baby.
Shannon shit. Oh. What is that for?
I hear blood and he ain't real right.
He what?
He ain't real right for his blood.
He what?
He ain't real right.
What? Shit, you know your own?
It be different shit. Like, niggas push up on different niggas. And the wrong way. Nigga pushed up on me the right way. They pushed up on him the wrong way. Like, hey, bro, you got to go and do this. Why we finna goddamn go and get at you, man? You know, they did. They pushed up on me like, shit, bro, you know, they saying, man, listen, man, do you want to talk to these people because you stressing these big homies, but you ain't on the phone with these folks. I got these folks, man, you want to talk to these folks. Yeah, bro. Now these niggas be goddamn. I be asking, I like, bro, you locked up for rug, bro, but you ain't help panhandling, bro.
Deputy Sprinkle, in your investigation into the Donovan Thomas murder, did you ever have a name of Rontrez Brock come up?
Yes,
And was that Kenneth Copeland's brother?
it was.
Was there another call that you pulled and when you had introduced from November 23rd, 2015 at 16:08 or 4:08 p.m.?
Yes,
And was that a call from Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson?
it was.
Your Honor, I'm publishing from 590 Yankee, November 23rd, 2015 at 16:08. And the time, we're going to start at 4:19 to play to 6 minutes and 2 seconds. And then we'll play 8 minutes and 56 seconds to 14:40 for the record.
you got going on? Yeah, all right? What the hell the fuck come out, man? Shit. Sounds crazy.
Yeah, not the police, but they got.
Yeah. Nick.
Yeah.
Damn.
Everything alright though. How the hell VO did?
Huh?
How the hell VO did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. He say, she say.
Yeah. Everything alright.
See that shit is different from the nigga who they got locked up with him, you get me?
Yeah.
Nigga trying to free themselves, so nigga say whatever.
But the judge kept saying like, he was just like, they shit, the way they saying, like, that shit don't mean nothing, because that's how they doing it, like, they trying to get the heat out of their ass.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
But if they do that, that's what they gonna do. Put themselves on the scene.
Exactly. That was the little,
and that what they trying not to do. They beating around the bush. They just saying, you did it, and now I mean they can't say you a bitch. They did it. You did it. How you know? They going, how you know you did it? You know how the folks do. You know what's going on. Boy, than that, you alright though.
Yeah, man. I'm just chilling, man.
What about the health?
Oh yeah, everything, everything I hear up. Well, this shit still like I can soak it up, but it's enough.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm good.
Your Honor, I'm now moving to 8:56 to play to 14:40.
You look like you straight.
Shit, I'm gonna have $6 on them.
So when y'all go back to court?
On the 18th.
And what they say, a hearing?
Nah, I just did the preliminary hearing.
So ain't nobody getting no bond?
Nah, they dropped all multiple charge because multiple had a lawyer. They said the same thing about both of them, you feel me? They dropped all multiple charge. They did only thing different was the little nigga named Deep Cleveland. He told me, I told him I did it. So they was yeah, he said that's the only different thing. Then he just wrote multiple to my man on God, bro, I ain't say that, bro. I go to court looking for no police lying on me, did that third.
So multiple got the lawyer.
Yeah, multiple got all his shit, they missed.
So if you would have had a lawyer, you would have got your own, didn't you?
Hell yeah.
How much what he paid on it? I call my man.
Huh?
I call my man and see what's going on. You ain't got nobody else who you think give you nothing on the lawyer?
Shit, I ain't called. But Kim just telling me that now to call him my knees on and shit.
Who?
Kim. I ain't calling it though.
Who?
Kente.
Kente?
Yeah.
Man, them niggas that be talking, bro.
Yeah, that's what I be saying. That's why I ain't really just put no like that fucking stuff. I was been sent the lawyer down here. That nigga, he keep coming down here, but he just like, shit, dog, keep telling me he ain't got all the money yet. The fuck you ain't got all the money yet.
Who's saying that?
So, that was the lawyer. Like, the lawyer keep coming down here though, but he just like, shit, I won't gonna represent you, but he keep saying, dog, saying he ain't got all the money together yet.
How much they charge?
And this nigga, he ain't telling me the price. He just like, I told Young Thug he gotta give me everything or nothing. It's everything or nothing. That's how he kept saying.
So he want all his money at one time. He don't want
I believe
down.
he doing that. He doing that because of Thug. You feel me? He know home got money, so hey man, I want all my money.
You ready? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cause most lawyers they used to do a payment plan, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Knew that talked to some lady and she was like 4,000 some shit. She was
4,000 for it.
start.
Man, that nigga I had him, he want them money, bro. Nah, nigga who beat my brother's murder case. You know, I'm cool with him. He don't even want that much. 4,000 to start, that's too much.
Yeah. I probably give him about 2,500. He probably put me on payment plan like every 2 weeks. Probably pay like 350. Yeah, well. That's cool, no?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, cuz. So, nice. Well, so what you got out here? What you got now? What you got now? Most of they got now, they got all them aggravated assault shit that they had. Aggravated assault, aggravated batteries, all that shit, them gun charges. You know, they had so what part of that truck? That murder charge? Yeah, they just dropped the murder charge out there. Man, that ain't shit. That's aggravated assault, just like that. Yeah. That's how he got like, you know, they got like 9 charges. Drop that murder and stack some on the aggravated assault. Cause they're like 20 years. Yeah, what? That's what I'm saying. Them aggravated assault charges and all that shit still the same thing. Yeah. Well, murder, they just make niggas say, woof, at least I ain't got this. Still got to fight the aggravated assault. You know, that shit, they be better though, like the murder, you face the murder charge and them out of aggravated, that shit better because them folks, aggravated assault. Them folks telling on them, like, the nigga mama, she like telling them folks, like, yeah, they did it. And then Lil D telling them folks, like, yeah, home was with me that night. And they said Lil D already told him folks he did it. And Lil D told him he did it when he left the club. Lil D? Yeah, he told him he did it. And he told them that most of them were with him when he left the club. So they like, shit, he with you, then he had to do that too. I don't even want to talk about that. Yeah.
Stopping Your Honor at 1324. And Deputy Sprinkle, did you also pull a December 4th, 2015 call from Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson that was made at 5:31 or 17:31?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to publish from 590 Yankee that December 4th, 2015 call from 8:10 to 8:30.
Is y'all fucking with you?
Who?
You know who I'm talking about.
Who, nigga?
No.
Who? Oh. You talking about, him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he want to pay for everything.
Oh, okay.
Now, Deputy Sprinkle, did you also pull a January 10th, 2015 call at 7:42 p.m. that was placed by Martinez Arnold?
I did.
And was that call to Dravoris Bradford?
It was.
Does he have a nickname of Tuda?
He does.
I'm going to play that January 10th, 2015 call at this time, Your Honor.
This is a prepaid collect call. Call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring, and your location information may be collected and used by corrections and law enforcement personnel. To accept charges, press 1. To refuse charges, press 2. If you would like to permanently,
For a limited time, visit an inmate from the comfort of
Y'all gonna set me up like
Securus, you may start the conversation now.
Dude. Cool. What's down? Call right back. Y'all gonna set me up like that? Nah, hell no, nigga. Which time you got there? Some shit there. Nah, hell no. Y'all good? Yeah, hell yeah.
Hey, Goldie Mott.
Who that is? Boosh. What's up, short stuff?
What are you doing?
Yeah, brother. We going on. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, got it. Who went to pull up? Oh. Yeah. How Christopher bro? All right.
You keep calling all these girls.
M.A. Yeah. Crystal,
Yes.
I'm on your nerve.
No. Why you acting today? No.
Oh.
You feel like you're getting on my nerves?
No, a little bit. No, but I ain't talked to you earlier, so you had to threw me out. You said call you later on.
No, because I was at work.
Earlier you said they don't want to talk. Call you later.
Because I was with a client, so.
You with a client now?
Crystal is my friend.
Well, yeah.
And she's pretty, so. I don't want nobody in my business. Crystal's my friend. She know you, so. I don't know. Why would you ask me something like that? You want me to call Bobby back?
Yeah, she answered. She called you back.
Yeah, but she had went to the bathroom because you said something that she was gonna go eat or something. Hold on.
Call her.
Okay. Think Dora at her house too, huh?
She at her house or Slime house? Dude. Yeah. Dude. Yeah. You hung up. She hung up? Yeah, she probably didn't try to. I'm slow ass. Damn,
Yo,
bro.
slow ass.
Huh?
Yo, slow ass.
Who that, Boosh? You got your man out there, man. Yeah, you talking about.
Who said it?
Who said that?
When you coming home?
Court Tuesday. They'll be my bond Tuesday. They had to wait till I go to the judge.
Your bun gonna be high?
I don't know. Shit, what's your bond was, too? Mine was 25. They might do 25,000. You did. No,
Why? What make you think it's gonna be? What make you think it's gonna be the same as Cutter?
I'm saying elevator something at 20, 30. I ain't gonna go no higher than 40, 50. It ain't gonna be that high though, cause they only do that when you got them, when you dead ass wrong and you don't got them chips. Shit, 300.
There go right there. Don't be.
Call Crystal.
Crystal don't want to talk to you, man.
ain't gonna talk these last 2 days.
The girl don't want to talk to you. She hung up for a reason.
Nah, she happy. Every time I call, she get even happy. You dig what I'm saying?
Hello?
You hung up on me?
No, the phone, I hung up by accident when I was trying to call Dottie because her phone went straight to voicemail.
It is.
Yeah. I mean, call Dora over there. Hold on.
Hey, you slide that tray over here, bitch out. Kick it over here. Yeah. What you say? Hell no, I ain't eating that shit. I gave it to nephew. It's on you next.
Hello? Yeah.
Dora.
What up, man?
What's up with it, homie? You dig what I'm saying?
You dig.
Nah, bro.
What's going on, man?
We count down in this bit, man. This shit here ain't.
Hey, man. You heard.
This shit ain't for no players.
Oh, yeah. You already know. He go to court on the 13th. No, the
Yeah.
day 10. The day 10. He go to court on the 13th. Yeah, day 10. What's they do?
Well, y'all know when it get nighttime, we just say the day they left. So the day they left, man.
Y'all know the time. You don't know the time, so you think like they left.
Yeah, night he left. Monday, my last day, really. So when they wake us up at 4 in the morning to go to court.
Oh, you going to court on when?
On Tuesday.
On Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday.
This shit ain't for no player, man.
What?
Damn, this shit.
You see a long way out? You see a long way of even leaving? Triple back ass nigga. Yeah.
Yeah, he was trying to call him. He was trying to call my name. We were locked down though.
Oh, they keep putting you on lockdown?
Nah, them folks have us on lock. We come out the room at goddamn 8. I mean at 9. They send us back in at 12. Come back out at 4. Well, we come out. I'm upstairs, so we come out at 6. Downstairs come out at 4 to 6, and we come out from 6 to 8.
Yeah. You did what I'm saying. Yeah, that shit lame, man. You know, we ain't doing that but a whole bunch of chilling.
Where y'all at?
Finna edit this video with at the Yo.
Y'all at Yo?
Yeah, we with Bill finna edit this video.
What, destroyed?
Nah, you probably gonna do that shit. They doing that at Vinci.
Yeah, that shit so hard, man. What the hell, Thug at?
And I didn't even get to see that booth, that shit, man. I went to the room. Y'all see that? The Da Vinci, I went to the room. I didn't know y'all shot the estimate when. They shot Da Vinci.
What's up? He right there. Tell him I said what's down.
Yeah. Nah, he right here yet. He ain't with her yet. I think he in the meeting with Leo there.
Oh, what Dolly?
Right here.
Hey Dolly. Hey Dolly. Hey Dolly. Hey Dora.
What the fuck I'm saying? Hey, that's what I'm sure gonna be. Hey Dolly. Hey Dora.
Hey Dolly. Hey Dora.
Dude, man, who the fuck that was a jetpack? God damn, what you get, man? Now I said, good morning, I want to go. I said, man, free fucking Duke. Gucci Mane said, tell this jump that the down payment due date is $250, but it's $5 coming out. Let's just say they don't want the down payment of me. What? He said, they don't want the down payment on a down payment for what? My boy.
Oh, she go to think she gonna get in like that. No, we gonna pay for her, hoe.
For the next. He said they just gave her daughter deposit $250 last day. What you trying to have for it? Some place she at me tonight, but I ain't lying no more.
Hey, Dolly, they going crazy on my IG, bro?
Yeah, you know the folks that keep asking where you at. Answer your phone, bitch. Got a whole lot of money. Before trying to figure out what's up, why you can't make money?
Who money? See, nigga ain't talking about no money. They'll get knocked out. No more niggas.
See the people that charging her. No, she having that liqueur. She said she having that liqueur.
Liqueur.
Man, you better have that baby put that fuck that glowing shit. Yeah.
Tell her to go pay. Hey, they just brought us some beans. Hey, Dora.
Yeah.
They just brought us. Hey, Chris.
Let him do what he gonna do.
They just brought
She
some
gonna do the
beans.
same shit different.
They just brought some beans, some red beans and rice.
Red bean and rice, man.
Man, they just brought some red beans and rice with no sauce, no seasoning. It tastes like water. When I just tasted a little bit, I just licked a little bit. It just tastes like, listen, before they really gave us some dog food on the sandwich. They gave us 2 wheat bread. They gave us like 3 pieces of salad. 3 pieces of salad with the dressing already on it.
What?
And a big dry ass cake. Fill up the whole one side of the trip. Man, I said, man, listen, bro. This ain't that and that ain't it, bro. then Crystal just tearing her mouth out.
No, about some dog food.
Sometimes the red beans and rice look like dog food. The red beans and rice.
Yeah.
With the kidney
beans. It's like dog shit, don't it?
Yeah, with the kidney beans.
Dog don't see that.
Man, this shit ain't right, bro. I don't supposed to be getting fed like that.
It's like some shit, the dog don't see that.
Yeah, he look like shit. I ain't even, you know what I'm saying? He look like shit. I ain't want to say that because them folks eating all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Shit like dog shit.
So they been in there. They got a hammer. They been in there. How you know it's not no seasoning in? You taste it.
I tell you, I licked it. I tasted it. I tasted it on the spoon. So I did like water and a big ass cake.
Crystal is cracking up, baby.
Yeah, she did that. What Crystal is your friend?
Yeah, she's cracking up.
Oh, give a nigga some dog shit, man. Hey, dog.
Straight up, yeah.
Hey, I need y'all to make it. There you go by, man.
Man, what? Hey, listen, man. We just Amina getting that money to your sister, put the money on your book, or you don't want that shit?
Yeah, she said she's gonna give it to. My sister said she called her in.
Yeah, no. She putting 100 on your book and 100 on the phone.
Don't keep trying to put that on my book. I ain't finna be here for that, man.
Yeah, that was look. I was listening to Joe. Just thought maybe you might want to make stores and shit. You know what I'm saying?
We can't even make it go down there where I'm at.
You can't.
Can't even spend it down. They don't even come to us with stuff.
Oh, well, let me tell you, damn.
I mean, they put it on there. They gonna give it to me when I get out.
Hold on, Slime. Hello? Yep. Yeah, man. Nah, well then I tell her they ain't don't worry about that shit. We'll just keep on the phone.
She can put it on there, cause I might walk the bend on when I get out Houston.
You motherfuckers on the phone. I go, okay, yeah. That motherfucker, it was 2 degrees out and they let out. I thought they'd be at the gas station. She said, so I wasn't gonna stand in front of that building.
Yeah, no, I'm walking on. I'm telling you, I'm walking on. Straight down
on the way. That bitch said, stay right well. Pick me up at the gas station. It's a number that caught my phone. I don't know
You have 1 minute left.
I'm stopping y'all at 14:35. And Deputy Sprinkle, was this the call you had referenced that after, when you listened to this call, what was the next step that you did?
I reviewed the surveillance video from the Texaco station next to the incident location on McDaniel Street.
And was the one of the other calls that you pulled a October 4th, 2015 call from Diamante Kendrick?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state is going to play from 590 Yankee. From 1 minute and 12 seconds to 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
Right. Yeah, I've been on lockdown, man. It's down here confusing, man. I gotta get out. Okay, just first of all, keep your head up, and I just want you to know I love you. I put minutes on my phone yesterday, and I was hoping you call. Keep your head up. Keep your head up. Did Duke get out? Yeah. Okay, well, he got a whole lot of folks he got to answer to. Oh, Duke. Hell yeah. Yeah, bro, cause it nigga fault, bro. Monte, I love you, but you should have told that nigga fuck that shit. Take that ass whooping. Yeah. You should have told. You took yours. All right, calm down. I'm gonna calm down. Okay. I'm talk on the phone like that. Look. So what is it about tonight, man? Cause I go to court on the 15th. No, you go to court on the 16th. 1-6. That's what I said. Yeah, but they trying to still push the mixtape out. Who? Them. Just tell them forget 10 or 13 good songs and drop it. And okay. Tell them to find like, don't use that red bandana shit. Even though the bandana burgundy, just tell them to find like a picture like on slime sheet. And what I was finna say, man, these days going like so. Yeah, the day is only the 4th. But I'll be there. Your judge is Judge Atkins. Put his name in the universe. His name Judge Atkins. I done looked him up. I done saw him before too. Got a lawyer. We got Thug. I'm working on that now. Just say broke. Don't say the name. Huh? Just say broke. Don't say the name. Broke. Yeah, broke. Hey,
Stop it at 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Thank you, Deputy Supreme Court. No more questions by the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Sprinkle.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Sprinkle, I want to talk to you about the phone calls from the jail with my client, Shannon Stillwell, on them, okay?
Okay.
And I know you testified before about this briefly. How many total calls did you review involving Shannon Stillwell?
I don't know how many I reviewed. It would probably been around 30 to 50, somewhere in there. I downloaded over 700 though.
All right. The first call that we heard was 590Y. What date was that first call that we heard?
Well, if we're talking about today, it was October 31st, 2015.
And that was right after Mr. Stillwell had been, you're aware that Mr. Stillwell was a victim in a case where Tierra Jones was shot and killed.
Yes.
And you're aware that car that they were in, you're aware that the facts of that case was a car sped up behind the car that Tierra Jones was driving and shot a bunch of rounds into the back of the car that Shannon Stillwell, Tierra Jones, and Miss Duncan were in, correct?
That's what happened.
Okay. And Tierra Jones was tragically killed.
Yes.
and Shannon was severely injured from not from gunfire, but from the car flipping.
That's correct.
And he went to the hospital.
Yes.
Okay, so this call on October 31st, 2015 is within a day or two of Mr. Stillwell being released from the hospital. Well, let me back up. While at the hospital, he was served arrest warrants for the Donovan Thomas case.
I believe he was at the hospital at the time, yes.
Okay, and so this call is right after Mr. Stillwell is released from the hospital and is now in Fulton County Jail on those charges.
I don't know when he was released from the hospital, but given the timeline of when the T.R. Jones murder occurred and about when the arrest warrants were issued, I'll say that you're correct on that.
Okay. That first call, you hear Shannon speaking to a young lady.
Yes.
All right. Do you know who that is?
Betty Jean Jackson is what my notes state.
Okay. Well, Betty Jean Jackson is Mr. Stillwell's grandmother. That
Correct.
didn't sound like his grandmother, did it?
No, but that's the number that he called.
Okay.
That doesn't necessarily mean that's who he was speaking
Okay.
with,
Could he
though.
have been speaking to Yvette Barron?
Yes, that's very possible. He spoke with her very often.
All right. And that was a female friend of his.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in that first call we heard, you heard Mr. Stillwell, they were discussing representation, who was going to represent him on this very serious case in 2015.
Yes.
And Mr. Stillwell said something to the effect of, Thug sent a lawyer to visit me.
Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Stillwell talks about that lawyer said he's worked with all sorts of stars and media cases before.
Yes.
And Mr. Stillwell is trying to figure out if he wants to entrust his life in his lawyer's hands.
Yes.
Okay. Who was the lawyer that met with Mr. Stillwell just before October 31st, 2015?
I don't recall.
Well, you have.
If I ever knew, that is to say, if I ever knew to begin with, I may have, but I don't know now.
You have the ability to look in the Odyssey system to see what lawyers visit clients on a daily basis, correct?
Yes, but that's logged in the jail manager area, and in my experience, sometimes visits don't get logged.
Okay.
I don't. Well, I guess I can't say I don't know what's not logged, but there have been times when I either knew or suspected that an inmate received a visit, and I didn't see that it had been logged in Odyssey. But this visit may have been logged. I don't recall. If it was, it should still be in there.
Could it have been a Michael Bixon?
Yeah, that name sounds familiar. I think that you're right.
Okay. In fact, you know that Michael Bixon filed your office, the district attorney's office, did not indict this Donovan Thomas case, the alleged murder. You did not indict this case for several years.
That's right.
Okay. And several of those years, Mr. Stillwell was in jail, unindicted, charged with the Donovan Thomas homicide.
I don't know how long he was in jail, but it was certainly unindicted for a number of years.
You know that Mr. Bixon, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, filed a constitutional speedy trial demand.
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance to this.
Okay. Are you aware that Michael Bixon filed
objection, Your Honor.
motions?
Sustained.
Do you have any evidence that I, Max Shard, went to visit Mr. Stillwell in October 31st of 2015?
No, I don't believe it would have been you.
Okay. You don't have any evidence that I ever spoke to Mr. Stillwell before he was arrested on this RICO indictment in 2022, correct? You have no evidence of that.
I don't know who you were speaking with in October of 2022, or if you had spoken with him or you hadn't. I have no idea.
Okay. But you have no reason to believe that he was speaking about Thug sending me to see him in October 31st of 2015.
No, I don't think you would have been even in a position to represent him then, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Thank you. Now, moving on to the third call, November 23rd at 4:08 p.m. We hear Mr. Stillwell speaking to another man in that call, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now that was a day, there's a thing called preliminary hearings, correct?
Yes.
And preliminary hearings are when someone's arrested, the case is not indicted. There's a court date where an investigator comes in and testifies as to the evidence in the case.
That's usually, it doesn't have to be an investigator, but probably over 98% of the time it is.
Okay. And you're aware that Mr. Stillwell had a preliminary hearing on the Donovan Thomas case in November of 2015.
Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed the transcript of that hearing?
No.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. In that hearing, it was Detective Thorpe who testified, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Kenneth Copeland didn't testify at that hearing.
No.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary did not testify at that hearing.
No.
Okay. So when Mr. Stillwell is talking about what happened at the hearing, he's not talking about what Kenneth Copeland or Quindarius Zachary said at the hearing. He's talking about what Detective Thorpe is testified that they said.
That's right.
Okay. Now, I want to be very clear on this. On that tape, Mr. Stillwell, and this was after his prelim was held, correct?
Yes.
This November 23rd phone call?
Yes.
In fact, it was right after his prelim was held.
I don't recall the exact date of the prelim. I remember it was in November, and given some of the contextual details of that call, it sounds like it was very close in time to this phone call that we listened to.
Okay. And that phone call we just listened to, the volume was a little low and the audio goes in and out a little bit. You would agree?
Yes.
Okay. I want to be very clear. Shannon, on that phone call to that other gentleman, says, little D, and this is right after the prelim, little D is saying that I said I did it, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
He did not say, let's just clear this up because the tape's not the best. He did not say, I told little D I did it.
That's right.
He did not say that. He merely said, little D is saying that I said I did it.
That's right.
Okay. Also in that tape, you hear Mr. Stillwell and this other gentleman talking about what's going on, the predicament that Mr. Stillwell is in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The other gentleman says N-words trying to free themselves, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
They trying to get the heat off their ass.
Yes, that was said.
People trying to point fingers at others while not putting themselves at the scene.
Yeah, I believe that's a verbatim quote, yes.
Okay. And trying to free themselves, trying to get the heat off their ass. This is after Mr. Copeland gave statements against Mr. Stillwell on June 1st of 2015, right?
Yes.
And in the context of that interview, he was facing federal charges.
Mr. Copeland was, yes.
He was facing gun charges.
Yes.
He was facing theft charges for stolen merchandise that were in the mother of his child's apartment.
I don't recall that part.
Okay. Computers, where he was claiming Lil Mike and Quez.
I'm objecting to this. I don't know the relevance of that question.
You're not aware of, it's in evidence.
All right, then overruled.
You're not aware that Mr. Copeland tried to blame a Little Mike and Quez for stealing things that ended up in.
Hang on just a second. Are you saying whether he
I
knows,
should've-
whether this witness knows or not is not
I guess I should have
relevant?
said foundation, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, you don't have any knowledge of those things that Mr. Copeland said?
I don't remember that part of his
Okay.
statement now.
Also, trying to get the heat off their ass. The statement by Mr. Zachary claiming that Mr. Stillwell confessed to him. That was made when Mr. Zachary was in jail for shooting up several houses.
Yes.
And was facing federal straw purchasing charges as well.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Weinstein?
Good morning, Mr. Sprinkle.
Good morning.
Regarding the call that that was played between Mr. Kendrick's mom, Tasha, and himself. You recall listening to that just now, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Kendrick says, do you hear the language about the mixtape about to drop in that call?
Yes.
Did you investigate that mixtape about to drop?
If I did, I don't recall now.
Okay. And associated with that, do you recall if associated with that mixtape is an image of my client wearing a bandana?
I do not.
Okay. But there is a reference in that call where my client informs his mother to change that bandana away from a certain color. I think he says a red color, correct?
That's right. That's what was said.
And given that the state seems fixated on seeing burgundy as red and orange as red,
Sustained.
do you think it's reasonable for my client to want a bandana viewed as red to be changed to another color?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you know that in your investigation, did you find my client being signed to Young Stoner Life Records in 2015?
I believe so. Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. And then again, that mixtape being associated with that.
Yes, I believe. I don't recall exactly, but that sounds right.
Okay. There's also a reference in there of my client's mom, Miss Tasha, speaking to, I think she said speaking to Thug about a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
Do you have, and I believe it was Mr. Bixson that represented my client at the time. Do you have any evidence that anyone other than my client retained? It's not missing. Anyway, let's forget whoever the lawyer was. Okay. That's okay. Thank you for your help. The lawyer that was retained for my client at the time, do you have any evidence that anyone other than my client retained that lawyer?
I don't know who paid for the attorney or no, I don't have any evidence.
Okay. Would you find it unusual that somebody would ask a friend to recommend an attorney?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Deputy Sprinkle, as part of your current job, do you handle a number of preliminary hearings that was discussed on cross?
Yes.
And were you at that hearing that was referenced on cross-examination?
I believe so. If it was the same hearing in which Antonio Sledge his hearing was held, then yes, I was absolutely there. And I believe that Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Sledge, this was not over 9 years ago, or 9 years ago, most probably to the day. So I'm pretty sure I was there.
Now, on cross-examination, there was reference about the information at the preliminary hearing comes from, in this case, Detective Thorpe. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, if you remember, and there was reference about, on cross-examination, what little D or someone said at that hearing. Do you recall that?
I do.
At that preliminary hearing, for witnesses such as little D, were names used or were something else used?
Well, their legal names would have been used.
And is there any times in preliminary hearings where witnesses are referenced by something other than their name?
Sometimes yes, I'll often ask that the detective reference the witnesses by alphanumeric characters like A or 1, because there's a variety of reasons for it, but the basic reason is the case isn't indicted, and so we don't have to turn over the witness list yet, and we're still investigating, etc. And so the witness is not compelled or isn't required to recite the legal names or any name of the witness on the stand. Yes.
And if it's the hearing that you are thinking of, you said Antonio Sledge would have also been present?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Deputy Sprinkle.
This prelim back in 2015, you don't have any recollection if actual names were used or like witness A, witness B, witness C?
I do not know.
Okay. And in the event that witness A, witness B, witness C were used, just hypothetically, the detective still testifies to the background of who these people are, such as, for instance, witness A, who we found receipts from a pawn shop showing that they purchased guns, said this, right? Or something of that nature. There's context behind these witness A, witness B, witness C.
Right. I mean, if you're saying that even if their names aren't used, if the detective provides enough detail regarding the circumstances surrounding the interview that one who is familiar with the witness could infer their identity from the testimony, then yes, that can happen.
You said that so much better than I did. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Weinstein. All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused.
Yes,
Released.
Permanently excused.
Released. All right, let's take a quick break before our next witness, who I think might be a longer one.
All right, so good.
All right, let's figure out this request for an instruction about dual capacity witnesses. Mr. Weinstein, I see what you originally requested. You don't seem to have been able to find what the judge determined, or maybe you did really just a second ago. Give me a second. Okay, anyway, you weren't able to find the language that the court apparently decided upon. And this is kind of a fish or cut bait point, since we're about to have this witness on the stand. And I think Ms. Pursfield has, just in the last few minutes requested if anybody has access to what exactly the language was to come up with it now. But in the absence of that, I think that what you originally requested, Mr. Weinstein, and I don't know if you want, I guess you filed that at some point, or do you want me to read it into the record?
You can read it into the record. I
Okay.
believe that was an email that was sent to the court back on January 31st.
Your request is that the court instruct the jury the testimony you're about to hear is the witness's opinion based on training and experience, not firsthand knowledge, and that it is for the jury to determine how much weight, if any, to give that opinion. And then after the witness has testified in the dual capacity, to say, you have heard the testimony of this witness who testified to both facts and opinions. Each of these types of testimony should be given the proper weight. As to the testimony to facts, consider the factors discussed earlier in these instructions. As to the testimony on opinions, you do not have to accept the opinion. In deciding how much weight to give it, you should consider the witness's qualifications and how the witness reached their conclusions, along with other factors discussed in these instructions for weighing the credibility of witnesses. One problem with that is we don't have whatever those prior instructions that whomever this court was would have given. So it would be a little not helpful to give them that instruction.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm very close to finding the instruction. I found the state's previous.
Okay.
When Detective Bell that.
Okay.
So I'm going to forward that to the defense counsel in the court. And I think near that time, I'm hoping to see another email of what the court actually.
Okay.
But this is the state's previous.
That would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Adkins. I believe that's around January 31st, 2023. So I'm looking.
I mean, in the event we can't find it, I've tried to fashion something
Thank you.
that might work. But first of all, I guess we can see whether it can be located
Thank you, Your Honor.
quickly. Oh. All right, and if either defendant needs to be excused to the restrooms while the attorneys are looking, y'all can go ahead and do that. I'm going to do the same, and I'll be right back.
All right. So what did all of that just achieve? I'm not really sure what was achieved by that. Hey, y'all, do me a favor. If you're on here, I'm going to be spamming the other channel, the Morbid Law channel. Go and follow that channel, please, everybody. Give it a subscribe, if you will. I'm spamming it. I'm spamming it. I'm spamming it. Going to be doing some of the more morbid type of content on there. You know, Halloween type stuff. Halloween stuff. So if y'all can go follow the Morbid Law channel, I'd appreciate it. Yes, morbid law. So that would be, so for example, I'll show y'all real quick. Since we have a quick second, let me show you. So we have a couple of videos there already. We have this guy who took justice. He got revenge for his son's abuser and he got away with it. Y'all might be familiar with that case. And then we also have the longest prison sentences in U.S. history. So if y'all can pop over to Morbid Law, it's just going to have stuff like, you know, people who were falsely accused, Jeffrey Dahmer type of stuff, all of that type of stuff. So if y'all can pop over there, give it a quick sub. We have 2 videos up. At some point, I think we'll be doing 1 to 2 videos a day. I have some editors and people working on this. They're kind of slow. They're going slower than I would hope. But thank you for subscribing, Kiera, Lavi, Levix. So, yeah. It is like a true crime channel. This is a true crime channel, but also this Morbid Law Stories is a true crime and courtroom channel. It's exactly what it is. But as you can see, it's not monetized because it only has, well, we have to 71 subscribers. So we need to get to 1,000 subscribers and we need 4,000 watch hours. And we're not even close to that, either one of those, but we'll get there. And so this is going to be true crime, but also I expect this week to have the first in a series of fictional crime. Long like series of fictional crime. So that's going to be something else that'll be on this Morbid. So you're going to have true crime and you're going to have fictional crime. I've been watching the Madeline Soto case unfolding. When that dude goes to trial, he's going to get the chair. Okay. Madeline Soto. Let me write that down. Yeah, we're going to be covering some of this. Now, I will tell y'all, I'm not a gory type of guy. I am the anti-gory guy. I'm the guy that does not, I do not like that stuff. It's not my thing. I don't like hearing, I don't like seeing the images. You know what I'm saying? But I do like storytelling. I do like storytelling. And thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Yes, thank everybody for going over there. Pop one there. There's a case. We're gonna be telling all kinds of crazy stories, y'all. We're gonna tell some of the widely known stories, like the Jeffrey Dahmer case, like Jim Jones. I think a lot of people don't know that. Don't know all of the details about that. Neither do I. So we'll be trying to give you a lot of stories, like historical stories, current events, and also fictitious stories. It's gonna be a lot of content on here. It's gonna be a lot of content on there. So I appreciate everybody for subscribing to that channel. Again, I'm gonna throw it in here one more time for anybody who's tardy to the party. And yeah, thank y'all. Appreciate that. So we're gonna be, that's gonna have a lot of content. Like, I'll give y'all another example. Hold up one second. This is something I put on the main channel. Let me find it real quick. Y'all might have seen. Let me show y'all this video. Did y'all see this video of the of this guy? Did y'all see this video of this guy who the cop threw to the ground? And he wound up like that. So this was body cam footage. You know, he didn't die, thank goodness. He didn't pass away, but he was pretty jacked up. This guy's 70 years old and the cop just slammed him to the ground. You know, it was some kind of traffic dispute or something. And the guy, I guess the cop doesn't like what the guy, he doesn't like the cut of this guy's jib. He doesn't like the cut of this guy's jib, and this guy gets the slam to the ground treatment.
You got a ticket also? Yes. Your tag's expired?
Yeah, you're going to see. I'm going to play this real quick. So it's like a traffic dispute. And then he comes back. Now, the guy was being a little bit confrontational, but you also have to understand this guy is a 70-year-old man, and it's obvious that he's an older gentleman. You know?
I understand that, but you're not. You see where that car's at? Whenever you enter
So that's the kind of thing we're going to be covering on the other channel. Current events, historic events, and even some fictitious stuff. Court cases. Yeah, he actually hit his head. You couldn't tell from that angle, but there's another angle where you can see it better. Show y'all the other angle. You can see a little better from this angle. And yeah, this guy got jacked up, y'all. So the cop's not only bigger. Yeah, so I mean, you need to know about this stuff. You need to know about this stuff. So anyway, that's the kind of thing we're going to be covering on the other channel. Probably not on the main channel so much, but we'll be dedicating that to the other channel. So appreciate y'all for subscribing, y'all. Appreciate y'all for subscribing. Yeah, major lawsuit is definitely coming. Major lawsuit is definitely coming. See, that was crazy. He was elderly, didn't listen to him. Yeah, I mean, listen, this is where you, as a police officer, you have to have situational awareness and you have to have compassion, really. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he was unconscious, but again, you can see from the hospital image at the beginning. Um, you can see from the hospital image after the slam, he was jacked up. My man went to the. He was. This is what he. This is what he looked like afterwards, y'all. I mean, you talking about like a real. That was a real serious situation. Neck brace, bruising around the eyes. You know, he didn't deserve that. He didn't deserve that. So he wasn't being cooperative. So we have to call it like it is, but he didn't deserve that. So type of thing we'll be covering on the other channel. I call it morbid because that's kind of morbid, y'all. It's kind of, sad. Jacked up. Yeah, he definitely could have died. Oh man. Yeah, he did. He did him dirty. He did him dirty. I agree. So what do y'all think? What are y'all expecting from Viverito? Y'all think Viverito is going to bring this all together? Do y'all think Viverito is going to bring it all together, or do you think that it's just going to be more of the same? Do y'all think he's going to bring it all together, or do you think it's going to just be more of the same? That's my question. Probably not. No evidence. So Viverito was a very important part of all of this. Viverito, y'all, how do y'all feel about Woody? How y'all feel about Woody? Because I think we're probably about to see some more Woody tapes. And Woody was out there not only back when he was talking to Gaither and Thorpe and Dennis, but he's also talked to Viverito, and I think we're gonna probably see some Viverito Woody tapes today. How do y'all feel about that? Woody is Rico. Yeah, yeah. Woody is a wild boy. Are y'all Woody fans though? Are y'all Woody fans? Or because Woody is one of the best, one of the most, I shouldn't say best. He's had one of the best outcomes of this whole trial. He's been able to basically leverage his notoriety into, I don't know if Woody isn't a millionaire yet, he probably will become a millionaire, will have earned $1 million or more off of this trial, off of his notoriety. So, some people feel like that's not fair. What do y'all think? Is he just one of these people who the rules don't apply to him? Like, for whatever reason, he just gets away with it, even though other people didn't. I respect Woody. He is a very likable Andre. No, that's tripping me out, Andre, because you don't like anybody. You don't like anybody. He just bought a Bentley truck. Hold up. Now we gotta look that up. Yo, hold up. Andre, give me a link. Let me see. Hold. Nah, y'all. Nah, y'all. Nah, y'all. What? Nah, y'all. I can't play the music. Is this real? There's music playing. Nah, I want to see him buy it. Hold up. What? I'm not gonna play the sound because of the music, and they'll demonetize this stream. Nah, 20v1s don't play. They don't pay that much, y'all. 20v1s don't pay that much. He pulling 20,000 for 30 minutes. How is it worth it? Y'all, I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of a peek behind the scenes on YouTube. I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of peek. If you do 1 million views on a YouTube channel, on a YouTube video, 1 million views will probably pay you, depending on, there's going to be a wide variety of different types of payouts. There's going to be a wide variety of payouts for 1 million views. It all depends on the advertisers that advertise on your channel. So if you have a financial channel or a crypto channel or even a legal channel, you're going to get paid more than if you have a gossip channel, usually, even for the same 1 million views, because the crypto channel, the financial channel, the advertisers, they pay more to advertise on your content. So it can be big. The difference can be huge. The difference could be anything from $5 per 1,000 ads up to $20. 20 is a little extreme, but some people are getting 20. But let's say $5 per 1,000 ads to $17. It could be, let's say, so you talking about 3 times the difference. So on 1 million views, you could be making $5,000, or you could be making $17,000. That's a huge difference between the two. Wouldn't you agree? 5,000 to 17,000. We'll talk about lead in a sec. If y'all just want to get some more information about the money. So for 1 million views, let's just say a reasonable range is 5 G's to 17 G's. So like, let's say I wanted Woody to come on my channel. I'm about to give him 20,000. I would have to think that interview needs to do at least 2 million views. Just if I'm talking about YouTube, for me to feel like I'm secure that I'm gonna get my money back. Definitely not a 30-minute interview either. It'll have to be probably more like hour and a half, because the longer people watch, the better it is. So anybody giving him 20,000 for an interview, in my opinion, they are, if we're just talking about YouTube revenue, just straight YouTube revenue, you're talking about, I expect to get 2 million views, 1.5 million to 2 million views on this. Maybe now you're going to chop it up. You're going to get clips. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. I'm not talking about shorts, though. YouTube shorts pays way less. So we can't even include that. So if we're talking about YouTube videos of 8 to 10 minutes or longer, even though they might be clips, I need to be getting at least 1.5 to 2 million views to give somebody 20,000. And then I'm still taking a risk. I might be building my channel though. So maybe I paid 20, I made 13, or I made 15. So I lost 5,000, but maybe I gained a lot of subscribers too. So, or a lot more attention. Okay. So they aren't going to show her face, it looks like. So real quick, y'all, I guess while we wait for Viverito to come in, the idea that you're about to give
is some of the testimony you're about to hear will be this witness's opinion as an expert based on training and experience, not her firsthand knowledge as a fact witness. Other testimony will be so-called fact information gleaned during the witness's investigation. I've instructed the state to the extent possible to try to make clear when they're asking for or when the witness is giving expert opinion versus fact testimony. I'll just recall to you the instructions previously given about how to evaluate fact testimony, lay opinion testimony, if there is any from this witness, and expert opinion testimony. Y'all want anything beyond that? Okay, great. Are we ready for the jury? Okay.
Yeah, I saw his Danza, Nikki, and that did big numbers. I could certainly believe they gave him that kind of money. Um, I don't know how much they paid him, obviously, but I could believe it.
Yeah, I think as soon as they come out, I'll do that. You can tender, then we'll get the witness and I'll give those instructions and off we'll go.
So, real quick, let me answer this question, Slim Life. A lot of people keep having this question. The answer is this: Woody was not indicted on his RICO. Obama was. Montunk was. Woody and Lil D were not indicted on this RICO. They did not have to plead guilty. They did not have to take a plea deal. Neither Woody nor Lil D, Zachary, were on this RICO. Montunk was on this RICO. He had to take a deal. Obama was on this RICO. He had to take a deal. So when you look at Woody, you're not looking at a person who had to take a plea deal with this RICO because he was not part of it. When you see Lil D Zachary, the guy who was in the hospital, who came in like hospital clothes or something, or whatever it was, no, jail clothes, whatever that was. Lil D Zachary was not part of this RICO. He did not have to take a deal. So Obama and I think Tick, who was earlier in the trial, and Montunk, they were all part of the RICO. They all had to plea out, so they were forced to testify in a certain way. Woody was not part of this RICO, and neither was Lil D. So they didn't. They had more liberty as to like plead the fifth
Thank
and
you.
that kind of thing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a guilty plea conviction is about to be admitted in this case. A guilty plea conviction of Mr. Kendrick will be admitted for your consideration, and it may be considered by you only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to counts 1 and 63. And let me also take this opportunity to instruct you about the guilty plea convictions of Mr. Stillwell, which had already previously been admitted for your consideration. Those convictions may be considered by you only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to counts 1, 52, and 64. You may not use the conviction of Mr. Kendrick in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Stillwell. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Stillwell. And likewise, you may not use the convictions of Mr. Stillwell in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Kendrick. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Kendrick. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him, not by what may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else. And there were also guilty plea convictions of Mr. Nichols admitted previously. For the reasons that I just explained, those convictions would have been admissible only against Mr. Nichols and not any other defendant. And because Mr. Nichols is no longer a part of this prosecution and his convictions would have only been admissible against him, there is no longer a reason for them to be in evidence, and you are not to consider them for any reason in your deliberations and in reaching your verdict. And you also heard testimony about a guilty plea by Mr. Winfrey. Whether Mr. Winfrey pled guilty to something is also not to be considered against any of these defendants. This proposition is true about the guilty plea convictions of any co-defendant. And again, that's because each defendant has the right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him and not by what may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 438 VV pursuant to 24-9-902, which is a self-authenticating certified copy of conviction of Mr. Diamante Kendrick, an indictment 15 SC 140116, where Mr. Kendrick pled guilty to participation in criminal street gang activity, conspiracy to commit a crime, possession of a firearm or knife during the commission of or attempt to commit certain felonies, theft by receiving stolen property, BGCSA for the purchase, possession of a controlled substance in Schedule 1 or Schedule 2, driving, fleeing, and attempting to elude, and possession of a marijuana less than an ounce.
All right, that is admitted. And you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Investigator M. Viverito.
All right. And while that investigator is making her way to the stand, I'm going to give you another instruction. And this is kind of just a reminder instruction. So some of the testimony you're about to hear from this witness will be the witness's opinion as an expert based on training and experience, not her knowledge as a fact witness. But other testimony she's going to give will be so-called fact information gleaned during the witness's investigation. I've instructed this, go ahead. I've instructed the state to the extent possible to try to make it clear when they're asking for or when the witness is giving expert opinion versus fact testimony. And I'll just recall to you the instructions that were previously given before another expert's testimony that was going to testify in a dual capacity about how to evaluate fact testimony, lay opinion testimony, if there is going to be any from this witness, and then expert opinion testimony. All right, thank you. And if you can swear the witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
State and spell your first and last name for the courts. I'm sorry, who? First initial, last name for the courts, okay?
Sure. It would be M. Viverito, Viverito.
And good morning, Investigator Viverito. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well.
Where do you work?
The City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Since February of 2023.
And what are your current job duties and responsibilities with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Currently, I hold the rank of investigator, and my position is unique. It's the first of its kind for the Atlanta Police Department. It's a move towards intelligence-led investigations. So my official title is an investigative gang analyst. That is where it's basically a hybrid between a detective and a criminal intelligence analyst. So you're fusing the best parts of both worlds to move investigations forward, especially in the gang world.
And when you said intelligence-led investigation, just tell the jury briefly, what do you mean?
Intelligence-led investigations where you think outside the box. So it's not just, okay, maybe some camera footage, talking to some people. You're using everything at your disposal, whether it be social media accounts, jail calls, phone extractions, wiretaps, everything. You're going to try and get everything you can from the intelligence world and do your research and bring that all in together than just traditional investigative techniques.
Prior to working at Atlanta Police Department, where did you work?
Start from the beginning?
No, just
okay.
Immediately prior.
Prior to the Atlanta Police Department, I was with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in their gang unit. I was a senior investigator, and then I was ultimately promoted to a lieutenant in the high-profile case unit.
And let's first talk about your time as a senior investigator. Tell the jury about your job duties and responsibilities as a senior investigator in the gang unit.
So I would work with various attorneys in the unit, and I would review cases that were coming up for trial or being prepared for indictment. And I'd take a look at the file, and we'd see if there was anything that was needed to push the case forward. We may go talk to people. We may locate witnesses. We may secure additional search warrants and just get the case ready and be trial ready for when it ultimately goes to trial or takes a plea.
And as a lieutenant, what did you do when you were with the high profile unit?
It was things of a similar nature, but it was a little bit more, again, as the title would allude to, high profile cases, media cases, cases that involve difficult witnesses, in cases that were a little bit more complex.
Now, prior to working at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, did you work for any other law enforcement agency?
I did.
If you could tell the jury about your career in law enforcement.
Sure. I graduated from the University of Tampa with a bachelor's degree in criminology. I did about a year down in Tampa working at a juvenile facility to get some experience. Then after that, I moved to Atlanta. I started my career with the Georgia Department of Corrections as a felony probation officer. While I was there, my career has exclusively been in the city of Atlanta. While I was there, I started out with a normal caseload. Shortly after that, they started a program what was called the Atlanta Community Impact Program. It was a pilot program driven to reduce recidivism for people returning back to the community from prison. So somebody may get sentenced to a prison sentence that includes probation. So they partnered us with every day. We were partnered with Atlanta police officers. We would ride with them. They would come with us to do home visits. So we'd get a list of returning citizens from prison, and we'd offer wraparound services. So if you need a job, if you need housing, if you need clothing, if you need education, if you need anything you need, we offer it there as like kind of a one-stop shop in an effort to reduce recidivism. So on the other hand, then, if you want to get out of prison and say, you know what, not interested, I'd like to engage in a crime spree, thanks. We have the Atlanta Police Department with us every day to say, okay, we're going to stop that before you get hurt or before anybody else gets hurt. Anybody in the community is
I want you to slow down a little because you are going so fast, and I will ask a different question further. All right. While you were with probation, did you ever have an opportunity to work with the GBI?
Yes, later on in my career.
Okay. So when did you work with the GBI later on in your career?
Okay, several years later, I was promoted to probation and parole there are different ranks. I was promoted to a criminal investigator. So what's that? You don't have a caseload. You're operating as a
slow down.
Sorry. You're operating as a law enforcement officer within probation and parole. Typically, you're assigned to the Special Operations Division, and then you're assigned to either a federal task force. In my case, I was assigned to the GBI Gang Task Force. That's the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. It's a statewide gang task force.
And what did you do when you were part of the GBI Gang Task Force?
Although we were statewide, my experience was here in the city of Atlanta. So I took on
You're right. This is her training to qualify her as an expert in gang.
Do you want to stipulate to it? To her expertise? I mean, you may.
Yeah, there are pictures of her on the internet already. Not really sure. Whitaker seems like she's not really sure. Whitaker seems like she's more likely to do this kind of thing where she'll let people hide their face if they're in law enforcement. So there are pictures of her. You can find them very easily on Twitter or X. Yeah, probably Italian. I agree with that. I mean, I think they're going to play the interviews that she did with Woody, which if they do, you would imagine you're going to see her face unless they redacted her face. But then I was wondering, how will the jury know? How will the jury know that that's her?
Okay. So specifically going into what you were doing with the GBI Gang Task Force. You can continue.
Okay. So we had agents some agents like to work in North Georgia, some South Georgia. I was familiar with the city of Atlanta. So during my time there, I investigated several complex multi-defendant gang cases that were focused on violence within the city of Atlanta.
And in additional, do you have any formal training that you've taken to assist you in identifying gangs here in the city of Atlanta?
Sure. Back when I first started, there's a 40-hour course down at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center that you take as kind of a introductory course down there. I completed that. I'm also a member of the Georgia Gang Investigators Association and completed the beginner and intermediate certification through them. I attend there. They have a biannual conference, a summer and a winter typically, where it's a week full of just training. Every year the topics vary. They bring people in from all over the country to teach. I attend both of those. I attend various trainings throughout the year and just keeping myself abreast of the topics and trends in the gang world.
And just briefly tell the jurors, what type of courses are you taking in these training sessions?
It just depends what they offer at the time. It could be best practices in gang investigations. It could be technology focused. It could be narcotics focused. It could be focused on street crime enforcement. They try to keep a good variety so their members are well versed and have a well-rounded training background.
Yeah. Can you pull that? Yeah, it worked great for a minute and I don't know what happened, but just pull that mic towards you. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
In addition to your formal training, do you have any other training or experience to assist you in identifying criminal street gangs and determining gang culture?
I'd say my experience here in the city of Atlanta, working here, my career has been exclusively here. Probation and parole gave me a great knowledge base to start my career. I do have a lot of in custody and custodial, non-custodial interviews with people. I like to talk to people. People talk to me. And I do listen to a lot of jail calls, I feel they're great to get information, phone extractions, wiretap calls. You kind of learn from the gangs themselves.
And you just talked about speaking with individuals. At your time, have you had the opportunity to speak with gang members and or their family members while you've been working in law enforcement?
Yes, multiple times I've talked to gang members. I've talked to the mothers of their children, their mothers, their grandmothers, brothers, sisters. Sometimes I remember one time recently I was out at a crime scene and somebody's sister came up to me and said, "Hey, how you doing?"
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. Do you gain information to assist you in your investigations with your cases?
Absolutely.
And then you talked about jail calls and wiretaps, and listening to those jail calls and information you get from the wiretaps or intercepted calls. Does that help provide you information to assist you with your knowledge of gangs and gang investigation?
It does.
Now, as your time as an investigator and working in all of your law enforcement capacities, have you had the opportunity to use social media to assist you in your investigation?
I have.
How does social media assist you in your investigations?
So typically in the past with gangs, graffiti used to kind of be the newspaper for the gang. You go to neighborhoods and you look at graffiti and see who's been dead or who they're disrespecting, who's claiming the territory. Now, modern day, that's all basically shifted to social media. It allows you to still do that and not assume much of the risk that you have standing out there doing those kind of things. Gangs love social media, and it's probably one of the most important things you need to pay attention to in gang investigations.
Now, do you use certain tools in order to assist you with investigation that the general public does not have access to?
Yes.
What are some of those tools?
Of course, we have our jail call system. We have phone extractions are a huge, huge thing. So any cell phones that we recover during arrests and we secure a search warrant, I'll have them extracted by a qualified examiner. Interviews that wouldn't be available to the general public, the access to certain people. There's a lot of people that I've talked to that not everybody has access to talk to. So there's several things.
As a gang detective with Atlanta Police Department, were you trained in the method and protocol of the Atlanta Police Department in determining whether or not a person is either associated or a member of a criminal street gang?
Yes.
Now, when you were with the other agencies, were you trained in other methods or protocols to determine whether or not a person is either associated with or a member of a criminal street gang?
Yes, the different agencies have their different methods, but yes.
As an investigator, have you had the opportunity through your work in Atlanta to interact with persons who claimed association with a gang called Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury generally about your interactions with individuals regarding the Young Slime Life gang?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Let me just ask generally, then I'll go specifically. Have you had conversations with individuals who are a member of Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity or occasion to review social media accounts of individuals who claim affiliation with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate themselves with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to intercept phone calls with individuals who associate themselves with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you, through your work as well in Atlanta, have you had the opportunity to interact with individuals who claimed association with a gang called YFN?
Yes, I have.
And I'll ask the same series of questions. Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate themselves with YFN?
Yes, I helped investigate and was part of the team for the YSL RICO indictment, and jail calls were an integral part of our investigation.
And we're going to talk about that indictment in a moment. Have you had the opportunity to look at social media of individuals who claim affiliation with YFN?
Yes.
And what about interception of cellular phone calls? Have you had that opportunity with individuals associated with YFN?
Not as YFN as the target, but it's happened with other cases.
And when you say not with YFN as a target, what do you mean?
When you intercept phone calls, you have a target phone number that you're intercepting the calls from. I haven't had a wiretap case. I've done a few of them. I haven't had one where a YFN person was a target.
Now, through your working with YSL and YFN, have you had the occasion to learn about alliances with both YFN and YSL?
Yes.
Now, I think you mentioned briefly GGIA, but if you can explain to the jury, what is GGIA?
That's the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Many of us are members and we attend the conferences. They offer great trainings and certifications throughout the year. And like I said, they have a winter and a summer conference. You can go there, you can meet gang experts from throughout the country will come present and just learn from a variety of experienced individuals.
And I think briefly you mentioned, have you had the opportunity to teach courses in gangs?
I have.
What type of courses have you taught?
I serve as an adjunct instructor for the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Typically, I teach social media investigations and advanced investigative techniques.
Now, you talked about the fact that you listened to a lot of jail calls, you've intercepted cellular calls on wiretaps. I mean, you've had the ability to review cell phone data that's been extracted from cell phones. Did those interactions with technology and communication with gang members, looking at jail calls and those items, did that help you gain any knowledge into coded languages that gang members may use?
Absolutely.
Have you had any training on gangs and music?
I've had at the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, I believe a few years ago, they had some blocks on music and gangs.
And have you had the occasion in your experience to investigate gangs with people who have ties to the music industry?
I have in Atlanta. It is very common.
And is YSL and YFN both of those gangs that you've been able to investigate?
Yes.
And have you listened to music of individuals associated with both those gangs, both YSL and YFN?
I have.
And are you familiar with gang references in music?
I am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Investigator Viverito as a witness, excuse me, as an expert in criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity, Your Honor.
All right. She's so qualified and may testify as an expert in those areas.
Now, while you've either been at Atlanta Police Department or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, have you had the opportunity to lead any gang investigations?
I have.
And specifically, I want to direct your attention to this particular case, this indictment here, where you wanted to lead investigators on this indictment when you were at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, I was.
Now, as an investigator on this case, did you have the occasion to investigate any crimes involving an individual by the name of Marquavius Huey?
I did.
And specifically, did you investigate an armed robbery that occurred in October of 2020?
I did.
All right. How did you get involved in that investigation?
Prior to coming to the DA's office, when I was at the GBI Gang Task Force, my office was at the Atlanta Police Department's headquarters in their gang unit. So I was very familiar with all the detectives and the different units up there. I was approached by a detective, Jeffrey Henderson, from the robbery unit regarding a robbery case involving Mr. Huey that he had.
And when he approached you, what, if any, steps did you assist him when he approached you?
I did.
What if steps did you take to assist him with that investigation?
Just identifying Mr. Huey's gang involvement, who he was affiliated with, who he would have had alliances with, who he would have had rivalries with, things of that nature.
And how did you go about assisting to identify Huey's relationships with any gang involvement?
Well, the first thing I did was review Mr. Huey's social media accounts. The name has changed a few times, but when I reviewed it, it was Mr. Huey's very proud of his affiliation with Young Slime Life.
Yep. Sustained. Don't provide commentary like that, okay? Just if you're testifying to facts, just give us the facts. Disregard that last comment.
So just what were some of his names?
JBS Quay for Jonesboro South Quay. I can't remember the rest of them off the top of my head, but he would change. It changed a few times.
And when you looked at his social media, did you also do any other investigation to assist Investigator Henderson?
When Investigator Henderson, following Mr. Huey's arrest, obtained his cellular devices, Investigator Henderson did a search warrant for his devices with a scope of 30 days. So what that means is when the phone is extracted, it's permissible to review 30 days worth of data. I think the time frame was just around the time of the robbery. Within that time frame, there were additional crimes and evidence in the phone. I secured search warrants to expand the scope of what was allowed to be searched to the entire phone on 2 phones.
And once you were able to secure a search warrant, did you then look into the phone, the expanded phone?
I did.
And in preparation for your testimony today, have you had the opportunity to look at some of the contents in that phone?
I have.
You have permission to approach?
You may.
Permission?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 227 VV2A. 227 VV2B, 227 VV2C, and 227 VV2D. If you can look at those and tell me if you recognize those items.
Sure. Yes, I recognize them.
And how do you recognize them?
They are text messages that were extracted from Mr. Huey's phone, his phones, as well as two contacts that were stored in the phone.
Okay. And those appear to be accurate depictions of text messages and the context that were in the phone that you reviewed back in 2020.
They do.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 227 VV2A, 227 VV2B, 227 VV2C, and 227 VV2D into evidence.
Admitted.
Now, Investigator Viverito, when looking through the phone, well, let me ask you this. Prior to getting involved with this investigation with Marquavius Huey, did you have any knowledge of any beef between YFN and YSL?
Yes, since 2015, YSL and YFN had had an ongoing conflict.
Overruled.
And when you were working with the GBI task force in 2020, did you have knowledge of that beef?
I did.
All right. Now, when you looked inside of Mr. Huey's phone, did you see any conversations in his phone regarding an individual by the name of Lucci?
I did.
Okay. And generally, what information was in the phone that you saw about an individual Lucci? What did you see in the phone?
I would see that when Lucci or Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, when Mr. Bennett would have, there was a handful of performances or appearances within the city of Atlanta. The flyer would be shared either by Mr. Williams or Mr. Huey, and Mr. Huey would talk about going to handle that. It would be told or asked to go handle that.
And you said he would be talking to Mr. Williams. How did you know, when you're saying Mr. Williams, who are you referring to?
Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug.
How did you know he was speaking with Jeffrey Williams?
Based on the phone numbers that he was in communication with, as well as how they were named in the phone, but the phone numbers themselves.
I'm going to first show you what's been admitted as 227 VV2C.
Okay.
And it should come up on your screen in a moment. Now, first, looking at 227 VV2C, what is the jury looking at?
You're looking at when you extract a phone. If you go to your address book in your phone, you'll pull up contacts or a contact card. This is what it looks like when the phone is extracted. When you receive it back on a hard drive and you're going through the phone, this is what it's going to appear as. So you may have mom, a phone number, and that information. This is how it appears in a forensic phone extraction.
And for 227 VV2C, do you see a name associated with this contact?
Yes.
And what is the name?
It's named Slime, and it has some emojis with the name.
Okay. And are you able to tell what the emojis are?
It looks like a snake emoji, and I don't know if you guys can see. It has to be like the iPhone emoji.
And then in this phone, when it says deleted, do you know what that means?
I would assume that I don't see it on my copy where it says deleted.
Versus deleted in the left-hand column?
Oh, okay, there you go. So yeah, that would be, I would assume that means that contact was deleted or removed from the device at some point, but still stored in the memory of the device somewhere.
Okay. And where it has other, what is in the other category?
That would be the number associated with that contact.
All right. And then for the created category, what's the created category?
That's going to be the date that the contact was added to the phone. So say you meet somebody, you add their contact to your phone, you put them in your address book, that's going to be that date.
And then if it was modified, what does that mean?
Modified could be you change their name, you add a last name, you delete the contact, or you modify the number in any way.
All right. And what was the phone number associated with this contact in the phone?
213-910-1192.
Now I'm going to also show you 227 VV2D.
Okay.
First, I want to start with the other. What is the phone number associated with this contact?
213-910-1192.
And is that the same phone number from 227 VV2C?
It is.
Right. And when you look at the name, what is in the name section?
So here, it's going to appear as almost like a bug type emoji, but I had a chance to review the physical device. It is a spider emoji. That's just how it translates to, I don't know if you have friends, if you have an iPhone, your friends, the Android, sometimes the emojis don't translate correctly. When you extract the phone, that's what happens here. So when you look at the physical device, it's going to be a spider.
And then what was the created and modified date on 227 VV2D?
March 1st of 2019 is created and modified November 22nd of 2020.
And through your investigation, did you associate this contact with an individual?
I did.
And who was that?
Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Now I'm going to publish 227 VV2A.
Okay.
And I want to go to slide 2. What's being depicted in slide 2? And if we can zoom in, because I know it's pretty tiny.
So just like in your phone, when you send a message, typically the message you're sending is going to be in green for iPhones, blue if they have the sent recipient has an iPhone. It's going to be on the right-hand side of the conversation. What that is going to be is it's a flyer for a YFN Lucci performance or appearance.
Okay. And who sent the flyer, and to whom did the flyer get sent to?
Mr. Huey sent that flyer to Mr. Williams.
Right. And looking at slide 3, excuse me, in the middle, what is in the middle? Is that the attachment of what the flyer is?
Yes.
Now looking at slide number 3, is that the attachment?
It is.
All right. And for the record, what does the attachment say?
It is a flyer. I think it was a performance or an appearance. It was a mixtape release for Mr. Bennett at the Diamond Club, which, from my experience with other investigations, is a YFN stronghold.
And if you need to, you can use the screen to help point out as well.
Yeah, so you'll see it's just saying he has a mixtape release, and this is at the Diamond Club on Northside Drive.
Now looking at slide 3.
Okay.
Slide 4, excuse me. Starting at slide 4. And if you can either read from the screen behind you or from your paper, or read from the screen behind you and so we can show the jury. Tell the jurors about the conversation that is happening as a result of this flyer.
So it's a little confusing, but at the time, if you look at the time and dates these messages are sent, the flyer and the initial conversation is started on Mr. Williams' phone that has a 213 area code or a Los Angeles area code. Once the flyer is sent by Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams switches to his Atlanta phone number and they engage in conversation to where Mr. Williams tells him, handle that tonight, and follows it up with slat. And then Mr. Huey responds, slat.
And you said that this was Mr. Williams' Atlanta number. On the left-hand side, it says slime. Would that be the contact, how the contact is saved in Mr. Huey's phone?
Yes, that's how it would appear in the phone.
And what is the Atlanta phone number?
It is 404-789-1371.
And what is the date, roughly the date and times of these text messages?
January 19th, 2020.
Now going to page 5. What is being depicted on slide 5 of this PowerPoint?
That is Mr. Williams using his Atlanta number to tell Mr. Huey on August 15th of 2020, go handle that, and he responds, slat.
Now, looking at page 6, or slide 6, excuse me. Now, is this September 2nd, 2020?
It is.
Okay. And what is occurring in this text message conversation beginning on September 2nd, 2020?
Okay, so several months later, Mr. Huey is going to send another flyer for a YFN Lucci appearance or performance. And Mr. Williams responds, where's that at? Mr. Huey tells him, Claremont. Mr. Williams responds and says, slatty handle, stay very low. And Mr. Huey says, slat, for sure, I've been out the way.
And looking at the next slide, is this a copy of that flyer?
Yes, it is.
And when is the date of the appearance that Mr. Bennett is advertising?
September 6th.
Now going to the next slide. Does that conversation continue?
It does.
Okay. And if you could say for the record what the conversation is as it continues.
Mr. Huey tells Mr. Williams, I appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty. He sends the 100 emoji, which kind of means like, I'm for real about it. Mr. Williams says, slat, handle that, I got you. Mr. Huey responds, slat.
Now, going to the next slide, is there some additional conversation now with the 213 number that's identified as Spider or Mr. Williams?
There is.
Okay. And when is this conversation?
July 20th of 2020.
Okay. So this is after the first Lucci conversation, but before the second Lucci conversation.
Yes.
All right. And what is occurring in this conversation?
Mr. Huey sends in the first message, you see an attachment. It's a video clip of a friend that wanted really bad he was like trying to get his career off the ground as a rapper here in Atlanta. He says, post this for me, my brother. And then he uses a derogatory term for somebody and says, that person's out here in LA, twin. Not referring to his friend, he's referring to somebody else, somebody of the opposition, it appears.
Sustained.
Yes. And is that just generally the context of this conversation?
Correct.
All right. I want to move to The next slide. I'm sorry, the next slide. Specifically, on this slide, do you see a message with an individual by the name of Javon Fleetwood?
I do.
And are you familiar with that individual?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that individual?
He's a member of YSL.
Okay. And as a part of your investigation, have you had the occasion to investigate a shooting involving Mr. Fleetwood, where he is been charged with aggravated assault?
Yeah, I wasn't the lead investigator, but I had a chance to review the investigation.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to prep that case for trial at any point?
I did.
What were the charges that he was preparing for to go to trial on?
I believe it was aggravated assault.
Okay. And do you know the approximate date of the incident in which he was being charged with?
I believe it was May 10th of 2019.
And in that May 10th, 2019, was there a vehicle associated with that ag assault?
There was.
Well, we haven't heard it yet, but avoid hearsay.
Yes. As a part of your investigation, when you were investigating that case for trial,
I'm going to give you hearsay.
Don't elicit hearsay.
I won't elicit hearsay.
Because right now it sounds like she's testifying as a fact witness, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you get social media account for Mr. Fleetwood?
I didn't obtain records for it, but I reviewed some posts from his account.
From his public account?
Correct.
And have you had the opportunity to view those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 479 VV. Tell me if you recognize 479 VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 479 VV?
That's a photo of Mr. Javon Fleetwood from his Instagram account.
And is that from his public Instagram account?
It is.
Right. And was that pulled in preparation for this indictment here that we are referencing, 22 SC 183572?
It was.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit 478 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
Oh, excuse me, 479 VV.
All right. Admitted.
And we'll publish that in a moment. Based on your investigation, do you know if Mr. Huey and Mr. Fleetwood had a friendship?
Yes.
And had you seen any public social media accounts with both Mr. Fleetwood and Mr. Huey in those together?
I believe there were a few posts of them together that I reviewed.
Right. Now I want to go to, I think, slide 10. And we're going to now publish 469 VV. Four 471, 479 VV. That's not it. And is that Mr. Fleetwood?
That is.
Okay. And what was his Instagram name?
_TV World.
And I want to zoom into his face. Do you see any tattoos Do you see any tattoos on Mr. Fleetwood's face?
I do.
And specifically, do you see the tattoo with the star?
I do.
What is the tattoo next to the tattoo with the star?
So down the right side of his face by his temple, you'll see he has YSL tattooed on the right side of his face.
And now I'll go back to the next set of the former. States Exhibit 227 VV2A. Now I want to go to this conversation that starts on February 25th, 2020.
Okay.
Who is Mr. Huey speaking with?
Mr. Williams using his Los Angeles area code phone number.
And looking at this post, generally, what is the context of this text message conversation?
He sends a social media post of somebody else to Mr. Williams and says, "What's up with him? Is he cool?"
Okay. And then what was his next message to Mr. Williams' phone?
He's inquiring if the gentleman is cool. It looks because he says he posted that racial expletive, Bloody J.
And are you familiar with that name or individual, Bloody J?
Yes.
And are you aware if he's associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
He's associated with the YFN or Atlanta Blood Gang, criminal street gangs.
And do you know Bloody J's given name?
Yes, it's Justin Ushery.
And have you had any investigation involving Mr. Ushery?
I have.
And then did Mr. Williams respond to his to Mr. Hugh's inquiry?
He says, "Who is that?" To which Mr. Huey responds, "Duct Tape Dave."
And are you familiar with the individual by the name of Duct Tape Dave?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that name?
He's a pretty prominent guy within the duct tape criminal street gang.
Okay. And then was there a response to that?
It was.
Oh, and what was that?
Mr. Williams says, "He's a buster too." To which Mr. Huey responds, "Slat." And he tells Mr. Williams, "I told him, fuck them, racial expletive. He hit me back laughing and shit."
All right. Now I want to go to a tweet that begins on March 12th, 2020.
Okay.
Now, what is going on within this group of text messages on March 12th, 2020?
Mr. Williams initiates a conversation with Mr. Huey.
Okay. And what does Mr. Williams say in his initiation?
What y'all got going on?
Okay. And then is there a response?
He says, "Them, racial expletive, no, I ain't play no part in that slime."
All right. And then is there a response from Mr. Williams back to Mr. Huey?
He says, "Take that shit back."
And is there a response from Mr. Huey back to Mr. Williams?
Mr. Huey says, "I ain't get nothing out of that. I ain't even pull no gun on nobody. I'm finna tell them though."
All right. And does he make another response?
He said, "I told them I ain't finna do that shit. He went on and did it. I couldn't stop him."
And then does Mr. Williams respond to that?
Mr. Williams says, "If he don't take it back, he's gonna die."
And looking at this text message, without going into detail, were you aware of any police reports around this event of March 12, 2020?
Overruled.
Were you aware of any police reports regarding any incidents around this date?
I was.
Now, I want to go to 227 VV 2B. And in looking at 227 VV 2B, was there a text message on November 14, 2021?
There was.
Okay. And who sent the message?
Mr. Huey sends the message to Mr. Williams' LA area code phone number.
Okay. And what does the message say?
It says, you know, I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama.
Now I'm going to approach, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 428 VV. Tell me if you recognize Stacey Dibbitt 428 VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize Stacey Dibbitt 428 VV?
This is a photo from Mr. Huey's public Instagram account.
And is that, what was his account name?
__ Quay1.
And were you familiar with that Instagram post for Mr. Huey?
I was.
And were you able to pull that Instagram post in preparation for this case here today?
I was.
You know, at this time, the state would like to tender tender 428 VV into evidence.
I'm sorry, 28,
428
Okay.
VV
Admitted.
and permission to publish.
You may.
And who is depicted in this picture?
That's going to be Mr. Huey standing with Mr. Williams.
And is there a caption?
There is.
What's the caption?
It reads, from lockdown to a jet, slap biz.
And is there a date to that post?
September 4th.
Now, in looking at Mr. Huey's phone, we talked about there being this ongoing beef with YFN since about 2015. And in Mr. Huey's phone, there is information about Mr. Huey going to go handle business and sending those flyers.
Correct.
Between 2019 and 2020, was there any ongoing conflict or continuous ongoing conflict between YFN and YSL?
Yes.
And through your investigation, were you made aware of incidents that occurred between 2019 and 2020 between those two groups?
Yes, several.
How did you learn about those incidents?
In 2019, when I was working at that time, I wasn't yet promoted to the gang task force. So I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit as a probation officer with a gang caseload. So I worked on their investigations with them. And then in 2020, when I was with the GBI gang task force, I worked some of the actual investigations.
Specifically, did you ever work an investigation regarding a May 2019 incident involving YFN Lucia or Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I was aware of the incident, but I was not an investigator on it.
Okay. Did you investigate any shots fired call from May 22nd, 2019 in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
How were you involved in that investigation?
Can I refer to a timeline?
Yes.
That was an incident where shots fired at the YSL stronghold located at 151 Cleveland Ave.
Sounds like we're reading off the report, and I just would ask if you
Sustained.
Are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I am.
How are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
That's a known location where YSL members hang out, sell narcotics, congregate.
And have you had your own opportunity to investigate crimes that occurred in that area of 151 Cleveland?
I have.
Now, I want to take you to 2020. Did you have the occasion to investigate any specific incidents involving YFN incidents towards YSL members or YSL members towards YFN members?
I did.
In 2020, how many such incidents did you yourself were part of the investigation?
There were numerous incidents that we worked on as a team.
And in 2020, were there a lot of back and forth shootings between those two groups or associates of those two groups?
Yes, almost daily.
In 2020, were there also social media posts of antagonizing between one group, posting on social media, antagonizing the other group?
Yes.
Do you know of an individual by the name of Tinquarius Mender?
I do.
How do you know that individual? How are you aware of that individual?
I want to make sure I answer that. Is it okay to answer?
Let me ask you this. Is Mr. Mender associated with YSL?
He is.
Have you seen social media posts of Mr. Mender driving around in YFN territory?
Yes, he would post himself driving around and he would tag, in case you didn't recognize it from sight, he would tag Summerhill.
And why would that be considered antagonizing for Mr. Mender to be driving around in Summerhill?
Because Mr. Member was also a member of YSL.
In 2020, did you have the occasion to investigate a case involving Mr. Mender and Mr. Diamante Thomas at Greenbrier Mall?
Yes, but I think it was Dontavius Thomas.
Excuse me, Dontavius Thomas. Are you aware if Dontavius Thomas is related to Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
How are they related?
I believe it's his brother.
How were you involved in the investigation regarding Mr. Mender and Dontavius Thomas?
At that time, like I said, there was a conflict. The conflict had reignited. So almost daily, every day we had incidents happening. I remember that day we were at work, we got a call about a vehicle that was fired upon while it was driving on the highway, and it had flipped over, had two victims inside the vehicle. Myself and Investigator Storno of the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit began to look deeper into that case and realized that the victims on the case were Dontavius Thomas and Reginald Carter, the brother and cousin of Donovan Thomas.
And you said you began to dig deeper. What else did you do as a part of that investigation?
Once we got into the investigation, we located a suspect vehicle that I knew to be associated with Mr. Mender and his cousin, Wayne Alford.
And what else did you do as a part of the investigation?
We would pull phone records, we got video, we spoke to witnesses, and ultimately were able to charge that case appropriately.
Were there other conflicts that occurred in 2020?
Yes, following that case, I mean, it was, like I said, it was daily. It was constant shootings back and forth between the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta and some of the other areas where the YSL associates would hang out. It resulted in murders. It resulted in aggravated assaults. There were numerous incidents.
Now, in 2021, did you learn of the arrest of Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
And when he was arrested, where was he housed?
At the Fulton County Jail.
And while he was in the Fulton County Jail, did you learn of a stabbing of Mr. Lucci in February of 2022?
I did.
How did you become aware of that incident?
I believe one of the investigators from the Fulton County Jail had mentioned it to me.
And once you learned about the incident, what, if anything, did you do?
Once I learned about the incident, I inquired about who the suspect was, and I found out that it was a Mr. Jaden Myrick.
When you found out it was Jaden Myrick, what did you do at that point?
I was familiar with Mr. Myrick, so I began to listen to his jail phone calls and look at his jail. In the jail, I don't know if they still do, they used to have tablets they could rent, and they could text friends and family members through the system with the tablets. So I began to review his text messages as well.
And you said you were familiar with Mr. Myrick. How were you familiar with him?
His involvements in the case that we had at the office.
Okay. And we say the office, talking about the Fulton
County District Attorney's Office.
And in your understanding of who Mr. Myrick was, did you know if he was associated with any gang?
I knew he was a blood gang member that was associated with YSL.
Now, you said that you started looking at their tablets. Were you able to get the contents of that tablet?
No.
The text messages of the tablet?
Well, when you log into the system, you can review their text messages. So I was able to review some of the text messages from that relevant time period.
And have you had the opportunity to review some of those text messages in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
And let me ask you this. When you first learned that Jaden Myrick was the person who stabbed him, did you know if there was a plan to stab Lucci? Did you know anything about what led up to the actual stabbing?
I did not, which is what led me to review his phone calls and text messages because I was trying to see what had happened.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 5TT. Tell me if you recognize Stacy Exhibit 5TT.
I do.
How do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 5TT?
These are some of Mr. Myrick's text messages from the jail system.
And were these some of the messages that you looked at when you found out or learned of the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
They are.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of some of the messages that you reviewed once you started investigating or looking into the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Stacy Exhibit 5TT into evidence. Admitted. Once you started looking at these messages, what, if anything, did you learn or glean from these messages?
It appeared to me that Mr. Myrick's girlfriend, Ashley Ellison, was acting as a third party for communication with somebody else.
Okay. And once you started looking at determining Ms. Ellison might be serving as a third party, what did you do at that point?
I began to try and identify the third party and a phone number associated with that party.
And how did you go about doing that?
There were context clues from the text messages. On a text message from February 6th, she says, your folks, this message is from your folks, 706, which is an area code that I know. So I think, okay, maybe that's a clue. Maybe that's the person has a 706 area code. Okay.
And what did the text say?
It does. So Miss Ellison is conveying the message from the 706 area code to Mr. Myrick. And she says, and the person is telling her to tell him, tell lil bro, I talked to the biggest, just now waiting on the news. He thinks we're flexing. I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud. My name is on the line on this one, so don't make me look bad.
And what was the date and time of that message?
February 9th, 2020 at 11:32 p.m.
Is it 2020?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Okay. And in reading that, did you have an understanding of what they were even talking about?
A basic understanding, yes.
What was your understanding of it?
That they were waiting for confirmation that the act had happened, saying that we think we're flexing. He thinks we're trying to get one over on them. And they think that they were kidding because I guess they'd been housed together for a little while and nothing had happened up until that point. He tells them he put the food on the table, like he gave him the opportunity and make me proud.
And once you saw that message, how did you go about determining if 706 was a phone number or what 706 was?
I reviewed Mr. Myrick's jail calls. You can pull jail calls by the inmate themselves. And I looked at his jail calls to see if there are any phone numbers that he had called with a 706 area code.
And were there any phone numbers he had called with the 706 area code?
Yes, there was one.
Now, once you saw the phone number that he had called, what, if anything, did you do about the phone number?
I requested the records for the phone number. I learned that it was a Verizon phone number. When you have Verizon, they retain what is called text message data. As long as it's not an iPhone, if you have an iPhone, as long as it's not iMessage and it's Android to Android or iPhone to Android, for 7 days, they will retain the contents of those text messages. So I secured a search warrant and requested the call records as well as the text message content for that phone number from Verizon.
And were you able to get that information?
I was.
And once you received the information, what, if anything, did you do?
I tried to, it just comes in as a big spreadsheet. So I went through and sorted and identified the calls. I'm sorry, the texts, and read through them.
And when you said you sorted, how did you go about sorting and identifying the text messages?
To make it comprehensible and able to be read, I color coded the messages from each person, so people could kind of track and follow along with what was being said.
And have you had an opportunity to review a copy of a demonstrative showing how you kind of color coded those text messages to help determine what people were talking?
I have.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 1 TTB. Do you recognize Exhibit 1 TTB?
I do.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 1 TTB?
This is the color coded version of the spreadsheet that I had made.
And I'm going to show you here States Exhibit 1 TTC1, 1 TTC2, 1 TTC3, and 1 TTC4. Do those appear to be enlarged versions of your color-coded copy of your text message?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit first States Exhibit 1 TTB and 1 TTC 1 through 4. B as evidence and C 1 through 4 as demonstrative.
All right, those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
And permission for the witness to step down, Your Honor.
Yes, she may.
So, first, orient the jurors as to the colors and who, when you have dark green, who are you highlighting, light green, the pink, and the red. So first, orient the jurors.
Okay. So the greens are going to
And
be.
talk loud so that everyone can hear you.
Okay. So the greens are going to be members of, or somebody associated would appear to be YSL. So make it easy, associated with that stuff of green.
Why did you say that it appeared that they were associated with YSL?
Based on the context of the conversation, what was being discussed, how people were being referred to, things like that. Okay. The red is going to be a conversation with Ashley Ellison. That's Mr. Myrick's girlfriend. So the darker red, you'll see the originating member, is going to be Mr. Myrick. And then the lighter, the pink is going to be Ms. Ellison. And then the yellow was an unknown number that was inserted into the conversation. It was still involved.
And when you went back and started investigating the case, what do you recall what day the status occurred?
February 9th.
So when you went back, why did you start at February 6th, 2022?
Because that's what the jail text messages, that's kind of when they had started. So I wanted to go back to get, usually when a crime happens, sometimes it's premeditated, sometimes it's not. But I wanted to catch the planning phase if there was any planning phase.
And did you ever associate any of the other phone numbers? For example, this 404-293-3244. Did you ever at some point identify that phone number?
I did.
And who did you identify that phone number to belong to?
That belonged to Demikian Garlington.
And did Demikian Garlington have a nickname?
D for Little League.
And were you familiar with his social media accounts?
I was.
And did he ever go by the social media account Scarface?
He did.
So let's start with on February 6, 2022, is there a text message from the phone associated with Demikian Garlington to that 706 number?
No, it's going to come from the 706 number to Mr. Garlington.
Okay. And thank you for clarifying that for me. The 706 number, let me ask you this. Did you ever identify that individual?
I did.
And who was that?
That's going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Cleve Adams. He's an inmate with the Brewer Department of Corrections. He also goes by the name Bobby Hunt. That's his nickname, his moniker, he likes to go out.
And based on your investigation, was he conducting these text messages while he was incarcerated in prison?
He was.
All right. Now, looking at the first message, what is the date and time of the first message?
February 6, 2022 at 10:22 a.m.
10:20 or 19?
19:20, sorry.
Okay, so that's 7:20 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. And what is the text message?
It says, yo.
And is there a response from the phone associate Mr. Garlington to the phone associate Mr. Adams or Bobby?
Yes, Mr. Garlington says, who is this? Who's this?
All right. And is there a response?
He says, Hunt.
Now, you have a red call here. What does that signify?
That's going to be a text message from Ashley Ellison, Mr. Myrick's girlfriend.
And who is she communicating with?
She's sending a message to Mr. Hunt, the gentleman in prison.
And what did she say?
She said, hey, this is Red. Sectric Ruby, can you talk? He wanted me to call you.
Now, Cetric, do you know who that is?
Mr. Myrick, that's the nickname that he goes by, Cetric.
And have you ever heard the term, this is Red Cetric Ruby? Do you have heard of that term before?
Yeah, Ruby is a slang term or a name that's given to a female friend or associated with blood gang. They go by a Ruby, like Cindy Ruby.
And at any point did Mr. Adams respond to her?
Yes, a little bit more down the line.
Okay, and just to make it easier, when did he respond to her and what was his response?
Wanted to call you. It might have gone through the jail messages. It's hard to explain.
Okay, so then next, on February 6th, 2022 at 1951, is there a conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and Mr. Garland's phone?
Yes.
Okay, just go through that conversation, the next set of conversation.
So Mr. Garlington says, what it do, twin? Mr. Adams, who's been in communication with Mr. Myrick, says, my little man right there with the F-U-C-K, racial expletives. And Mr. Garlington says, oh yeah, where about? Mr. Adams says, you know which I'm talking about, right? The singer. And Mr. Garlington says, who's locked up? And Mr. Adams says, 650. To which I know that to be a nickname from Mr. Bennett. He will wear a 650 chain. He goes by 650 Luke. He has music. He has a Maybach, 650 Maybach. That's where it comes from. So Mr. Garlington responds, oh yeah, meet him. And then Mr. Adams says, my little man gonna call back tomorrow. Mr. Garlington says, okay, let me know. Mr. Adams, attempting to use code of language, says, I'm gonna let you know. He's been ready to get an autograph for the game. And then Mr. Garlington says, okay, let me know ASAP. To which Mr. Adams responds, red.
And when you said he's using coded language, what do you mean?
Instead of saying, my buddy's ready to kill him, my buddy's ready to attack him, I would say his contraband phone gets. Right. Okay. That's what I'm saying. If the calls were to get intercepted, when phones get taken, it's an attempt to conceal the activity to the person that made it.
So they're not really trying to get an actual signature autograph for the guy?
No, I'm not trying to get an autograph.
Okay. Now, after that conversation, is there some conversation between Ms. Ellison's phone and Mr. Adams' phone?
Yes.
Okay. When does that conversation begin, and take the jury through that set of conversation?
It begins on the 7th, and they're talking about trying to put Mr. Myrick in communication with Mr. Adams down in the prison system. They're talking about
Y'all, the sound is low on the stream, so we can't really do anything about it.
jail system. You have to purchase stamps, the bubble stamps, to be able to send and receive texts. So you may buy 30 stamps that allow you to send, but you certain amount, it's not free. So she's asking Mr. Adams for money for stamps from Mr. Myrick because they've used their last, and she's facilitating Cash App or Chime, Apple Pay to get the money to him to be able to facilitate stamps being purchased so they can communicate.
And is that communicating via phone?
It's going to be through the jail system.
All right. And then there's a call from a number that you're unaware of.
Correct.
And that was not a part of your investigation, investigating this kind of thing.
Yeah, it was just somebody trying to, like a third party trying to send money. Maybe somebody didn't want to use their Cash App block, or whatever may happen, so somebody else trying to help out.
And then do they pick up that same conversation trying to get stamps for Mr. Myrick?
Yeah, the unknown number says I sent 15. I'm trying to get in contact with or Mr.
So we can't hear Hilton well or Viverito, so I'm thinking that this is something must be wrong with the system, Mike, y'all.
So Mr. Adams in his text message.
Something must be wrong with the system, Mike.
And then he tells Allison, I sent 15. And she says, I got
Let's
it.
see what they're trying to. What are they talking about here? Let's see.
Now, going to February 8th, 2022, is there more conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and the Garlington phone?
There is.
What's strange is it seems like Shark was out of his chair that whole time.
Now showing you what's been admitted as 1TTC2. Is there a conversation between the phone associated with Mr. Garlington and the phone associated with Adams?
There is.
Okay. And what is said on February 8th, 2022?
On February 8th, 2022, there's a message that goes out from Mr. Adams to
Can't win. Can't win. I don't know what to do with this mic situation. Don't know what to do with this mic. I'm not even close to the mic right now.
Now, is there conversation then between Miss Allison's phone number or Allison's phone number and
Oh my gosh. All right.
yes, okay. Just tell us your general date and time and what's the general context of what's going back and forth between those two.
So it starts on
That's because y'all have your volume all the way up trying to hear Hilton.
Miss Ellison saying, Sextruck wanted me to tell you, Chris
That's the
Michael allowed
problem.
me back up, and he gave the newsletter.
Exactly.
And he says, I seen it when it happened.
Exactly, Miss Flynn.
Now, in your understanding, investigate, do you know what they're referencing?
I do.
And what is it?
They are referencing the incident where Chris Strickland was shot off state property and he was arrested for that. I believe it was on February 7th, so that news. Okay. And he says, see when it happened. And Miss Ellison says yesterday.
It's because y'all got your volume all the way up. Put your volume normal, people.
And Mr. Adams says, tell him to leave that be him. And Mr. Adams said, focus on the bag. F all the other shit you worried about. It's none of your business. Okay. Okay. Nothing but business. And they start talking about, he says, Buddy's up under Rico and them. Tell him to bring home the trophy. I'm going to secure the bag. I've been online. Racial expletive. Got to see it to believe it. And Chris being in there is all the confirmation that's going to be needed.
So is that also using some code of language?
Some.
And what is your understanding of what's happening?
Basically, tell him focus on the task at hand. And that people are going to get confirmation of it because Eppinger's in there. He's going to be able to vouch for it and say, no, it's happened. I'm here. It actually happened.
And then does that generally the context that's happening between Miss Allison passing messages to Myrick from Adam in this February 8th conversation?
It is.
All right. Now going to February 9th, is there any messages between Mr. Adams and Mr. Garland?
He just reaches out to him. To me, it appears that maybe Mr. Garlington may have attempted to call him and he couldn't answer. And he says, yo, 12 is on the floor. 12 being a slang term for police. When you're in the prison system, the guards should come around, do rounds. If that's happening, he wouldn't have been able to answer his phone if the call came in.
And then are there conversations between Allison and Adam, also now on February 9th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us the general, what's the conversation happening here on February 9th, 2022?
Mr. Adams is engaged in a conversation with Miss Ellison and he says, yo, and she says, what's up? And he says, tell little bro, I talked to the biggest, just now waiting on the news. They think we're flexing. And she says, okay, I'll text this to him. And then Mr. Adams says, my name's on the line on this one. Don't make me look bad. Oh, it's a follow-up. So yeah, my name's on this line. I'm sorry, the text messages, sometimes they come in a little bit out of order. Says, my name is on the line. So on this one, don't make me look bad. He said, I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive is in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud.
Now, is this similar to the same text message that you saw in the JK system when you were first just trying to pull the case? Is that same text message in the JK system?
Yes.
And is that the same text message you read a few months ago?
Yes.
All right. And is there any further conversation between Ellison and Adams and her passing that?
It looks like there was based on the context, there was I think, and there's a phone call that happens where there's a three-way call that's attempting to happen. Isn't great service in most of these prisons. So he wasn't able to hear him. So they're trying to get the message across about what had happened and the payment and things like that. And you'll even see he texted this yellow number. He says, nothing, just trying to get confirmation of this thing.
Is your understanding that's a confirmation of the stabbing?
Correct.
And what day did the stabbing occur?
May 9th.
May 9th?
I'm sorry, February 9th.
Now, on February 10th, is there some conversation between Ellison's phone and Adam's phone?
There is.
Okay. If you can give the general context of what is now occurring on February 10th, and is this the day after the stabbing?
Yes.
All right. What is happening on the day after the stabbing?
Mr. Myrick, coupled with phone calls, Mr. Myrick is eager to be paid for what he did for stabbing Mr. Bennett. So Ms. Ellison is texting.
Yeah, I mean, I already instructed you once to not include your commentary and just provide the facts.
Can I lay some foundation? Were you able to listen to the jail calls yourself?
I was.
And were you able to pick up tone and manner and demeanor in the calls that you were listening to?
Yes.
And
All right. And so that would be your lay opinion that he, okay.
Yeah.
And based on that, is that how you were determining that he was eager to get paid for what he did to Mr. Bennett?
Correct. That was the purpose of his phone calls, were to seek payment for what he had done.
And were there multiple phone calls for him seeking payment for what he did?
Yes.
And with that, Your Honor, with that.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, looking at February 10th, 2022, just go through what that conversation was on February 10th, 2022.
She said, "Do you need the bros to verify?" He said, "That's all. Should be no talking on the phone right now anyway."
And for you as an investigator, was that significant?
It was.
Why?
Because he was seeking payment and talking about, does it need to be verified to secure payment? And they were talking about not talking on the phone right now because of what had just happened.
It being the stabbing that just happened.
Correct.
All right. And when you say not talking on the phone, for that, not talking on the jail phone?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Continue.
He's asking, Ms. Ellison said, Mr. Myrick is asking to get something to eat now. He's hungry. And then he again utilizes an outside person to send like $80 to Mr. Myrick.
And that's generally the conversation here, trying to get this money, get paid.
Correct.
All right. Now, skipping down to February 10th, is there now some conversation between Garlington and Adams?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about what's happening between Garlington and Adams on February 10th as well.
Mr. Adams is reaching out to Mr. Garlington regarding what appears to possibly be payment for Mr. Myrick for the stabbing.
And just go through the text.
Okay. Mr. Adams says, get at me, please at 5. And he says, Mr. Garlington says, okay, when I get off your phone. Mr. Adams says, I'm on your ass. You tried to play me to the left. Then one says, yo, the other says, yo. Mr. Adams says, what you got going? Mr. Garlington says, put him down. And he says, for sure, like, did he put him down? And he says, you for sure, Simon. So, yo, twin. And again, Mr. Adams reaches out and says, look, just keep me posted so I can make sure little bro gets something because he's on my top bad. And I told him I was going to get him the back end for his show. Got to pay him a couple racks myself to make sure he's in gang. I recognize when they say Jeezy typically means good. I ain't looking for nothing for me. I'm just invested in my artist. Smell me. I need me and mines. Looks like gone. Go and get it done for sure. Slat, I'm out here. Hit me, gang. And then Mr. Garlington responds, it's hard to get in touch with him. I just be seeing him when I go up there. To the yo. You know I understand that shit, gang. I'm with you, Slat.
Miss Hilton, you don't have to do it right now, but be kind of thinking about when a good lunch break would be.
This is the last one, so I
All
put
right.
right here.
Sounds good.
still on the February 10th, 2022.
Yes, it's a continuation.
Okay, and just go through the last bit of that conversation between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Adams on February 10th.
Mr. Garlington says, okay. And Mr. Adams says, for sure. I know it's going to take time, bro. Bro is bigger than big, and he got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to 4-4 ever. Slime, I'm rocking, and mine's going with me. It's all hands on deck.
And does that text message repeat itself?
It does.
All right. And from your investigation and understanding, when he says, for sure, I know it's going to take time, bro, bigger than big, and got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to forever slime. Who did you understand they were talking about, given your investigation and content of this text message?
From my investigation and my knowledge, it sounded like somebody in a leadership role with YSL.
Did you know specifically who?
It appeared to be Mr. Williams.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained.
And a motion to strike.
Can I lay some found?
You can try.
Okay. How long have you been working back and forth with the YSL gang?
Since 2019 at least, if not 2017.
And when you were working with these cases, did you ever have any other evidence in which individuals from YSL, from your own investigation, attempted to conceal Mr. Williams' identity?
Yes.
And how have you seen that occur?
With the use of FaceTime to conceal his identity, so text messages or phone calls go undetected.
Okay. Have you ever seen in your investigation or listening to jail calls that individual YSL will try not to use his name?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever seen through social media where individuals will try to conceal and say, don't say his name, say a different name?
Correct.
Right. And in having that knowledge and reading this text message, is that how you determine, it is of your expert opinion, that this could be potentially talking about Mr. Williams?
Well, objection to leading, and it's also a misstatement of what was said initially. In her opinion, it's Mr. Williams, and
All right.
it could be Mr. Williams.
I'm going to let you clear that up on cross.
I originally said
answer.
somebody with a leadership role. I can't definitively say Mr. Williams. I said somebody within a leadership role. So that's who is in the highest leadership role. So.
No, I think this would be a good time.
Okay. Let's take our lunch break and let's plan to be back at 1:15, please. Just stay where you are for a minute. Is there anything we need to take up before we break for lunch? Okay, we're in recess. Thank you, Alana.
Your Honor, it's nothing to take up, but I printed and was going to bring to defense counsel and the court two cases the state wanted to provide counsel report for issues that may come up
Okay,
during this testimony.
thanks.
All right, I hope y'all turned your volumes down so y'all won't be getting on me about y'all today. This has been difficult to follow, so I'm just going to replay yesterday. I'm just going to replay yesterday because it's more interesting. let's just get a replay from yesterday.
This out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, 100.
On the E-Trace, the further investigation of the firearm, and was advised that the weapon had not been traced back to an original purchaser. I reviewed both my report and the photographs of the weapon. And
do y'all want to see Obama? Would y'all prefer to see Obama, or would y'all rather see this part? You want to put Obama back on? Okay, Obama. All right, I'll put on Obama. Give me a sec. Let me load it up. I thought y'all might want to see this guy.
Okay. And do you have a nickname?
Yes.
What's your nickname?
Obama.
And how'd you get the nickname Obama? How'd you get the nickname?
16th, the Cleveland Avenue area.
Okay. And if you're gonna swing this, I need you to speak in your mic. So, are you a little nervous?
A little.
A lot. Okay. Well, don't swing in your chair just so that the jurors can hear you. Okay. You say you're from the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes, ma'am.
And I need you to speak
Yes,
up.
ma'am.
And
You can move that mic and pull it closer to you if you want, or if that would help.
And what part of the Cleveland Avenue area were you raised?
I mean, like the Mount Zion area.
Okay. And do you have a nickname?
Yes.
What's your nickname?
Obama.
And how'd you get the nickname Obama? How'd you get the nickname Obama?
Really was there playing around, growing up, and it just stuck with me. It just stuck.
As you were growing up in the Cleveland Avenue area, did you ever hear of a gang called Rock Crew?
Yes, I heard of Rock Crew.
Okay. And how did you know about Rock Crew?
I mean, it was just a little, it was popular where I was from, like where I was growing up.
Were you part of Rock Crew?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know someone by the name of Quentin Porter?
Yes.
And did you also call him Boo or Big Boo?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you join or become affiliated with Rock Crew?
2006, 2007.
How old were you?
16, 17.
And at some point, did Rock Crew transition into YSL?
Some people stayed Rock Crew, some people went YSL.
Okay. What did you do?
I mean, both of them from the area, so I mean, I never really picked a side. I really just.
Did you ultimately just claim both? I'm Rock Crew and I'm YSL.
I mean, yeah, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was the reason for the change between Rock Crew to YSL?
I really think, like, from my
Sustained.
Do you know why there was a change from Rock Crew to YSL?
I don't call it like 15 something years.
I didn't hear you.
I said I don't recall. It was like 15 some years ago.
Okay. Now, is YSL a gang?
Me personally, I never looked at it as a gang.
What did you look at it as?
I had a friend that when I came home from prison, he was successful. So I thought I was a part of something successful.
When did you go to prison?
2013.
Was YSL formed before you went to prison?
Yes, I can. Yes.
And the person that you're saying, a friend who was successful, who are you speaking of?
Mr. Williams.
Is that Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Now, you went to prison in 2013. Before going to prison, was he successful?
He had a buzz. I wouldn't say successful, but he most definitely had a buzz. Like his name was getting out there.
And was YSL formed before he had the buzz?
I don't know call it. I don't know.
What does YSL stand for?
I mean, you can use it in any kind of way. Young successful living, young stoner lifestyle, young slime life.
Before you went to prison, how were you using YSL?
2013. Before, when I went to prison, it was young slime life, 2013.
And do you actually have YSL tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have Slime Life tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 408, 409, 410, 411, and 413. Have you had an opportunity to look at this before you came to testify today?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I show those to you earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And without saying what's in the picture, well, strike that. What are you looking at in those pictures?
Myself.
And does it appear to be yourself in all of those pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 408, 409, 410, 411, and 413 as evidence.
Admitted.
And Mr. Summer, I'm gonna take those back from you, and you can look either on the TV, on the screen in front of you or the screen behind you. These pictures are gonna come up on this. I'm going to actually first start with 413. Okay. Looking at State's Exhibit 413, is this an Instagram post?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is your Instagram post _1 Obama?
Yes.
Okay. Where's this picture taken?
I think I was at a house on Brown Mill Road.
Okay. Where is that house at on Browns Mill Road?
Across the street from the golf course.
And does that house have a particular name?
Yeah, we gave it a nickname, the Web.
Okay. And you said we gave it the nickname. Who is the we that gave it the nickname?
I can't. I just know we used to call it the Web. I can't particularly who made the name up.
Commissioner Post, again, you're on.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 426 and 427. Tell me if you recognize what's inside of 426 and 427.
Yes.
How do you recognize 426 and 427?
That's the living room,
Of where?
the house on Brown Hill.
Is that the living room of the web?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 426 and 427 into evidence.
They're admitted.
Now, Mr. Sumlin, I'm looking at State's Exhibit 408. Is that the YSL tattoo that we just talked about earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get that tattoo?
In prison.
Okay. And about what year did you get it?
Probably 14. I don't.
All right. Now, looking at State Exhibit 409. And I'll zoom in, please. What is that tattoo of on your, and which arm is that?
My right arm.
Okay. And what is depicted on your right arm?
Slime life.
Okay. And is there a snake on top of Slime Life?
Yes.
What does that snake symbolize?
I mean, I said, got it. What you mean? What they symbolize?
Was a snake a symbol used by members of YSL?
Yes.
Okay. And when it says Slime Life, what does Slime Life mean?
I mean, I just got it when I was in prison. I was hearing good things about. So, I was just getting stuff really. That was so long ago. I was trying to put all that behind me.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 410 VV. And I'll zoom in a little. Thank you. What is depicted, and is this on your left arm?
Yes.
What's depicted on your left arm?
It's a street sign.
Okay. And what is the street sign?
Cleveland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Does that say Cleveland Avenue?
They say Cleveland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Why did you put Cleveland, not Cleveland?
Cause that's just like around that time, that's the slang we were using. It was just some slang we were just using, and I was just young and just getting tattooed.
And did you also get this tattoo while you were in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at State's Exhibit 411 VV, what is depicted in 411 VV?
It's a 5 with 5 stars.
And what did that symbolize, the 5 and the 5 stars?
Now, when I was younger, when I was younger, I was claiming blood. When I was younger, like 15, 2000. I had it before I went to prison, so they like 2010.
And you said when you were younger, around 2000, you claimed the blood.
I claimed blood.
Okay. Was there a specific blood set that you claimed?
No, I don't even think I was real blood. And I just know it came to Atlanta, and I was just saying I was a blood.
Okay. How many 5-point star tattoos do you have on your body?
On my body?
On your body.
I don't know how many on my body.
Do you have more than what's just depicted in this picture?
Yes.
Do you have some 5-point stars on like your stomach area?
Yes.
Do you have 5-point stars on your other arm?
Yes, man. 5-point stars is really like fill-in work. You just.
It was the 5-point stars significant to your affiliation with Claiming the Blood?
I mean, not all. I ain't gonna say all on. Some of them just really fill in work just to make the tattoo look full.
What made you choose 5-point stars over something else?
I don't call.
Now, do you have any tattoos with Stoner Life?
Stoner Life.
Yes.
No, ma'am.
What about any tattoos with Successful Life?
I mean, the one on my chest can stand for all of them. You don't say none in particular.
Do you have anything similar to your Slime Life tattoo? Do you have anything similar like Successful Life spelled out?
No, ma'am.
Now, did there ever come a point in time where you would call yourself the original Slime, or a group of you all to be the original Slime?
Yes.
What does that mean to be original Slime?
Only thing I mean by original is day one before all this.
And we say day one before all this, what do you mean?
I mean, like before, like day one back. I mean, I was just saying like before the fame and stuff.
And have you had the opportunity to view a video from your Instagram account where you talk about the original Slime?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 415 VV. Tell me if you recognize 415 VV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 415 VV?
I signed and dated earlier.
Is that the video that we watched?
Yes.
All right. And did that appear to be the post that you put on your page?
Yes.
Did it appear to be any more additions or deletions from the post that you put on your page?
What you mean addition?
Did it appear to have anything more than what you put on your page?
No.
Did it have anything less than what you put on your page?
No, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 415 VV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
And before we play, what does the caption say on this IG post? God bless you.
Original slime shit.
And are there emojis?
Yes, it's heart, snake heart.
All right. And then who are some of the people that are tagged inside of the post?
Ocean Drive, Slim, say, no snitching, slime the great, and Thugger.
Who is Ocean Drive Slim?
A friend of mine that was killed.
Okay. And is that Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
All right. And then no snitching. Is that who? Do you know who that is?
No, I forgot. That was 2017.
I can't hear you.
I think that was 2017. I don't remember.
Who is Slime the Great?
He in the video. He was also killed.
Okay. And then it's who is Thugger 1?
Mr. Will.
All right. Where is this video filmed?
On Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
In some apartments.
Where are the apartments?
I think we're behind the checkers.
And is that behind the checkers that's near I-75 in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
All right.
They already know. They already know why I said we dead in pale, bitch. Murder gang, bitch. Yeah. Slat. No cap. No cap. And we actually free. You know that. Original shit, bitch.
And is that Mr. Williams right there throwing up the YSL sign?
Yes.
And is Mr. McMiller in that video prior to his death?
He said prior to his death.
Yes, that him in the video.
Yes.
All right. Is that him kind of behind Mr. Williams, behind the Y and the YSL?
Yes.
All right. And are you the one video recording the video?
Yes.
The young man the other young man who passed away, what was his name?
His name was Tay. I know his name was Tay.
And is he related at all to Quindarius Zach?
Yes.
How?
It's blood, brother.
Now, Mr. Williams, what back in 2017, or even up to 2022, what did you call Mr. Williams?
Lil Joe.
Is that the only name that you reference him by?
I might say slime sometimes. You say, you use that like it's a universal word, like twin. Call everybody slime. I might say slime sometimes. I don't know, but I know I say Lil Jeff.
What about Spider?
I ain't never called him a Spider.
How long have you known Mr. Williams?
2007, 2008.
And did you all grow up together in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Did y'all go to school together?
No, I don't think we went to school together, but we grew up in the same area.
Okay. Do you, yes or no, do you know Shannon Jackson, also known as Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
In number of years, how long have you known him?
I've been knowing Shannon 20, 25 years.
Yes or no, did you all grow up together?
Like, I mean, off and on, like, I knew Shannon way before Cleveland, the Cleveland Avenue area.
Okay. Yes or no, do you consider Shannon as a part of the original slime crew?
I can't, 2000, I can't say, like, before I went to prison, I was on house arrest for 15 months, so I don't know who was outside. I had to be in the house at 7 for 15 months. I didn't know who was outside with who. Then I went and did my 5 years. I can't say.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 414 BV. Do you recognize Exhibit 414 BV?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize 414 BV?
It's a picture with me in it.
Do you recognize people in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize the people in the picture?
Well, it was person who posted it say slime bing bing, and I see me and Mr. Stillwell and another guy
And where did y'all take that picture?
who was at Cleveland Avenue Park.
And does that appear to look like the people that you know inside of that picture?
What you mean?
Do they look like the people that you know? The people that you took the picture with?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 414 VV into evidence. I'm going to publish this one because we have to look at this one right here.
Mr. Jones, I have no objection.
All right, it's admitted.
And while we're getting ready to publish that, do you know an individual by the name of Diamante Kendrick?
What's his nickname?
Yeah, got it.
Yes.
In a number of years, how long have you known Yet Gotti?
Probably about 3, 4 years, something like that, like 3, 2, 3.
Yes or no, or maybe, do you consider him a part of the original slime crew?
I mean, I think when I came home, he was signed to the label, so I mean, talking about the original, like
Whoever you define.
I remember, I can't remember from him being around back then.
Okay. Do you know Trontavia Stevens Tick or Slug?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you known Tick?
15, 20 years, something like that.
And is he considered for you someone a part of the original slime crew?
Yes, he growed up with us.
Do you consider him or Mr. Williams one of the founders of YSL?
What you mean by founder? Like,
Who decided to start YSL?
Yeah, they wanted to, yeah, yes.
What about Walter Murphy or DK?
Yeah, DK was around too.
Would you consider yourself a founder?
A founder? I was around. I never looked at it like that. Like, I never looked at it like that. I just know we was just hanging together and we were young. I can't even remember that far.
And we talked about Christian McMiller, Darius Ford. Did you know Darius?
Yes.
And what was your relationship like with Darius?
A friend.
And how long have you known, when he was alive, how long did you know him?
I met him when I got out of prison. He died in 22, so like 4 or 5 years.
And then what about Demikion Garlington?
We just know each other through past.
Okay. Do you know an individual by the name of Cordarius Dorsey, or also known as Polo?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
I met Polo the day my mom died in prison. I was in prison. She passed away.
And when you left prison, did you maintain a relationship with him?
Yes, we talk.
How often would y'all talk?
I mean, when he called, I mean, I ain't talking to, not every day, but I'm saying we communicated.
Did y'all ever hang out?
Yeah, we hung out a couple times.
I want to take you back to April of 2022. Was Mr. Dorsey incarcerated in April of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Dorsey reach out to you in order to set up a robbery or a homicide?
He reached out the phone call thinking, he actually, I don't even remember the phone call, but
Okay. Let me ask, during that phone call, was he trying to set up a robbery of a person?
yes, I think he asked me something about it.
When you say you think he asked you something about it, what do you mean?
I mean, he asked me something about a robbery, but you know, I was just, like when you have people in that situation, sometimes you just tell them whatever, you just tell them whatever, just to.
What did he ask of you or tell you to do?
I think he asked me to go rob somebody.
And did he ask you to rob somebody with another individual?
I can't recall if it was another individual. I know where he had me like.
Did he actually put you in touch with a person by the name of Boule?
What you mean?
On that phone call, did he want you and Boule to go rob somebody?
I remember he wanted me. I don't even remember Boule even being on the phone. I don't even remember.
Did he give you some information for the person that he wanted you to rob?
Yes, he gave me information, but that's all it was. Like, I definitely did that. Like, when I hung up the phone, it was what it was. I never took the first step to do anything else. I never contacted or nothing.
Did he give you the phone number of the person?
Yes, he provided the phone number.
Did he discuss with you a plan on how to lure the victim to a location so that you could rob him?
I don't recall all that. I don't recall all that.
Did you agree to do it?
Yes, I agreed. But once I hung up the phone, it was over with. I was just having idle talk.
And as a part of the indictment in this case, did you plead to that charge?
Yes, I pled guilty.
Do you know someone by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And what do you call Christian Eppinger?
Call him Big Briss.
Big what?
Big Briss.
Okay. How do you spell Briss?
You spell it Chris, but you just substitute the B out, yeah.
You substitute the C for the B?
Yeah.
All right. How long have you known Mr. Eppinger?
Including this year?
Including this year.
Probably about 3 years.
Are you older or younger than him?
Older.
Do you know about how much older you are?
No.
How did you meet him?
I met him when he got out of prison. I met him. I don't know. We hanging in the same area, probably gambled together. I don't know.
And we say hanging in the same area. Was that the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
How often would you see him in the Cleveland Avenue area?
I mean, whenever I decide to come outside, or whenever he decided to come outside, I ain't just coming outside looking for nobody. Like, if I seen him, I probably seen him. Then, you know what I'm saying?
Did you ever hang out with him?
Yeah, we probably hung out at the park.
Did he have your phone number?
Yes.
Did you have his phone number?
I don't know. You talking about, did he have my phone number when he was incarcerated?
Yeah. When he was incarcerated and when he was not incarcerated, did he have your phone number?
He probably did have my phone number. He probably did.
Now we talked about the web, and you said it was on Browns Mill Road across from the golf course.
Yes.
Okay. Who owned the web?
I don't know who owned the web.
Whose home was it?
What you mean, like who?
Whose childhood home was it?
Mr. Williams growed up in that house.
In 2021, did you spend time at that location?
Yes.
Who acquired it for you in 2021?
I think Mr. Williams had done rented it for us.
And would people sell drugs outside of the web? Sell drugs at the web?
I mean, I sold drugs, but I don't know. Like, I don't know if nobody was selling drugs. Like, I can't say nobody was just selling drugs outside the web. Like, I wasn't even selling drugs at the web. Like, I go to the store, but like, he got that house for people who didn't have nowhere to go. Then go lay their heads, and like, you get what I'm saying? Like, if you get into it with your girl, you got somewhere to go. You want to have some extra company, you got somewhere to go.
Did he also provide the web so that you would stop selling drugs at the gas station?
From my understanding, he secured the spot so we can have somewhere safe to be. Cause they kept shooting up our store.
Who kept shooting up the store?
I mean, I don't know who wrote. Y'all didn't never go get them.
So I'm gonna ask you again, did you sell drugs out of the web?
Like, I never really just sold drugs out of the web. I can honestly say that. Like, I never.
I didn't ask about you. I asked, well, did they sell drugs
You
out of?
actually just said you. So
Oh,
you could ask a different
excuse
question.
me. Did YSL members sell drugs out of the web?
I mean, they weren't doing business with me, Miss Hills. I went in a bit. And I can't tell you what another grown man. I wasn't watching another grown man do. Like, there's just something I ain't into.
Do you remember taking a plea in December 2022 in this case?
Yes, I remember.
All right. And as a part of your plea agreement, do you remember going over certain factual acknowledgments?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to look at those factual acknowledgments prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's the Market 6 Exhibit 420 VV. Do you recognize 420 VV?
To the whole document? 20 VV, the whole document?
Yeah, you can flip through it to make sure it's the entirety of it.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's 420 VV, the plea agreement that you signed when you took a plea in this case.
Yes.
And does that appear to be the entire agreement with no additions or deletions?
Yes.
Looking at 420 VV, first I want to go to number 14. Here, the house on Browns Mill Road, is that referred to as the web?
I said it.
All right. Looking at number 13, does that say YSL members sold drugs from their home at 2539 Browns Mill Road, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you initial that right there?
I did.
And did you initial that as a factual acknowledgement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you again. Did YSL members sell drugs from their home?
Yes, Your Honor, as answered.
Overruled. You can answer.
Like, even though just it wasn't just YSL member allowed there, like it just like what you saying, have I ever seen somebody sell drugs out of the web?
I just asked, did YSL members sell drugs from the web?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to publish what we just admitted.
Read it. Oh, the pictures?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
426 BV. And 427 BV. Right. Is that the living room at the web?
Yes.
All right. And is that a security system inside that living room?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to show you 427 BV. Is that the same, just a different angle of the web or the living room at the web?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you familiar with a home at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, I've been there before.
And whose home is that?
I mean, I don't know whose spot it was. I know I used to go there and play the game and gamble and stuff.
Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known as Big Nick?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known as Big Nick?
I know somebody about Big Nick. I don't know Nicholas. I don't know Nicholas Carter.
And how do you know Big Nick?
Just from around the area.
Do you know him to stay at 2830 Waters Road?
Stay there?
Yes.
I know. I mean, I ain't frequent Water Road like that, so like I don't see him there, but I don't know if he stayed there.
You said that you would go there and play the game. What game are you talking about?
I'm gonna go play the PlayStation 5.
You said PlayStation 5?
Yes, yeah.
The other YSL members congregate at 2830 Waters Road?
Like they just like yeah, I used to see some people like visit, some people come there, but there wasn't no YSL, like there wasn't no YSL like spot, like it wasn't no YSL spot.
The members of YSL congregate at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, we used to meet up before shows and before we go out and perform. Yes, we don't.
Is 2830 Waters Road another location where drugs are sold out of?
Yeah, drawer probably sold out of the drawer probably.
Drugs probably or drugs were?
Like, I mean, they probably were. Like, I'm not watching nobody. Like,
Did Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830 Waters Road?
I sold drugs out there.
Thank you for that. Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830 Waters Road?
Yes.
Did YSL member keep guns at 2830 Waters Road?
I don't know nothing about no guns. I don't know nothing about no guns.
Permission to approach.
You may. Go ahead.
Yes.
The witness or me?
No, I wanted to approach the witness, but I thought you were
Yes,
asking.
you may. No.
412 VV. I'm sure you wasn't Martin Stacy's 412 VV. Do you recognize 412 VV?
Yes.
How do you recognize 412 VV?
It's a picture of me.
And is that a picture of you from your Instagram page?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 412 VV into evidence. Permission to publish.
No.
First, where is this picture taken?
Cleveland Avenue Park.
And the clothing that you're wearing, what is it? What does massa, does that say massa on your pants leg?
Yes.
What does that stand for?
I think Make America Slime Again.
And is that a snake on the right-hand side of the pants leg?
I get it, supposed to be a snake.
Okay. And then what is your caption?
Can't spell slime without me.
And then do you have a hashtag?
The Beast.
All right. Now, with YSL, does the YSL gang have a rivalry with the YFN gang?
I mean, a couple guys from both sides probably have some personal issue, but like as in whole, I don't, they probably have some personal issues, but as in whole, I can't just say everybody got a problem with everybody. Like they probably got personal issue, whatever they got going on, they got going on.
I'll ask again, is YFN a rival gang to YSL?
I mean, we don't been known to go back and forth, so like.
In that same factual acknowledgement, I'll show you again 420 VV. On page 2, what does number 3 say?
YFN is a rival gang to YSL.
And did you initial that with your initials? On
Yes.
This document?
Yes.
All right. And did you also sign this document?
Yes.
So, How long has the rivalry been in existence?
I was in prison.
So did it start when you were in prison?
Yes.
Do you know what year it started?
No.
How long were you in prison?
52 months.
So when did you get out?
2017.
Did the rivalry start before you got out of prison in 2017?
I mean, I hadn't heard some stuff, but I guess, yes.
Do you know an individual by the name of YSL Lucci or Rayshawn Bennett?
Yes.
How were you familiar with him?
He's a rapper.
Do you know him outside of being a rapper?
Personally?
A person?
I said personally?
Yes.
No.
Back in February of 2022, specifically February 9th, 2022, were you aware of him being stabbed in a Fulton County jail?
No.
Do you know someone by the name of Jaden Myrick?
No.
All right.
Well, I heard about him when this case came about, but I don't know him. I don't know him at all.
I want to take you to February 22nd of 2022. Did you get a call from Christian Eppinger while he was in the Fulton County jail?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he reach out to you to get permission to harm Lucci, YSL Lucci?
Yes, he reached out to me.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to that jail call in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 418 BV. Do you recognize 418 BV?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I mean, you showed it to me earlier.
Is that the jail call?
I mean, I think you showed me 3 discs. I think yeah, you say jail call.
Have you heard the jail call?
Yes, earlier.
All right. Yeah, and this time the state would like to tender and admit 418 VV into evidence.
All right, it's admitted without a question.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Oh no! Is that Obama saying something? Oh yeah, that's why these you talk. Oh, hold on. Oh
He on the phone.
Yo, what's up, nigga? What's up? What's going on? What the hell you got going on, my brother?
Shit, just popped out. I had quit today, bro. Goddamn, I been stressing, boy. I got a warrant with Nets, shout. And goddamn, I went to court this morning. I ain't bring that shit up, so I'm back out now. I'm sending up some shit right now. Me, Ted, and Rose. Send some shit up. They got some bad. You know what I mean? Soon that shit go through, I'm gonna bless you, bro. Seen about 500 now. How much them phones is?
You know, I'm in Rice Street, man.
I know, nigga, they got a phone down there.
Yeah, that shit upstairs though.
Oh, it's upstairs. What store you on?
They got me on PC with the boy Lucci.
Oh, that's on PC.
Yeah, hey, find out what I can get for that, bro.
Huh?
Now find out what I can get for that, bro.
Get for what?
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you can get for.
I just told you why I'm at.
Okay, so what you need me to do?
Find out what I can get, man. I just told you who I'm in the going with.
Who you in the going with?
Lucci, nigga.
Oh, You in the drawing?
Yeah.
No, I'm finna make a call right now. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know when you gonna make the call back.
Man, I call back anytime, bro. I've been trying to call you, bro. Bro, if I know, I know if one nigga gonna make sure nigga straight, bro, Obama gonna do it, bro. Obama gonna make sure nigga good.
Man, hell yeah, you know that, but goddamn, I'm finna just put some. I'm just finna put something in some 4 ears and see. What, you know what I mean? What they gonna send to you? Goddamn. What you
Yeah,
want?
I need a lawyer, bro. I need a lawyer and correct.
Yeah. You do, and that's a big fear right there. If you get that boy, so shit, I don't see nobody not fucking with you, bro. If you handle that business, bro.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I was trying to get dollar numbers so I can holler at Slime, man. I know I was gonna holler at him about that shit on the phone, but he gonna catch nigga drift just like you did caught my drift.
I'm gonna pull up to the Yoda tonight. Bro. Boom, there pull it out. I'm gonna pull up to the Yoda tonight.
That bitch ass supposed to be sending me something, bro.
I'm gonna pull a shout to the side on some one-on-one shit and just ask him shout.
Hey, yeah, bro. And tell him my situation too, bro. I already know he done heard about it.
You know I'm gonna tell him, bro. You know I'm gonna tell him I got you, bro.
Yeah. Who all right now?
Yeah, me, Ted, Rose, Chill.
Hey, look. Hey, tell Rose, be on the phone.
Who it is?
Who it is?
Who it is?
That big red line man, nigga.
Man, stop playing on me, boy. What's going on, boy?
What's up, nigga?
What you doing, man? You good?
Yeah, just nigga trying to make it. I ain't complaining. I'm alive, man.
I'm gonna get some for you. Give me like Monday. I got you.
Hey, yeah. What they going?
I'm gonna get it too.
If you can cash up, to my baby mama. But goddamn, if you want to like drop it off, it's my girl staying in Lakewood.
All right. Obama got the number?
Yeah.
All right, my phone there. I'm gonna get my Obama. I got you.
Hey, yeah, man.
Just hold your head, nigga.
That's good. Huh?
You ain't talk 9?
Nah, they got me on PC with the op boy.
On PP?
Yeah, they got me right here with Lucci.
No. Tell me give you something now.
Huh?
Tell me give you something now.
Man, I'm trying to holler at Slime, man.
Yeah, you right. Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Obama.
Yo.
Yeah, though, man. Just make sure you do that, though. I know you're gonna got that make sure they good, but I mean, you got the cause
I already know, bro. I already know the situation, bro. But like if I bust at some of these folks, you know what I mean? Let you handle their business. If the folk want you to handle their business, then goddamn. All right. Yeah. Hey, when you get a chance, call me back, bro, so I can talk to you one-on-one. I got a lot of ears around me.
All right, yeah, that's so. Hey, who right there with a cash up, man?
One of y'all they got cash up. I got cash up. I ain't got nothing on the right now, baby, bro.
Oh, man. Yeah.
It's a girl. Tell her to lock me in. As soon as I get some more cash up, I just need some.
So.
All right, bro.
Love y'all.
I love you back, bro.
And we'll stop playing at 11:18 into the call. My first, do you know why Mr. Eppinger was in jail?
Allegedly.
Were you aware of a shooting of a police officer on Cleveland Avenue in February of 2022?
Yes, I heard about it.
And did you have any knowledge if Mr. Eppinger was a part of that shooting?
I know he was arrested for it.
Now, on that call, Mr. Eppinger reached out to you to get permission to stab Lucci?
I mean, yeah, he called me. Yes, he called me.
Do you know why he would have to call to get permission to stab Lucci?
I mean, that's another conversation. I left where it was. I never took the next step to reach out to nobody to try to hurt nobody. I was just idle conversation. I was just talking to be talking. I didn't.
I understand. My question is, though, do you know why he would have to get permission to go stab Lucci?
He ain't got to get permission. He a grown man. He can do what he want to do.
So why was he calling you to get permission?
Mrs. James.
When he was asking for permission, who did he want you to reach out to?
I don't know. I said I put some in the. I know. I just replied like I put some in a couple people's ears. So
Who were the couple people's ears that you were going to put something into?
nobody.
Okay. When he says that I've been trying to get Dolly so I could talk to Slime, who's Dolly?
Mr. Williams have a sister named Dolly.
Okay. And then who is Slime?
To my in the car. I guess he referring when he said. I guess he put Slime and Dolly in the same sentence. So I just assumed he was talking about Mr. Williams.
Going back to your plea agreement, did you tell us who Slime was in that call when you took your plea?
Can I see the plea?
Sure. So you again, page 420 BV. I'm gonna direct you to page 3 of 6, and you can just read this to yourself first.
What page?
We're gonna look at number 11.
I just said it.
You said probably, I assume. I'm asking you, who was it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what he said at first.
What did he say? I didn't hear it either. I think he said, like, I just told you that or something. Did you get it,
That's
Madam
how I
Clerk?
just told you. I mean, I just told her who.
Did you say you assumed who it was, or was it Slime?
I just, like, from the conversation, I just put 2 and 2 together. He put Slime and Dolly in the same sentence, so I just figured he was talking about Mr. Williams. I never.
When you said you were gonna pull up to the yo, what were you referring to?
I was talking about the studio, but I was lying.
And when you were lying, what were you telling him you were gonna pull up to the studio and do?
I probably would saying to yo just to make him think that I was gonna pull up on Mr. Williams, but I never really gonna pull up on Mr. Williams. I never gonna go ask him that like that. I don't even know if they know each other, so I know I wasn't gonna go ask him that like that.
Did you tell him, or did he tell you that he just needed a lawyer for that?
Yes, he said that in the car.
And did you tell him that would be a big fee if you get that?
I was just talking, man. I was just.
Now, in that call, did you also say that Funk just pulled off?
Yes, I think I said that in the call.
Who is Funk?
Who is Funk?
Yes.
Funk.
Okay. And is Funk also Mr. Williams' brother?
Yes.
Now, back in 2022, when this phone call took place, was YSL having a beef with YFN?
What's why I said having a beef with what I said? I mean, I had a problem with them.
What was your problem with YFN?
They had them just killed my friend. I mean, I ain't saying they had whatever. I don't know who, but people were trolling like they killed one of my friends. So like, it's just something I took personal. I can't say how everybody else felt.
And is that, are you referencing Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Now, do you know someone by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
And does he have a nickname?
Lawood.
And do you know someone by the name of Zay?
Zay.
Yes.
Yes.
And have you been in conversations with Zay about Woody being harmed in prison because of his status with YSL?
Yes, I heard the phone call earlier.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to that phone call?
Yes.
All right. Showing you what's been marked as 422 VV. Do you recognize your initials on 422 VV?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
I signed it.
All right. And is that the call that we were just referencing with you and Zay?
Yes.
You're on this time, the state would like to admit 422 VV into
Admitted.
and permission to publish.
You may.
And while that is getting loaded, were you arrested for the charges in this indictment, 22 SC 183-572?
Yes.
All right. And where were you arrested at? Not an address, but a location.
In the cab.
Was it a house, an apartment, or something else?
A house.
And when you were arrested, did the officers who came arrest you, did they take pictures inside of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And did they find a bandana and a gun inside of the house?
Yes, that's what they found.
Did they find the gun underneath a bed or a mattress in the room that you were staying in?
I mean, I had Jake came to the house, so yes, I guess they did.
And was that a picture of the bandana and the gun that was found when they arrested you?
Yes, but that's what they found. I'm wrong. I ain't wearing no bandana. I'm not having no bandana.
Was the bandana found in the room that you were in?
The room that they said I was sleeping in, yes.
Is that the bandana inside the gun that was found in the room that they say that you were sleeping in? And in your doing that in 2019, we discussed briefly, did you come to find cases in which YFN members or YFN locations were either the targets of some type of crime, or YSL members or YSL locations were the targets of some crimes?
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to certain dates. On May 10th of 2019, did you become aware during that time of an incident that happened at 1600 Pryor Road?
Yes.
And 1600 Pryor Road, is that in any particular territory?
It borders on what would be the Summerhill neighborhood, leading to the Summerhill neighborhood, which is where YFN would be frequenting.
And as a part of knowing about that investigation, did you learn there was a victim in that case?
There was
Okay, who was the victim?
a gentleman named Milton Howard.
And were you familiar through your investigation with an individual by the name of Milton Howard?
Once I took a look at the case and spoke with the investigators, I learned that.
Sustained.
Without telling me what you learned or what anyone told you, did you determine if that person was associated with a gang?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang was Milton Howard associated with?
YFN.
And was anyone ever arrested for that incident?
Yes.
Who?
Javon Fleetwood.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood that had the YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Also in 2019, in that same role that you had, did you become aware or did you receive police reports about an incident that happened on Crew Street?
Yes.
Is Crew Street in any particular gang territory or neighborhood?
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
Say that one more time.
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
And is that the neighborhood affiliated with YFN?
Yes.
Do you know that location specifically of 1040 Crew Street?
What can you define?
Do you know, is it a store? Is it a house? Is it a shopping center? Do you know what it is?
That was over 5. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
And were there any victims at the location?
I believe there were.
You want to rephrase?
Yeah. Sitting here today, are you familiar specifically with that incident?
Can I look at my notes to refresh my
Do
recollection?
you have notes regarding a timeline of events that occurred in 2019?
I do.
Will looking at your notes help refresh your memory as to that particular incident?
It would.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Is it a store? Is it a house? Is it a shopping center? Do you know what it is?
That was over 5. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
And were there any victims at the location?
I believe there were.
You want to rephrase?
Yeah. Sitting here today, are you familiar specifically with that incident?
Can I look at my notes to refresh my
Do
recollection?
you have notes regarding a timeline of events that occurred in 2019?
I do.
Will looking at your notes help refresh your memory as to that particular incident?
It would.
Yes. Uh-huh.
And as soon as we get that, we're looking at that, help refresh your memory.
It would.
All right. Just look at it without saying anything. If it refreshes your memory, look at it and look at it when you're finished.
Okay.
Okay. Did that help refresh your memory as to whether or not there were any victims at the location?
Yes.
Was YSL Lucci at that location?
I learned through the investigation that he was present. He'd been seen at the location. Yes.
And was that incident on May 22nd, 2019?
It was.
On that same day, did you learn of or did you have the case to investigate a shooting at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I learned that there was shots fired there. Yes.
Okay. And was that also on May 22nd, 2019?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, that's in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Correct.
Again, back in 2019, was there this, again, kind of back and forth of shootings, back and forth between YSL areas and YFN areas?
Correct.
On May 25th, 2019, was there a shooting at 211 Cleveland Avenue?
I believe there was a shots fired call that came up at that location. Yes.
Yeah. And is that in the Cleveland Avenue YSL area?
It is.
Objection.
Okay.
Sustained.
Is 211 Cleveland Avenue in an area frequented by YSL members?
It is. It's in that neighborhood. Yes.
In May 27, 2019, was there another shooting at 355 Bellegarde Place?
There was.
And were there victims a part of that shooting?
I just need to refresh real quick.
refresh your
There's
memory?
several incidents I want to misspeak or confuse them. That's all. Yes.
And were there victims in that shooting?
There were 2 people present. Nobody was struck, I believe.
Now, with the instance that we just referred to, outside of the one that happened on Pryor Road, for the Crew Street and the 2 Cleveland Avenues and the Bellegarde Place, was there anyone ever apprehended, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Now, taking you to June of 2019, did you ever learn of an incident in which the grave of Donovan Thompson was defaced?
Yes.
And was there a police report associated with that defacing?
I believe there was an information report taken.
What's the difference between an information report and a police report?
I mean, it's a type of police report where just information was given, and they wanted the incident documented.
And as a part of this investigation here in this indictment, did you pull any social media accounts from a social media website called the Shade Room?
I did.
Right. And why did you go into the Shade Room and see any type of social media posting?
I think just being on Instagram, I just so happened to see the posts come up, and was relevant to what we had been working with.
And what was the post?
I believe it was a post that came from the account associated with Jeffrey Williams. And
why was it significant to you?
It was directed at Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, YFN Lucci, saying that if I didn't like what you did for your mother and your kids, I would have been killed you.
And did you grab that? Did you do a screen grab of that posting?
I did.
Permission to approach your honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as stated in 429 BV. Tell me if you recognize 429 BV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 429 BV?
This is a accurate depiction of what I had screen grabbed.
And does it appear to have any additions or deletions from what you screen grabbed as a part of your investigation?
Does not appear to, no.
Your Honor, this time say would like to admit 429 VV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And what was the date of the post?
When it was posted on the Shade Room, I believe it was August 19th of 2019. That's the date that they had reposted it, and it's saying 46 minutes ago on the original post, but I can't give you an exact timing of the original post. This is when I saw this.
And you said August 19th. I see a date on there. It's August 18th.
18th, I'm sorry, 2019.
And do you know, to your knowledge at all, if that particular post was ever deleted from the actual account of Thugger Thugger One's account?
I believe it was.
And do you know if this was captured on a Shade Room just prior to it being deleted or before it was deleted off of the Thugger Thugger One account?
I believe right before it was.
And this is posted or around the time of August 2019. Is that towards the end of this back and forth that we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, you talked about in 2020, there was some transition in employment or what you were doing initially in 2019, and then you transitioned to something, a new role in 2020. What was that transition in 2020? What was your new role?
So I had been promoted to criminal investigator, and I was sent to the special operations section, to where typically once you arrive there, you're assigned out to a task force. Could be the ATF, the FBI, the DEA. I went to the GBI gang task force. I then went through a police academy associated with that position. I graduated and then went to, because my whole career had been spent in Atlanta, I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department, and I worked out of their gang unit.
And what were you able to do now that you weren't able to do in 2019 with those 2019 cases? What were you able to do with the 2020 cases?
I was freed up from supervising an actual caseload. So I was free to, and now that I'd been through the academy with them, charge and work criminal cases.
And did you end up then working criminal cases, again, associated with the conflict that was happening between YSL and YFN?
I did.
I want to direct you to May 4th, 2020. Did you have the occasion to be a part of the investigation of an incident that occurred at 1220 Gun Club Road?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I believe that night we were out on the street working, and we heard the 911 call come up for the incident.
Once you heard the 911 call come up, what was the incident that came up?
There was I think it was described on radio as like a active shootout up and down Gun Club Road happening at that moment.
Okay. What did you do once you received the call? Or heard the call over the radio?
I believe we reached out to the aggravated assault unit to find out who the victim suspects were.
And who were the victim suspects? Let me ask you this. Once you learned about who the victim suspects were, what did you do?
I looked at their social media accounts.
Whose social media accounts did you look at?
Mr. Tanquarius Mender.
And had that name come up before? Were you familiar with that name?
I was.
How were you familiar with Tanquarius Mender?
I'd worked with him previously in my other roles, and I'd spoken to him before in non-custodial settings, custodial settings. So I had a pretty decent rapport with him at that point.
And we spoke of him earlier. Was he associated with a gang?
Yes, YSL.
And did he have another association with another gang?
He did.
What was that?
The Rolling 60s Neighborhood Crips.
And did Mr. Mender have a nickname?
He had two.
What are his nicknames?
He would either go by Nard or Stunna.
Now, you said you looked at his social media. Did you look at anyone else's social media?
No, just his at that point.
Okay. Once you looked at Mr. Bender's social media, what, if anything, did you do next?
When I spoke with the aggravated assault unit, I let them know about a post I'd seen the day before.
What was the post?
Mr. Mender had been driving around Summerhill, tagging Summerhill, kind of laughing while he's driving around Summerhill.
Is that the post that you talked about earlier this morning?
It was.
Okay. Once you informed the ag assault detective, did you do anything else as related to this case?
No.
Did you ever look in Marquavius Huey's phone around the time of this investigation?
No.
Was Mr. Bennett the only person associated with this case on Gun Club Road?
At that time, yes.
Okay. When you say at that time, what do you mean?
Later on, I had reviewed Mr. Huey's cell phone extraction. I had learned about additional parties that were involved.
What additional parties?
Sustained.
Let me ask you, when did you look at Huey's phone?
I'd say right when I got them back, but it was pretty, there was a lot of things. So it took a while to take a real deep dive into the phone. So I had to do bits and pieces.
Did you look at Huey's phone around the same time when you were assisting Sergeant Henderson with his case in October 2020? Or had you looked at Huey's phone prior to that?
No, around October 2020.
Okay. So when you were looking through his phone in October 2020, is that when you saw information about some stuff that happened in May of 2020?
Correct.
All right. After looking through Mr. Huey's phone, did you ever look at Mr. Huey's social media accounts?
Yes.
Do you know an individual by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
I do.
How do you know Kenneth Copeland?
I was familiar with Mr. Copeland from when I first started working in Atlanta, when he was part of the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang. And I'd supervised him throughout the years.
Were you familiar with his social media account?
I was.
In looking at Mr. Menders, Huey, and Mr. Copeland's social media account, did you see any pictures of any of them on each other's social media accounts?
Yes.
When looking at their social media, when did you see them starting to post or have interaction with each other?
April or May, probably of 2020.
As it relates to the incident in May of 2020 at Gun Club Road, was there anyone ever arrested for that incident?
I don't believe so.
And was Mender the victim in that incident?
He was.
All right. Now, taking you to May 24th, 2020, were you aware of any shootings that occurred at 98 William H. Borders Road?
Yes.
That location, is that in any particular gang area?
That's an area that would be frequented by members of YFN.
Taking you to May 25th, 2020, did you investigate or have the occasion to investigate a case that happened at 411 Parkway Drive?
The unit worked on a team on that case, yes.
You said the unit worked as a team?
Yes.
Okay. How many other people were you working with?
Probably maybe 10. The unit as a whole would, because there were so many cases, would split up and divide tasks on each case.
Were there any victims associated with that case?
Yes.
Who were the victims?
Reginald Thomas.
You may.
Interestingly, there's still no mistrial motion in the last. Was our last mistrial motion, y'all? So while we are getting a lot of approaches and objections from Sharp, we are not getting any mistrial motions. What do y'all think about that? David says all those plea deals shouldn't play into a directed verdict. Young Thug should have waited it out. What do you mean by that, David? What do you mean by that? She won't grant it. Why should they? Okay. The one pause for a week is the last. Yeah, there haven't been any mistrial motions in the past couple of weeks. They're winning. Remember, there are multiple charges here, y'all. So while we might look at this and say that we don't see the evidence for some of the murder charges, we still have this criminal street gang charge. I think they've showed a lot of evidence, circumstantial evidence, but I think they've showed a lot of evidence for the criminal street gang charge. Now, what is the potential penalty for that? And, will they go to prison and all that stuff? That's a different question. Yeah, the judges say they're likely to win on appeal, but imagine how long is that going to take? And how much more is that going to cost? How much more is that going to cost for you to go to prison on an appeal? You're talking about time. You're talking about money. I think Thug, they haven't presented. I think Thug was about to win, y'all. Now, I am definitely not forming an opinion or opining on his plea that he took. A lot of people say he should have waited. I'm not saying he should have done anything, but I think it's clear that he was going to win this case. They didn't have him on a murder. Now, he did have a bunch of drug stuff that they probably would have gotten him on, but he wouldn't have gotten the amount of time he got. He probably would have wound up just getting probation anyway. I think Thug was going to beat this. I really do. I think Thug was going to beat this. That would have been a big risk for Thug, says Air Hall. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like Thug was in a good position. I mean, listen, you have a seasoned attorney like Brian Steele telling you we're going to beat this thing. He's seen all the evidence. They can't just come up with new evidence all of a sudden. When I say can't, I mean, Brian Steele's seen all the evidence and he's seen the way the trial's gone. And he says, look, man, we're going to win this. He knows what he's talking about. Now, nobody knows the future. Nobody knows what kind of curveball could have been thrown at the last second. But I think Thug was going to win. Thug had it's so funny because they built the whole narrative around Thug, but there's the least amount of evidence for him. I feel that too, but yeah, it would have been a gamble. I mean, it's always a gamble. But think about this, Air. Are they going to convict him on RICO? I mean, what RICO? What RICO? So even if he would have gotten convicted, he probably there's still a chance he would have gotten sentenced to time served anyway. Does that make sense? So even if he did lose, his sentence could have still been time served plus probation. So I think Thug was in a position to skate on this.
Am I continuing around? Who was the victim in that case? I'm sorry, and let me go back into 411 Parkway Drive. I apologize.
That's kind of been, can I explain it a little bit? It's kind of complicated.
Well, first tell me who the victims were, and then, okay, because of the other shooting that happened?
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
a twofold.
All right, let me ask you this. 411 Parkway Drive, are you familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with 411 Parkway Drive?
That is traditionally Rolling 60 Crip from my experience in Atlanta, Rolling 60 Crip territory in Atlanta. That's somewhere where you'd find them, especially on a nice day, hanging out in the parks, the areas throughout the Fourth Ward.
And was there a shooting at that location?
There was.
Was there anyone ever arrested for that incident, for that shooting?
There was.
Who was arrested for that shooting?
The two that I can think of off the top of my head will be Reginald Thomas and Tydrekus Glass. Oh, I'm sorry. Reginald Thomas, Tydrekus Glass.
And with Mr. Thomas and Mr. Glass, were you familiar with those individuals?
I was.
And were they associated with any gang?
YFN.
And I think I asked earlier about Mender being a part of Rolling 60s Crips.
Correct.
Did Rolling 60 Crips have any association with any gang?
They had an alliance with YSL.
And I said association, you said alliance. Why did you give a distinction?
Because association would just say, like, we're cool, we know each other. Alliance would be like, to me, from my investigative experience, means that they'll work together and they'll partner on things.
Now, I want to take you to May 26, 2020. Was there a shooting at 257 Trinity Street?
There was.
And was there a victim of that incident?
There was.
And who was that?
Marcus Sims.
And were you familiar with that individual?
I was.
How?
He was a friend of Tanquarius Mender.
And to your knowledge, do you know Mr. Sims was a part of any gang?
No, we'd classify him as an associate, but I wouldn't say he's a gang member.
Okay. And associate of what gang?
The Rolling 60 Crips.
Is that because of his relationship with Mr. Alford?
Both Mr. Mender, Mr. Alford.
On June 1st, 2020, was there an incident at 361 Edgewood?
There was.
Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that location?
That's an area frequented by members of YFN.
Was there anyone injured during that shooting?
I don't believe anybody was injured, but I think 2 people were shot at.
I want to take you to June 3rd, 2020. Was there an incident at 600 Martin Street?
There was.
And did you have any part of the investigation of that incident at 600 Martin Street?
May I just look quick to make sure we're speaking about the right incident?
Yes.
Yes.
What was your involvement?
That was a case handled by the aggravated assault unit, but based on the location of where it occurred, we assisted with some information on that investigation.
And what was significant about the location where it occurred?
It was the scene of a YFN Lucci video shoot.
And 600 Martin Street, is that any, where's 600 Martin Street?
In Summerhill.
And were there any victims in that case?
I'm unsure if there was a victim, but I know that there was a vehicle struck by gunfire.
And whose vehicle was struck by gunfire?
Mr. Bennett or Lucci.
I want to take you to June 4th, 2020. Was there an incident at 1044 Hank Aaron?
There was.
Okay. And where is 1044 Hank Aaron?
In the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta. It's an apartment complex.
And was there any apartments or homes shot at or shot up?
There was.
Who do you know whose home was shot at or shot up?
It was the home of, for a family home of Sabian Cluster, better known as YFN Fat.
And were there any shell cases found in that case?
There were.
And were there any shell cases found at the incident 600 Martin Street on June 3rd?
There were.
And was that this incident just a day apart?
There were.
Was anyone ever arrested for those two incidents?
They were not.
And then I want to take you to June 30th, 2020. Was there an incident at 639 Parkway?
There was.
Okay. And is that in the same or similar location as the incident that happened on May 25th, 2020, near 411 Parkway Drive?
I'd say it's several, like maybe 6 or 7 blocks north of where that happened.
And would you still consider that area the area of the Rolling 60s stronghold?
That was the area in the 4th Ward neighborhood. That was the 600 block is the area that they liked the most.
Okay. And were there any victims for that particular shooting?
Yes, multiple.
Okay. Who were some of the victims?
There were multiple members of the Rolling 60s Crips, including Shadari Mitchell, Kenneth Long, Demario Franklin, and Marcus Sims was shot and killed that night.
Is that the same Marcus Sims that we talked about from the May 26, 2020 incident?
It is.
And as a result of that shooting, did you look at any social media?
I did.
Whose social media did you look at?
I believe I was reviewing the account for Tidricus Glass.
And was there anything of any significance that you found while reviewing that particular social media account?
There was a live video that I found interesting, yes.
Why did you find it interesting?
They were drinking and dancing around in like a kitchen or something, singing Drop a Op and We Celebrate.
And how soon after? Okay. Is that what the post said?
I believe that if I remember the video correctly, there should be like maybe 2 people in the scene, and one of the 2 YFN associated individuals, or whoever's in the photo, is singing out of their mouth, Drop Op and We Celebrate, while they're like pouring shots, I think it was.
Okay. And throughout the rest of 2020, were there just other shootings that you being a part of this unit found of note to you?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of those shootings in both the YFN associated territory as well as the YSL associated territory?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back to the stabbing of Mr. Bennett in February of 2022. Once you received the text messages and you reviewed them, what, if anything, did you do next as a part of your investigation in determining what was going on with the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I continued to monitor jail calls for any chatter that was going on within the jail because Mr. Bennett, of course, luckily was not killed, to make sure that nobody else was going to attempt anything or a way to harm Mr. Bennett.
And as you continue to review jail calls, did you find any additional jail calls of note to you regarding any stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
Okay. What was that? What did you find?
I found a phone call made by YSL member Christian Eppinger.
And what did you do once you learned or heard that call?
As far
like once you listened to the call, what, if anything, did you do?
Oh, again, it was a call where a female was acting as a middleman. So to identify the person that she was reaching out to, I obtained phone records for the female, identified the number that she called at that exact time that the jail call was taking place, and then was able to identify the person being called.
And who was the person being called?
A gentleman named Antonio Sumlin.
And did Antonio Sumlin have a nickname?
Obama.
Right. Once you heard that jail call or learned of that jail call, what, if anything, what steps did you take after that?
I then decided to apply for wiretap applications for the phone lines of both Demekion Garlington and Antonio Sumlin.
Why did you make that? Why did you decide to apply for a wiretap?
Because we were fearful that until Mr. Bennett was severely harmed or killed, this plot would continue. So we felt that was the best course of action at that time.
And were you able to secure, be able to go and have a wiretap for both Mr. Garlington's phone, Mr. Sumlin's phone?
Yes.
Now, tell the jury, what are the steps that happens once you secure a warrant and you're able to get a wiretap?
I was the case agent on the law enforcement side of things. Then we have like IT people or technical people that they take the paperwork you receive from the judge and they forward it to the phone company. And then usually it takes a couple hours. You have a wire room set up. It's a private, secure location. And I'd say within a couple of hours of submitting the paperwork to the phone company, you'll start receiving data coming in the wire room. You'll start receiving phone calls, text messages, and you'll see sometimes just data, like when you're browsing on your phone or making a video call, you'll see that stuff starts coming in and being registered.
And as far as the wire room, does that have to be maintained 24 hours a day?
It does.
And why is that?
Because you have to you're now responsible for monitoring what's coming in. You can't leave it unmonitored. Somebody has to be there monitoring.
Now, when you are monitoring those calls, are you able to listen to every call, or are there times you have to minimize or stop listening to the calls?
So everybody gets what's called a minimization training. They get informed of the basis of the case. They're passed out copies of the affidavit so they know what's going on, what allowed us to get there. They read through that. We conduct a meeting. Everybody's informed. We talk about what they should listen out for, what's going on. And then they're explained on minimization procedures. So if somebody calls their grandma, for example, and she's talking about what she's going to make for dinner, or what do you want for me to buy you this year for your birthday? You listen for 2 minutes. And if at the 2-minute mark, there's no criminal activity, you mute or you minimize for 1 minute. You give the full minute, you resume, you click back in, and you listen for another 2 minutes. If there's no criminal activity, you mute again. And I'm sorry, I say mute, I mean minimize. At that time, once you minimize, you cannot go back. The recording stops. And you do that. Now, if there's criminal activity heard, that's related to your case, you can listen.
And when you got the warrant, do you remember when you got the initial warrant for both the phone from Mr. Garlington and Mr.
I want to say we went up on the line somewhere around like the first week of March. So it should have been around there, like the 10th, maybe, or somewhere around there.
As it relates to Mr. Garlington, were you able to initially listen to his call?
No.
Why not? What happened?
Coincidentally, he had changed his phone number.
Once he had changed his phone number, what, if anything, did you do? Let me ask you, did you try to secure another number for Mr. Garlington?
I did.
How did you go about securing another number for Mr. Garlington?
I reached out to his probation officer to see if, to remain in compliance, he may have updated her with his new phone number.
And had he done that?
He had.
And then for Mr. Sumlin's line, were you able to go up on his phone immediately?
Yes.
How long were you on, how long did you have a wiretap on each of those phones?
The initial application goes for 30 days. So I know we had 30 days on both. And then I did renewals on both. So we did 60 days. I can't remember if Mr. Garlington went into custody before his 60 days was up or not, but we had authorization for 60 days ultimately on both.
Why did you choose to extend the first 30 days?
Because the criminal activity was still pretty active. There were still crimes being committed, still intelligence being gathered.
Now, I want to direct you to March of 2022.
Okay.
With the stabbing of Mr. Bennett inside the Fulton County Jail, did that information ever get released to the public?
It did, but it was delayed.
Okay. And when you said it was delayed, what happened?
I don't believe it hit the news until some court documentation was filed.
And what court documentation was filed?
An emergency motion for bond on Mr. Bennett's behalf.
And do you know when that documentation was filed?
I want to say the first few days of March, I believe.
Permission to approach. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6TT. Would I have a refresh your memory as to when that bond here, or when that motion was filed?
Yes.
Okay. When was that motion filed?
March 1st of 2022.
And after March 1st, 2022, did you start seeing public media posts about the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, several news outlets picked it up.
Once several news outlets began to pick it up, did you, as an investigator with the gang unit, have investigated this YFN, YSL conflict? Did anything about that report spark any investigation on your part about anything that you were going to do as it relates to the conflict between YFN and YSL?
Based on my experience with with these two groups and the conflicts, we were on heightened alert for any events that or shootings or incidents that may occur.
And by the time the media release occurred, were you already up on the wire, or did that come after the release of the information to the media?
I believe it came after.
Okay. Now I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022. Did you become aware of the shooting on I-75/85 northbound?
I did.
And did you become aware of who, if anyone, was killed as part of that incident?
I do.
Okay. And who was that?
That would be Christian McMiller and Darius Big Ford.
And do you know about what time that incident occurred?
I believe it happened around 3:30 a.m.
And have you had any involvement with any investigation as it relates to that case?
I have.
And is that still an open pending case at this juncture?
It is.
After that shooting on March 11, 2022, did you become aware of a shooting at 12 Atlanta?
Yes.
When was that shooting?
I believe that the incident on the highway took place at 3 a.m. Fast forward to about almost just before 10 o'clock, the shooting at 12 Atlanta took place.
10 o'clock a.m. or 10 o'clock
PM. I think the call for service came in around 9:47
And where is 12 Atlanta?
in Summerhill.
And are you familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with that location?
I believe in 2019 and 2020, it was 12 Atlanta itself. The convenience store was the target of drive-by shootings.
And was there anyone injured on March 11, 2022?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe the gentleman's name is Cortez Houston. He's a YFN associate.
And has there been anyone arrested for that shooting?
Yes.
Who's that?
A gentleman named Stephen Harris.
And are you familiar with that name?
Yes.
How?
He's documented, not by me, but another member of the gang unit as a member of YSL.
After that incident on March 12, 2022, did you become aware of a shooting, without saying any name, of a shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Without saying any names, how did you become aware of the shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
I was in the wire room monitoring the calls in the wiretap, and we heard a shootout being described on the wiretap.
After hearing about that shooting on the wiretap, did you ever come to learn of a shooting on March 14th, 2022 at I-20 in Windsor?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first learn about that shooting?
I believe somebody from the gang unit that I work with had called and let me know that a shooting had come up in that area.
And once you learned about that information, what, if anything, did you do?
I spoke with Investigator Flores, who I believe was the on-call gang investigator for that night.
And did you learn of the individual? Was someone killed at that location?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn of the name or the identity of that individual?
A gentleman by the name of Shamel Drinks.
Now, when you first heard that name, were you familiar with that individual at all?
I was not.
When you first heard that name, did you know at that time if this murder had anything to do with any gangs?
No.
And you say no, why is that?
Just because I did not recognize him, I didn't know him, so I had no reason to believe at that time it was.
After hearing about the shooting at I-20 and Windsor Road, did you look at any social media accounts?
I did the next day.
Why were you looking at social media?
Just in conjunction with the wire, we were always monitoring what was going on, just to be abreast of anything we may hear, just so we were aware of what was going on, so we can understand the context of things we were hearing.
And as you were observing social media, did you see anything of note to you as you were perusing social media the next day after the March 14th killing of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
I did.
What if anything, did you find?
I saw several posts of a gentleman that matched the photo of what I saw of Shamel Drinks at the crime scene being made.
Okay. And when you say was being made, who was it being made by?
Members of YFN.
And about how many posts did you see when you were just kind of viewing and observing?
There were numerous posts. I don't think I could put a number on it.
And when you saw those posts, did you ever capture those posts?
I began capturing them just in case they were needed.
You said you captured just in case they were needed?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to approach you. Permission to approach your honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey did at 465 BV, 467 BV, and 468 BV. Tell me if you recognize 465, 467, and 468.
I do.
And how do you recognize 465, 467, and 468 BV?
These are three of the several social media posts that I captured following the death of Mr. Drinks.
And are those three just some of the examples of what you were seeing being posted on the day after Mr. Drinks passed away?
Yes.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the social media accounts that you observed and that you screenshotted back in March of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 465, 467, and 468 BV into evidence. Permission to publish. Now showing you what's been admitted at 465 BV, is that Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is the person posting this picture?
That is a gentleman that goes by the name Kelvin Watts or Shell Kel.
Okay. And were you familiar with Shell Kel?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you familiar with Shell Kel?
From past investigations involving both of these groups.
Okay. Now I want to show you 467 BB. Who is the person? Is that also Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is posting that? Who made the post?
It's made by 44 Stevo, which I know to be Stephen Johnson.
Okay, and I apologize. Going back to 465, what was Shell Kel's Instagram handle?
It's Shell Kel _ Nutlife.
All right. Now back to 467 BB. 44 Stevo, what's his given name?
Stephen Johnson.
All right. And was he associated with YFN?
Yes.
All right. And next is 468 BV. Who made the post?
The username is going to be YFN Fat 14. That's going to be Sabian Cluster.
And is that the Sabian cluster that we talked about a few moments ago with the back and forth shooting?
It is.
All right. And what was that? What did that post say?
I don't feel right putting that behind your name nut with the broken heart.
Once you started seeing these posts and examples of these posts, what, if anything, did you do? Did you assist at all with this investigation at that time on March 15th?
I didn't, because when you're the affiant of a wire, it's a lot of things you have to do. You have to manage schedules and people in the room and review all the calls. So I was kind of sidetracked. So I was capturing these, working in the wire room, and then I went home to get some sleep.
Now I'm going to take you to March 16th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to a shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
And how did you get involved with responding to the shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
One of my partners, either Investigator Dabney or Investigator Flores, called and let me know that there was a shooting at the location.
And let me ask you this. Back in 2022, where were you working?
The Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And was that a common practice that members of the APD gang unit would reach out to you if there was a shooting that they were responding to?
If it was gang related and something that we had been working on, absolutely. I talked to them daily.
And did you respond to that location?
I did.
Sitting here today, do you recall what time you responded to that location?
I want to say I made it out there probably around 2 a.m., I believe.
You said around 2 a.m.?
Around 2 a.m., I believe.
Court condolence for one. Once you got to the house, what, if anything, did you do?
I met with my partner, Investigator Flores, and I spoke with the officers on scene, and they said they had several victims that were separated amongst different cars on scene while they were still sorting out what was going on. And I got the names of the people that were present.
Okay. And were you familiar with any of the individuals who were present?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you know?
I knew Mr. Garlington, of course, because he was one of my wiretap targets that we had running. And I knew Mr. Shannon Stillwell. I know Mr. Stillwell, I think, goes by Jackson also.
Okay. And how long have you known Mr. Garlington?
Probably say since 2014, if not longer.
Right. And how long had you known Mr. Jackson?
2013 or 2012.
All right. When you went out there, did you speak with Mr. Garlington or Mr. Jackson?
I spoke with both.
And were either of them able to provide you any information about what had occurred at their home at the home that night?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That motion.
And people in the room and review all the calls. So I was kind of sidetracked. So I was capturing these, working in the wire room, and then I went home to get some sleep.
Now I'm going to take you to March 16th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to a shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
And how did you get involved with responding to the shooting? And was he able to provide you any information regarding the shooting that had occurred that
Not anything of substance, really.
Was he able to give you any description of what happened that night?
If I remember correctly, he just said, I think when he arrived at the location, people just started shooting, but he didn't know what had happened or why.
And while you met with him, when you got to the scene, were there cars in the driveway?
Yes.
And was he able to identify a car that he was driving?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was it?
He said a white Audi.
And did he point out that Audi to you?
I don't know if he pointed it out. I think he may have said like that one over there. And I looked and there was one closest to the street. And there were cars parked in the yard on the right side of the house. And there was a white Audi that was like an Audi sedan closest to the street. There was an Audi SUV and an Audi sedan, and it was the sedan that was parked closer to the street.
And did you ever take pictures of that Audi? Or you were investigator Florida take pictures of that Audi?
One of us did, yes.
And did you take pictures of Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Stillwell?
One of us did, yes.
Were you familiar with an individual by the name of Miles Farley?
I had seen him, but I'd never interacted with him before.
Had you seen social media accounts for him?
Yeah, social media accounts, music videos. I'd seen him around with the guys.
Was he present on that morning of March 16, 2022?
He was.
And did you take pictures of him?
One of us, I think Investigator Flores may have.
Now, when you met with or spoke to Mr. Jackson, were they victims of the shooting?
Yes.
At that time, when you met or spoke with Mr. Jackson, Mr. Garlington, did you have any knowledge of who the suspects were in the March 14th murder?
No.
Had you on March 16th talked to Investigator Hogan about his homicide?
No.
Excuse me, was Investigator Hogan the lead detective on the homicide?
Yes.
Of Samel Drinks. When you spoke with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Jackson on March 16th, had you seen any surveillance video from the homicide on March 14th, 2022?
No.
When you met with or spoke with Mr. Jackson, did you have any knowledge of the suspect vehicle as related to that March 14th, 2022 homicide?
No. Other than the victim, I had no knowledge of the circumstances or anything with the investigation.
Did you eventually leave the location at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
You said this was about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Somewhere around there.
Did you at some point in time go to Atlanta Police Department on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
What was your purpose of going to the Atlanta Police Department?
I had to return to check on the wire. I got a few hours of sleep, maybe a couple hours of sleep, but I could. I returned to check on the wire room and also stopped by to see Detective Kevin Leonpacker. Stopped by his office to talk to him for a minute.
And would you work with Detective Leonpacker with your investigations?
All the time.
Okay. And just as a side note, what types of things would you ask Detective Leonpacker to do with your cases that you were working on?
I would bounce investigative ideas off him sometimes with cases that I had, but also most importantly, if throughout my investigations, I would obtain cell phones through search warrants and things like that, or in evidence, I would bring them to him with a search warrant for him to conduct a forensic extraction of the phones for me.
Okay. Now, going back to March 16, did you make it to APD?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, did you make it to Kevin Leonpacker's desk where he sits?
Yes.
Are there any investigators that sit close to him in the office?
Yes.
Is Detective Hogan one of those investigators?
It's Detective Leonpacker, empty cubicle, Detective Hogan.
Once you went to go speak with Detective Leonpacker on March 16, 2022, did you see Detective Hogan?
I did. On my way to his desk, I passed Hogan.
And what happened once you passed him? What happened?
When I walked past Hogan's desk, I said, "Hey, Hogan." I said, "Your victim," I said, "is being posted by some of the YFN guys. Just checking to see what you got. What do you got? Like, what's going on?" And then he said, "Well, I got some surveillance video and some people, but I don't know, not much else."
He said he didn't have much else.
Yeah, he just.
At that point in time, did he show you the surveillance video?
Yeah, I said, "Well, show me what you got. Let me see what you got." And he's pulled. I talked to Kevin for a second. He said, "Come on over," and I looked at the video that he had.
And what video did you look at?
It was video from a gas station that I recognized to be at Fulton and Windsor.
Okay. And what did you see on the surveillance video?
He showed me some individuals that he had identified as his suspects.
Okay. And when you saw the video, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately recognized Mr. Stillwell from my interaction with him the night before because he was wearing the same clothes. And I recognized Mr. Farley on the video.
And you said the night before, were you at the office on March 16th as well?
Sorry, it was the same day. It was 2 a.m., sleep for a few hours, went to the office and met with them. So it was the same day.
And when you watched the surveillance video, was this surveillance video from March 14, 2022?
Yes.
And you had just, not just, but earlier that morning had seen Mr. Jackson or Stillwell Jackson in the same clothes that you saw him in on the video.
Correct.
Right. And then you said you also recognized Miles Farley on the video.
Correct.
All right. Once you recognized both Mr. Farley and Mr. Stillwell, what, if anything, did you do?
There was a third individual in the video that I knew to associate with him, but I didn't know his name. So I told Investigator Hogan he may want to get with somebody else to get a name on that person. And then he showed me the vehicle associated with his case.
And did he show you the vehicle from the surveillance video or something else?
I believe it was a surveillance video.
And what, if anything, did you do when you saw the vehicle, his suspect vehicle?
I recognized it as the white Audi with the Maryland tags from the home at Waters Road that I'd seen hours prior.
Now, you said that you did not recognize the third individual in the surveillance video, and you directed Hogan to speak with someone else. Did you direct him to speak with anyone specifically?
Well, I recognized him by face. Just a name, I didn't have a name. So I think Investigator Belknap was either in the homicide office or he was upstairs, and I called either him to come to the desk or come downstairs to help Hogan.
And let me ask you this. I want to go back to March 16, 2022. When you spoke with Mr. Jackson about what happened that night, how did the conversation come up about what vehicle was his? Do you recall?
I believe that was prompted by when he said I just got here and they started shooting, or something like that. I just got here and they started shooting, or I pulled up and they started shooting. So I said, "Well, what vehicle were you in?" I think that's what prompted that question.
And when you spoke with Mr. Jackson on March 16th, did he ever speak with you about where he was in the days prior to you seeing him on Waters Road?
No.
While you were meeting with, or not meeting with, but speaking with Mr. Jackson, did you ever speak with him about the homicide that had occurred on March 15th at I-20 and Windsor Road?
No.
Now, going back to later in the day when you were at APD, at any point after speaking with Hogan, did you take any steps to continue assisting him in his investigation?
I went upstairs and reviewed the wiretap data for that time.
And when you say that time, what time are you referencing?
The time that would encompass his homicide taking place.
And did you find any calls around the time of when the homicide took place?
I did.
And we'll come back to that. Once you went upstairs and reviewed and went to the wiretap room and kind of reviewed those calls, what, if anything, did you do next?
I think I just continued to let him know that I was available if he needed anything from our end, but
Did you ever come to take out a search warrant for the home at 2830 Waters Road?
oh, yes, when I was reviewing the calls, now that would be reviewing the calls for the night before. When I responded out at 2 a.m., I began to review those calls from that incident and learned some information that led me to obtain a Fulton County search warrant for the location at Waters Road.
And so let me understand clearly, you heard some information on the wiretap.
Correct.
And was that information on the wiretap from March 16th?
Correct. The time that we responded out there and I encountered Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell.
And based upon what you heard on the wiretap, you then went and applied for a search warrant at Waters Road.
Correct.
Now, let me ask you this. When you got on the scene at Waters Road, did you go inside of the house on March 16th?
I may have peeked inside the house. I can't remember if I don't think I did we didn't search it or anything.
And was there any reason why you did not search the home on March 16th when you responded?
They were victims at that time. I didn't have probable cause in my eyes to obtain a search warrant for the location.
All right. Now, were you able to obtain the search warrant to search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you all search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you have assistance from the Atlanta Police Department to execute that search warrant on March 17, 2022?
The gang unit in conjunction with the SWAT team, Detective Leon Packer came out to help. There's a bunch of people helping out.
Your Honor, permission to approach. You.
So, y'all, I'm gonna explain this real quick. This is the prosecution's final witness, but we do expect the defense to put on.
I think this would be a good time for a bathroom break. So let's take a restroom break. We'll be back in a few.
We do expect the defense, at least Sharp, to put on a defense. Sorry about that. So Shard is not, there's no requirement in the law for the defense to even get up and make a case. But I think Sharp will do that. I think Sharp has considerable amount of ground that he needs to cover to try to get Shannon in the clear, particularly for the Chamel Drinks situation. So I definitely do expect Sharp to make a case and focus on that and maybe other things as well. Weinstein previously said he will see if he's going to make a case for Yak. Yak seems like he is probably not in the same position as Shannon as it relates to Donovan Thomas, because I mean, if y'all remember, Yak's phone didn't even ping like everybody else's phone did. So, you know, would you just expect Weinstein to note that in closing arguments? He might make a case, but Shannon's definitely going to have to make a case. I think he needs to really. They were talking about motion straight. Yeah, that's directed verdict on some of the overt acts. I don't think he's going to get any kind of directed verdict though on the more serious charges. So, you know, no, sprinkle should be done unless maybe one of the defendants calls him back, which maybe they will. Who knows? I don't think so though. So I think what we're going to see is Viverito's going to wrap up maybe today, maybe tomorrow, Monday, who knows. Viverito should wrap up, and then we should see probably Sharp, start to call his witnesses. And he's going to do the same thing that the prosecution has done. He's going to call his witnesses. He's going to be on direct examination. Then the prosecution will be able to cross and that whole thing. Do I think they're going to call the cop with the Richard Millet? I think right now Shark's big thing is I think Shamel Drinks is the big X factor for Shark. So if you notice, most of the time they've spent talking about, I mean, they did talk about Donovan Thomas, but you really got the sense that was kind of directed at Thug before, and Thug's not on the case anymore. I think Shark is going to really focus a lot on Shamel Drinks. This is a break. It was an approach, then a break. So I think that they threw the Richard Millet situation in more as a way to just create distrust of the police department. I don't know for sure unless they have more information. I don't see with the limited information they have that they want to keep bringing that up. Now, if they have information about some wrongdoing, how does that really affect this case? I would imagine they would want to bring it up if there's more information about some actual wrongdoing. Yeah, they asked to approach, but then they went on break. Is this really last witness? Yes, this is the last witness for the state. This is not the last witness overall. I don't know that, for example, if the state were to wrap up today and then Sharp were to finish crossing Viverito today, and maybe even Weinstein may have to cross Viverito as well. I don't know that Sharp's going to start calling his people today, or if Weinstein's going to do his case, I don't know who would go first. So there's still some kind of uncertainty. Max definitely has something up his sleeve. I think if nothing else, there's a lot of ground to cover with what we've talked about. It seems clear to me that either the hive mind and Max's mind are just in sync on some things, or maybe his team is monitoring social media. I would have my team monitoring social media if possible, because we are collectively probably 20,000 people watching this case right now, of all backgrounds, of all genders, of all shapes, sizes, colors, and we will have different thoughts that might just not appeal to the criminal defense attorney in the moment. So I would definitely be monitoring social media. And I'm relatively sure that everything we've pointed out, Shart and his team have reviewed and assimilated the information. And if they didn't already have that thought process, I'm more than sure that they are monitoring what we're saying to see if we can give any clues. So what if there's a jury member that stands up and goes, wait, we wanted to just end this now? I mean, we did have a couple of jurors that did something like that. They didn't just stand up in the middle of the trial. I think the jurors, they face jail time if they were to purposefully disrupt the trial. They could be held in contempt, I'm pretty sure. So I don't see a standing up in the middle of testimony situation, but we've had a couple of jurors who have during breaks, they have expressed different complaints basically and situations, but they haven't been able to get off the jury. Do you think the state's case is too weak? What do you mean too weak? Do you think the state's case is too weak to rest at this point? Well, they have to rest their case at some point, and it doesn't seem like they have much more. I think they've made a decent case on the criminal street gang, y'all. I think they made a decent case on this criminal street gang. I really do. These guys, you could arguably call YSL a gang, and they were committing a lot of crimes. They were tattooing it on their body. You know, they had gang signs, they had colors, they had lingo, slat, you know. So I definitely think that out of all the charges, the criminal street gang charge is probably the stickiest at this point. And I think anybody who would say YSL is not a gang or not a criminal gang, if you're honest, you could at least say, I could see how somebody else is convinced of that. Even if you're not convinced, you at least have to be able to see how somebody else might be convinced. That's my point. So you might say, no, I don't get it. I'm not convinced personally, but I see how you're convinced. But you need 12 jurors to be convinced. You know, you need all of them to be convinced. You can't just have 2 or 3 or half or most. So I think right now the criminal street gang is the charge that I'm most suspicious of as it relates to a conviction. Again, you have guys who roll together, they're constantly together, they commit crimes together, they live together, they operate under a single name, or you know, one thing morphs into another, but they operate under this name YSL. Yes, it is a record label, but that doesn't mean it's not also a gang. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's a record label doesn't mean it's not also a gang. Yes, being in a gang is not a crime, but being in a criminal street gang is a crime. So if they were a gang that was not a criminal enterprise, I shouldn't say enterprise. If they were not a criminal street gang, then they would just be a gang, and that's correct. Then it wouldn't be a crime. But being in a criminal gang is. I guess the thing is, the jury right now, I could see the jury saying yes, they're a gang, but it would be wrong if so the murder charge though doesn't. Neither one of them seem to be adequately proven beyond a reasonable doubt to me. The criminal street gang, the RICO does not. I'll be honest, I'm gonna have to listen to the jury instructions to even really know how they're supposed to determine the RICO charge, because I'll be honest, I'm just not sure. What is the judge gonna say? So the judge is gonna tell them, if you find these things, then they're guilty. That's the way that the jury instruction should go, you know? So we'll have to hear that. I'll have to hear that to really know more about the RICO. I looked up the criminal street gang yesterday, and I think just on an intuitive level, it just feels like the criminal street gang situation. I mean, you know, I do think Obama's testimony hurt yesterday. He said that, you know, they lived in the same house, that they were selling drugs out of the house, that he got YSL tattooed on him, that it's Young Slime Life. And he said he didn't rap. That was a huge thing that he said, that I felt like the prosecution, they should have made more out of it, but they didn't. Obama said he didn't rap. So if YSL is a record label, why do you have YSL tattooed on you if you're not an artist? What is your connection to YSL, the record label? I feel like Hilton dropped the ball yesterday with that. When Obama said he didn't rap, I would have wanted another 15, 20, I don't know how many minutes, but I would have wanted to underline, underscore, and make it totally clear for the jury that, okay, they're saying this is a record label, but if you didn't rap, you only rapped in middle school, you know, what is your affiliation with YSL, the record label? So I think that was a missed opportunity, but I picked up on it. And just personally, I think the criminal street gang is their strongest charge at the moment. Clizzle, thank you for the 5 bones. Why don't they show certain witnesses on camera? Also, why don't all witnesses get a choice? Hit the like button. Yes, y'all, please do hit that like button. Thank you, Clizzle. I've noticed that when there has been a government witness who didn't want to be shown, it seems like Whitaker has been more likely to acquiesce. Like today, Detective Viverito. Previous, I don't even think Gaither is still with the government, but she used to be a detective or whatever. So at first, Whitaker was going to push back even on Gaither, but they gave her some kind of explanation and she acquiesced. Whereas when you remember Montong's ex-girlfriend, what's her name? I forget her name, but Montong's ex-girlfriend, she said she didn't want to be shown, and they actually did still show her. So I think Whitaker is more likely to acquiesce on either current and or previous police, detectives, government officials, government workers. And it seems like just from the limited experience that I've seen with Whitaker determining these things, it seems like if you don't have any kind of police or government background, she's not vibing with your request. So that's the way I've seen it. Yeah, so Lou, the fact that they weren't all rappers, if they're not all rappers, then what's your connection to YSL, the record label? Are you a music producer? Why are you tattooing YSL on your body? What is your connection with the music, with, you know, pushing the cultural impact? You know, that's my question, because if I'm trying to determine the criminal street gang, well, you are definitely a criminal. You were in prison. You were in and out of prison. You were selling drugs out the trap house. You were carrying guns. You're a criminal. You were doing criminal activity. Not necessarily saying that you were doing it in the name of YSL, but you have the name of YSL on your body while you're committing the crimes, and you have nothing to do with the record label. So what am I supposed to conclude? What am I supposed to conclude? They have shown a lot of guns, but no proof that gun belongs to a certain person by DNA or fingerprints. So y'all don't think that they have to show conclusive evidence of a particular crime. It's reasonable doubt. So David, the only question is, there's two questions. Do you have a doubt? And then if you do, is your doubt reasonable? So again, going back to Obama, do you doubt that Obama repped YSL? There is no reasonable doubt to that. Okay. Do you doubt that Obama is a criminal? There's no reasonable doubt to that either. Now, so let's put it together. Do you doubt that Obama was a criminal representing YSL in his criminality? Okay. Do you doubt that Obama put his criminality and the YSL thing together? I think it's pretty clear that he did. Okay. Thug is off of this trial now. So really the only two people who could possibly be stained, if you will, with what Obama said, well, as far as this trial is concerned, would be Yak and Shannon. I don't remember a whole lot of evidence that Yak, Shannon, and Obama moved together. So they kind of were still proving the case against Thug yesterday, which is weird. Did y'all get that? Do y'all see how yesterday they were still proving the case against Thug while Thug is not even on trial anymore? Isn't that crazy? Mr. Vegas, if they charged with that, they're gonna be found guilty. But I really haven't heard Shannon yet being found at the house. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. So it seems like if the charge was on Obama, he would be guilty. It seems like Obama kind of implicated Thug a little bit by saying, yeah, I'll talk to the Thug about this, I'll talk to Thug about that. But there wasn't a lot of nexus between Obama and his criminal street gang activity and Shannon and Yak. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. If hanging out doesn't matter, then he grew in his support for the music, he could have been security ready. He did, yeah, I agree with that, but he didn't say he was any of that stuff. They don't even know a lot of this stuff means. They just say it and live it. Probably. Y'all know, forgive me, y'all. I'm not here to judge people's intelligence. I'm really not. And y'all don't hear me insult people's intelligence. So I'm gonna say this the most respectful way I can. Obama did not represent himself yesterday as a man of, he didn't represent himself as a learned figure. He just, I don't know. Maybe he was nervous. I don't know. But I got the sense, and I'm not saying anything about him in particular, but I got the sense that there's a lot of people out there who are just uneducated and just moving in these circles, and they, we still human though. So we still have a heart that wants to gravitate towards something where we can be a part of something. That's why you hear these guys say, I love you so much. Nobody's commented on that, but they say, I love you a lot. These guys tell each other they love each other. They want to be parts of something, right? And that's normal. Young guys, young men, they want to be normal. It's normal for them to want to be a part of something and feel love and feel like they belong and whatever. But my point is this: even if you a dummy, not saying anybody is, but even if you just a group of dummies, you can still be a gang. You don't have to intelligently be part of a gang. You could be a bunch of dummies, and I'm not saying anybody is that, but you could be 30 dummies moving like a gang with not a smart one amongst you. And we would look at you like, dang, man, it's just a bunch of dummies, man. They don't know what they do, but they still are committing the crime. You know what I'm saying? So even if they're just doing it out of ignorance, it doesn't mean that the crime didn't happen. Don't be a dummy, hit the like. Yeah, okay, air with air. Don't be a dummy, hit the like. Yeah, they were talking on open lines. Eppinger calls in and says, you want me to do that for you, blah, blah, blah. And I talked to Thug about it. He didn't use Thug's name, I don't think, but he didn't say, man, I don't know what you're talking about. He did, you know what? At first he did. But at first Obama said, I don't know what you're talking about. But you get the sense that he really just didn't know it. It wasn't like Obama was being, smart about it. He was just like, what are you talking about? So I think the gang charge is the big one right now. I think that's the big threat for these guys. Look at Yak, man. Dang, I hope if and when he gets off of this, I hope Yak sticks with this image and doesn't go back to the other image, man. This guy could probably do things. Yak looked like a true lawyer up in there. He looked like a black scholar up in there. It's like a total 180 kind of image.
No problem.
So I think we left off that you went to Waters Road and
Correct.
When you got to Waters Road on March 17th, 2022, did it look the same way that it looked when you were there on March 16th, 2022 around 12 a.m.?
You're talking about,
When you were at the house on March 16th, 2022.
yes,
When you went on March 17th, 2022, did the house look the same on March 17th than it did on March 16th?
I'm gonna overrule that. I mean, go ahead. You can answer.
are you talking about before or after entry was made?
After entry was made.
It's not a particularly clear question. That may be the problem.
On March 16th, when you went to the house, did it have TVs and video surveillance systems and stuff? Did you,
Are you talking about the interior?
Yes. When you went on March 16th, did you see video surveillance inside of the house? On March 16th, when you responded and spoke to Mr. Jackson?
I watched body camera and I was able to see through the front.
Okay.
Hang on.
When you saw the house, did she
go?
Did you go inside the house?
But if the front with the front door open, you could see from the front yard there was a large monitor with feeds running.
Okay, so let me.
Did you personally observe?
Yes,
that?
Your Honor.
So let me go back. When you got to the house on March 16th, were you able to see inside of the home?
Yes, from the front. The door was open. Yes, I could see into the house.
And when you saw inside of the house, were you able to see television and video surveillance systems?
Yes.
Okay. When you went on March 17th, 2022, and after the search warrant, y'all made entry into the home, was that same surveillance camera system still at the house? Was it still there?
It had been removed.
Okay. When you got there on March 17th, 2022, were all of the cars that were present on March 16th, 2022 at the location?
No, I believe 3 were left at the location.
And on March 17th, 2022, did Detective Liam Parker video the search warrant and the contents that were recovered from the search warrant?
Yes, to assist me, he helped with videoing it.
Okay. And were you present during the execution of that search warrant?
I was.
All right. Now, as a part of your investigation, and let me ask you this, did you, between March 11th and March 17th, were you still observing and monitoring social media during this period of time?
I was.
And was that in conjunction with also listening to the wiretap?
Yes.
Okay. And why were you still observing and monitoring social media?
Because when you're in the midst of an investigation, you never know towards the end what may be relevant at a later time. So I was making sure to get the full picture of everything, better to have and not need, the need and not have. So I like to kind of make sure everything is together, because like you might get to the end of an investigation and something that seems so small is huge. So I was making sure to capture as much as I could.
And when you were going on social media, were you going on individual public accounts?
Yes.
Right. And during the course, I want to start with just initially, were you able to find social media posts of Shell Kell, his account?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have pictures of himself with Rayshawn Bennett or YFN Lucci?
Yes.
Okay. And on his account, did he also have pictures of himself with Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
No, approach the witness, I'm sorry. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 440 BV and 454 BV. Tell me if you recognize 440 VV and 454 VV.
I do.
How do you recognize 440 VV and 454 VV?
See, these are some of the posts that I collected during March of 2022.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of posts made by Shell_Kel _Nutlife?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 440 VV and 454 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And looking at 440 VV, there's a post date of December 1st, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you capture the image?
Should have been sometime in March.
And who is depicted in the picture?
That is Kelvin Watts in the white T-shirt, and it's Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, who's shirtless.
And sitting here, do you know the area or where this picture is taken?
That appears to be the Trestle Tree Apartments.
And are you familiar with Trestle Tree Apartments?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Trestle Tree?
That's an area favored by the YFN criminal street gang.
Okay. Now looking at 454 VB. And looking at 454 VV, did you also capture this in March of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And who is in this picture?
That's Kelvin Watts in the camouflage jacket, and that's going to be Donovan Thomas with the varsity jacket on.
All right. And again, is this on Shell_Kel's Instagram page?
Yes, this was on his story.
In the same way, did you also have the occasion to capture pictures with Darius Bigford as well as Christian McMain Miller with individuals associated with YSL?
Yes.
And did you capture those pictures as well?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 441 VV, 442 VV, 443 VV, and 451 VV. Take a moment, tell me if you recognize those images.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are also photos that I captured during March of 2022.
Okay. And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured while observing those public Instagram posts?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 441 VV, 442 VV, 443 VV, and 451 VV into evidence.
441 through 443, and then 451 VV?
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
You may.
Now, looking at 441 VV, what Instagram post, what Instagram handle is this?
The username is going to be real1_FR.
And do you know who that Instagram account is associated with?
That account is going to belong to Darius Ford.
And when was this originally posted?
October 13th of 2021.
And again, did you screen grab this though in March of 2022?
I did.
Right. And who is, do you recognize anyone inside the picture?
The gentleman with the orange hat is going to be Darius Ford. And then the gentleman next to him in the white shirt is going to be Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Next, going to 442 VV. Is that posted again from Mr. Ford's account?
It is.
And what is the date of this Instagram post?
February 17th of 2021.
And again, is that Mr. Williams depicted in this photo with Mr. Ford?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 443 VV. Are you familiar with this Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
It's would normally say Ocean Drive Slim, but the C has been replaced with a 5.
And when is the original date of this post?
March 29th, 2019.
And are you familiar with the individual depicted in the post?
I am.
And who's depicted in the post?
Christian McMiller in the green hoodie, Jeffrey Williams in the yellow, and 21 Savager, Mr. Shaya Joseph is in the white hoodie.
Okay. And are there any just emojis on this photo?
There's a green snake and a dagger emoji in the caption, and it says 4L.
All right. Next, looking at 451 VV. And is this also another post by the account belonging to Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
And do you recognize any of the individuals inside of the picture?
I see Mr. McMiller in the blue hat with the orange hoodie. Looking at the back of Mr. Garlington with the blue hat with the white writing. I see Mr. Quantavious Greer. He also goes by Umfunk. And then I see Mr. Sumlin standing up with the white tank top with the white hoodie.
All right. Now, while you were looking at social media, after the death of Mr. McMiller, Mr. Ford, did you see any social media accounts with anyone associated with YSL regarding the death of Mr. McMiller, Mr. Ford?
Yes, multiple accounts.
And did you screen grab those in the same way?
I did.
All right. It's going to be permission to approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 447 through 450 BB, then 452 to 453 BB, and then 463 BB. Take a moment and look at those.
Okay.
And do you recognize those images?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
There are additional social media images I pulled during March of 2022.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured back in March of 2022?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 447 to 450 VV, 452 through 453 VV, and then 463 VV into evidence.
447 to 50. Say them again for me.
Sure.
I was writing, but I think I got it wrong.
447 VV through 450 VV.
Yeah.
Then 452 VV through 453 VV. And then last is going to be 463 VV.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
But
you.
I did get it wrong. So those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Now, showing you what's been marked as 447 VV. Is this, whose Instagram post is this, excuse me?
That's going to be the account associated with Mr. Garlington.
And the picture in the account, does that appear to look similar to the location of where the picture that we just looked at was, the date, given the clothing, what Mr. McMiller is wearing?
It appears so.
Okay. And going to the next 448 VV. Looking at 448 VV, are you familiar with the Instagram handle Bentley BZ4L?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's the Instagram account associated with Christian Eppinger.
All right. And again, is this another post of Christian Eppinger, or a post of Christian Eppinger posting both? Is that Mr. McMiller, Mr. Ford in that picture?
Correct.
All right. Going to 449 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram handle OOG_Tunk?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's a social media account associated with a gentleman named Antonio Sledge.
Okay. And what is depicted on the post that he posted?
Again, that will be Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Going to go to 450 VV. Is this another picture, or excuse me, another image by Mr. Garlington?
It is.
All right. Next 452 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram account OG.BOOL_?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that Instagram account?
That's the social media account associated with Shannon Stillwell.
And is this a post that was posted on that account?
It was.
And what does it say?
Just rest, Mac. I got you, man.
And are there emojis?
There are.
What are the emojis?
A crying face, a broken heart, a bandaged chart, and the devil emoji.
All right. Next, going to 453 VV.
That is a post of Mr. Stillwell with Mr. Ford.
Okay. And is there an emoji on that post as well?
Yes, the bandage chart and the sad crying emoji.
All right. And the last 463 VV.
That's again a post from Mr. Stillwell's account.
And while we're getting that one to publish, and during this time, were you again listening to the wiretap in this kind of around March 11th of 2023? Excuse me, 2022.
I'm probably doing about 12 to 16 hours a day in the wire room.
And in preparation for trial, have you had opportunity to listen to some of those calls?
I have.
And now we have 463 VV. Is this a post from the account belonging to Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. And what does the post say?
I can hear Mac now still playing goddamn big. We let them suckers get us shit. Where the fuck boo at? Oh, sorry. That's what TF means, in case y'all didn't know. Boo at. And then it says, damn Mac, I miss you. I miss your ass preaching when I be on the bullshit.
All right.
And boo would be a reference to Quentin Porter.
Now, going to some of the wiretaps that were going on, I want to direct you to March 11th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m. And is this with the wiretap, what was the phone number? Do you recall now the phone number associated with Mr. Robinson? Or the last 4 digits?
I can't, I know Mr. Sumlin's ended in, I think 8711, and I just knew the other one was Mr. Garlington.
I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m. from 27 seconds to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Let me ask you this. Hold on. Excuse me. After Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford were killed, were there Instagram posts disrespecting both Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford?
There were several.
And did you capture those those Instagram posts that were being posted?
Yes.
Right. And why did you capture those?
Just because of how inflammatory they were. I knew that they were going to be important because they were very, very disrespectful and inflammatory.
And have you had the opportunity to look at some of those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
And with social media, if posts are inflammatory, in your experience as a gang investigator, does that flame any potential beef or anything that may occur?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV. Do you recognize those pictures?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
2 are going to be from like fake accounts that were made to troll people in the wake of their death. And 1 is from an individual that I know from working in Atlanta.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you grabbed, again, in March of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
And permission to publish. Now, looking at this exhibit, is this one of the fake Instagram accounts that you were referencing?
That's one of the ones that we couldn't identify who it belonged to, but it was very, very vocal about the disrespect.
Okay. And what does the post say?
New op pack just came in.
And in your experience as a gang investigator, have you heard the term op?
I have.
Okay. And what is your understanding of op?
It's short for opposition or rival.
And do you know, sitting here today, what day you screenshotted this particular post?
It would have been in the days immediately after the death of Mr. McMillan, and Mr. Ford.
Okay. And we're looking at a document with the screen grabs, help refresh your memory as to the dates of when you captured this post.
It would.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a copy of this document here to help refresh your memory?
I do.
All right. If you would take that out, look at it as soon as your memory's refreshed, just look up and let me know.
That would be March 11th around 11:30 p.m.
And about what time did Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford pass away?
it was maybe several hours prior to that. So they got killed at 3 a.m. on March 11th, go through the day, and then that night at 11:30 p.m. this got posted.
We'll go to the next post. Now, looking at Facebook at 457 BB, are you familiar with the Instagram handle 1ABG _ Big Nick _?
Yes,
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
I'm familiar with this individual. His name is Nicholas Johnson.
And does he have a nickname?
Usually it's Fat Nick or Big Nick, depending on what he changes his handle to. But he's a YFN member.
And why was this, what, if any, significance did this post have?
This was also posted several hours after Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller had been killed, and he posted a song on top of him just moving around, saying, and the song was entitled Slime and Chalk, which is referring to like typically in the old crime scenes where they'd outline the body in chalk. So this was inflammatory in that nature, where he's posting this kind of just making sure everybody saw it.
And when was this, when did you capture this post?
The capture time reads 3 hours ago. So if I can refer to the sheet just to get the posting time.
Yes.
It was posted at 11:20 p.m. that day following the murders. So it means that it was captured at 11:20 p.m., which means 8:20 p.m. it was posted.
Go to the next exhibit. And while that's pulling up, have you ever heard of the term smoking an op pack?
I have.
Okay. What is your understanding when you've heard that terminology?
An op pack is a play on words, like when you talk about a pack of loud or like marijuana or drugs. So now when they come in, they'll say, we're smoking on this person that's dead. It's just another way of disrespecting the opposition when they get killed. So saying a new op pack just came in, they're smoking on these people. It's very, very common among gang language, especially when there's a murder that takes place.
And now looking at 462 VB, Joey _ Hurst 24, was that an actual page or was that a trolling page?
That was a page that was trolling pretty.
Sustained.
Okay. Were you familiar with that page?
I was not.
Okay. Were you familiar with anyone being associated with that page?
I was not.
Sitting here today, do you recall what the picture that's in the caption, what that said?
With the picture itself? Or
No, not
the profile
the
picture.
The profile picture.
I can't see. It seems like a drawing or of some sort.
And again, was this an example of some of the inflammatory posts that you were seeing that you captured?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that. Now, I want to go back to the wiretap call. Permission to publish.
You may.
For the record, again, it's going to be 27 seconds and 3:38 seconds.
Christian, ain't it?
Yeah, man.
That was crazy, boy.
Man, I'm just going through what I'm calling when I had them posts. He told me, man, tell Corey, I said, welcome home. I told you that.
Yeah, that why I got there. That I'm like, man, that just too crazy.
But that's a fool. Boy, I'm like, damn, boy.
They hit him more on this.
I don't know. So I think he the one that got shot in the head. I don't, like, everybody been said he had died first. Like, that's what they were saying at first. They were just like, bro was in critical condition for a minute.
I heard he got hit in the head.
Yeah, but Roger had got down told me what happened to him. He had that DM me like, man, bro just died too. So we just turn on the video chat shit. But he was like it came from Roger said it came from Summer Hill, but Quay just said they got into it with when they was at Chit Chat, they got into it with them henchmen niggas.
Who niggas?
Man, I think them niggas all I run them folk, man. You know, on for me going back and forth, they gonna answer.
All I run?
Nah, not him, but like his little young nigga.
Oh yeah, I heard that little Hitchman shit.
Yeah, Quay say when B Slime just had the show, on for him, B Slime them got down, rushed to the car to get the file, some shit they hadn't got into it.
Yeah, that's crazy right now.
My cousin just called him, so he know what he told me to pull up. He got down, he know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm finna pull up and got down, see what the hell going on.
So what the hell he was coming from the car?
Yeah, man, they went to look core, man.
Oh yeah, so I thought he went to traffic or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought, cause everybody going to traffic. I be telling that nigga let go to traffic. But I ain't even say that to him last night, saying to put his clothes on.
I knew their mom up by 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
They like somebody got shot in the car, but they ain't really showing that.
Yeah.
I get on Instagram by 6, 7, like maybe 7, 8 or something. I'm like, damn, that way it was.
Hey, yeah. Man, I ain't know that, man. Them folk blowing my phone up.
Yeah, I said, them folks were on. Them folks, they ain't see none of them niggas in the car.
Nah,
Like,
man. Yeah, it was just them two, I think. I don't know, but I ain't heard nothing, bro. I ain't called nobody.
Man, that nigga running, man. What the hell wrong with this nigga, man? That nigga walk so goddamn fast.
I ain't talking nobody but Ed B.
Oh, Ed B.
Yeah, you know he don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Ed B just laying low.
Nah, he with his folk.
Okay. Yeah, the girl in charge is tripping, man. Called his phone, somebody, this ain't his number. Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we started playing at 3:37. Want to ask you a few questions about that call before the next call. Were you familiar with Demekion Garlington's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And was Demekion Garlington one of the individuals on the phone call?
Yes.
Right. During the call, you heard them talk about umfunk. Is that the same umfunk that you talked about earlier in the pictures?
Yes.
All right. Did you hear them speak about umfunk getting into it with the henchman?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the henchman?
I am.
How?
I have worked some investigations and spoken in person with their leader of that gang.
Okay. And with the henchmen, do they have any alliances?
They do.
And what's one of their alliances?
YFN.
All right. Now, you heard them talk about they were coming from Lacora. Are you familiar with Lacora?
I am.
Okay. What is Lacora?
It's a nightclub lounge on Metropolitan Parkway here in Atlanta.
And through your investigation of working the Christian McMiller, Darius Ford homicide, are you familiar if there was an event at Lacora on the night before they passed away?
There was.
And based on your investigation, were Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford at that location prior to their death?
Yes.
Now, there came a point in the portion of the audio that we listened to where the sound went down. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that an example of the minimization that you were referencing earlier? That if it's something that isn't about criminal activity, it will be minimized and then you will pick the call back up?
Yes.
In listening to that call, do you know who Mr. Garza was speaking to?
Yes.
Okay, who?
It's a gentleman that goes by the name Dwoskin Wright. I know him as Watt.
You said
Watt, W-O-T.
That's his nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. And how are you familiar with Mr. Wright?
Early on in my career, I did a good bit of work on the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang, and he's a member of that gang.
And did you hear them mention SB on this call?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with that nickname?
Yes.
And who is that nickname associated with?
Mr. Shannon Stillwell.
All right. I want to publish our next call, which is on March 12th, 22 at 12:49 p.m. from 00 to 1:12 p.m. I mean, 00 to 1:12 minutes.
Yo,
What the hell you got going on?
shit, you got up.
Anybody asked, we went and looked like soon in the midnight. Anybody just said we went and looked for that motherfucker. We couldn't find it.
Okay.
Don't tell nobody.
Yeah, I know. Well, what are you at?
Leaving the room.
Leaving the room.
Yeah.
What you finna do?
Huh?
What you finna do?
Shit, same old shit.
Same shit.
Same shit.
I'm saying, what you
Someone told me he gonna come pick me up. Shit, that was going.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think to my me, him, Rodlow. I said, man, Rodlow ain't getting no cold.
Yeah.
I tried that shit yesterday with a nigga I don't got down no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We want to stop at 1:11 p.m. Again, is that Mr. Garlington on the call?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize the voice of who he is speaking to?
That would be Mr. Stillwell.
Right. And in that call, the Mr. Stillwell said, don't tell anyone we went to go looking?
Yes.
Okay. Or we went to go looking, don't tell anyone?
It sounds like that's kind of hard to hear, but that's what it appears to sound like.
Okay. And they mentioned on that call, did you hear the reference to Big Nick?
I did.
All right. And are you familiar with that name?
I am.
Is that the same Big Nick, to your understanding, if Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell are talking, do you know which Big Nick they could be referencing?
They would be referencing Nicholas Carter.
Okay. How are you familiar with Nicholas Carter?
I know Nicholas Carter to be an older member of the gang associated with 2830 Waters Road.
And you said an older member of the gang?
Correct.
Which gang?
YSL.
And you said you know him to be associated with 2830 Waters Road?
Correct.
To your knowledge, how is he associated with 2830 Waters Road?
I remember him being arrested at that location during a narcotic search warrant back in 2014.
And again, he is different from Fat Nick, who we just talked about earlier, also who calls himself Big Nick, who's with YFN.
Correct.
Next, we're going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 1:23 a.m. from 4:40 into the call until the end.
Yeah, for real now, right? Bro, D, if you say about Matt Main for real.
Man, on DB on Saturday here, bro.
I know.
That's why I just had to come drink, bro.
That's why I said I ain't called you. Dad said, "D okay?" I said, "I text. I ain't want to call him." He said, "Yeah, he ain't answer. I called him."
Yeah, that fucked up. That shit got me hurt, bro. I fucked with bro.
Yeah, that shit put me on. So I know dude said about that.
Hell yeah, man.
Damn, big puppy little shit too.
I know it, bro. Damn.
That shit crazy. That part had said they had like 45 gun shells out there.
Huh? 45 gun shell?
Yeah.
Just know, Cash, we gonna get some get back. We already get.
D, you better show that down somewhere.
I am, but still, bro. I am gonna sit down. Listen, I'm gonna sit down, bro. But
Boy, you better sit your ass down somewhere, baby.
I am, but bro, nigga think it's shit the game out here playing. For real, bro. Like, I already going through some shit before that. Like, it like all the type of trying. They got run on my head, bro. Like, and I still just be going places. You see, I don't be worried about shit, bro. Cause I be prepared. I be prepared for shit. If a nigga pay with me, that they know that shit ain't gonna be easy.
Oh, baby.
I just got to go shoot out early.
Why the fuck you get into a shootout, D?
Because it was a car looking strange. And don't say that gun there.
Why would you? Oh my god.
Because the car, they were 3 deep with hoods on, so I had to shoot. I don't know. On the day, it was the car. The day on Cleveland. On Cleveland, it was a car. I know it, bro. Yeah, you do.
D, you need to,
Yeah. Yeah, you right, bro. Yeah. That how them niggas follow me. That how they follow me from people. I would have. Mm-hmm. That's what you doing up at 131. Yeah, phone. I just talked the phone. I talked to him. I told him for the call. He just said, you know what we on every day. Hello. What you doing up at 131?
Right, we're going to pause it at 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the call. Do you know who Mr. Garland was speaking with?
Without seeing the phone number, it's hard to, or a name from the line sheet, it would be hard to tell.
Okay. Did you hear when Mr. Garland said on DB and then he kind of explained something?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with or have you heard that initial DB?
I have.
Okay. And what do you understand or DB, those initials to mean?
They're referencing Derek Benning. He's one of their fellow gang members that was killed years ago.
And earlier when we talked about kind of the timeline after March 11th, there was a shooting on Cleveland Avenue. And you heard it on the wiretap. Was this the call that you were referencing?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was there any police report associated with any shots fired around March 12th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. I'm now going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 5:49 p.m. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think did that like right there on the scene with Matt Main. He was in critical condition, probably like for few hours. Yeah, and got shot in the head. I think he was at brain dead or something. I don't know where, but wow, that shit, yeah, bro.
Cold summer, boy.
Oh God, I don't know. They say the nigga Kill or Murder just made a little song that somebody sent me that. He just made the song. They sent me that. I don't know. They trying to act like they did it. Yeah. Yeah, got some more niggas claim that shit. And they don't even know them though, but they be okay.
Hey, who?
Be okay. The nigga who claim.
We're going to pause at 3:10. Now, in that particular portion, did you hear Demikion Garlington speak of someone making a song?
Yes, Kel Omerta.
Say that again.
Kel Omerta.
And are you familiar with that name, Kel Omerta?
I am.
How are you familiar with that name?
That is Markel Wright. He's a member of the PFK criminal street gang.
And Markel, right, does PFK have any alliances?
They do.
And is YFN one of their alliances?
It is.
Now, in doing your work, we spoke earlier today about music and gang investigations. In your experience, have you found with gangs that there are times that gang members do music?
Yes.
Okay. And have you found in your experience that sometimes gang members use music to promote their gangs?
Yes, often.
And in here, when Mr. Garlington is saying, you know, what did you say his name was? Kel Omerta?
Yes.
Okay. Made a song. Was that something uncommon to you as a gang investigator of an opposition making a song about a potential death or bragging about a potential death?
No, they do it often.
And did you hear when Mr. Garlington said some other dudes might be claiming it as well?
Yes.
Did you see any social media posts throughout your investigation or while you were looking at social media of different groups claiming to have done the murder of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan?
Not really. It was mostly YFN and then pages that were trolling, like pages that were just popping up out of nowhere, trolling.
I want to next publish March 13th, 2022 at 6:41 p.m. from 00 to 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Hello.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man?
What the hell going on?
Oh shit, I just got a phone with you, baby.
What you talking
Huh?
What you talking about?
Oh shit, I was just he asking what happened.
What happened?
They saying different shit. Just different shit.
Which one makes sense to you?
Huh?
Which one makes sense to you?
You said which one what?
Makes sense to you?
Which one makes sense?
Yeah.
I'm tell the kid. I'm tell the kid. I don't want to, on these phone shit. They be recording, making
Nah,
make
you ain't
sense.
gotta say much. You ain't gotta say much.
Yeah. I told him.
I just wanna know.
Yeah. I already know. I'm tell her. I'm tell her what they said. What the street saying. Like they send it. They just send. Huh?
Keep on what you saying. Did you wait?
Nah, they keep sending different. They keep sending different pictures. They got now the nigga who claimed it, the nigga who out on Instagram claiming it, don't nobody even know him. Yeah, he say he supposed to be PLK or some shit. I seen on phone last night. I seen on phone last night. We ain't even got down. We ain't even really just talk like that. Everybody was leaving. I had one out there with 21 now. Little Chip had all black party. I had that one out there. Like, I'm walking out, seeing funk at the door. I'm like, shit, what's going on? That shit, you know what? You know what we on? I'm like, I'm finna call you. Yeah.
And it's ending right there. Were you familiar with the person that Mr. Garland was speaking to?
From the voice, it sounds like Kenneth Copeland.
And had you yourself had discussions or conversations with Mr. Copeland throughout the course of your career?
Multiple, yes.
Okay. Now, back in 2022, do you know if Mr. Copeland was incarcerated?
I believe he was.
Are you aware of the relationship between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
How are you aware of that relationship?
They were good friends.
And to your knowledge, in 2022, were they good friends?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. In 2015, were they good friends?
I believe so, yes.
And is Shannon Jackson a part of that friend group between Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Jackson, to your knowledge?
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, between March 11th and March 14th, 2022, did you see any members or individuals associated or friends with Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford making posts that appeared to be in response to some of the offensive YSL posts?
Yes.
And did you capture those posts?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to view those posts in preparation for your trial?
Yes.
I mean, for your trial, for this trial. All right, permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 464 VV, 455 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Tell me if you recognize those. 464 VV, 445 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
Those are some of the posts that were captured during March, or I know one was definitively March 2022. I'd need to refer to check the others.
Okay. And do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of the images that you captured in March of 2022?
Yes.
You're on this time, and I'll try to do it in order.
Thank you.
The state would like to admit 445 VV, 446 VV, 458 VV, 464 VV, and 475 VV.
Okay. I had thought I heard 454 at one point. That's not one of them.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. 446, 445, 446, 458, 464, 475.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, those are good.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
May.
We're going to start with 464 VV. And looking at your chart, will it refresh your memory as to when you screen grabbed this post?
The capture time was March 13th at 5:47 p.m. and the photo says 2 minutes prior to that.
And is this on Instagram? Is this what is called an Instagram story?
Correct.
Okay. And are Instagram stories only in existence for 24 hours?
Correct. They're posted to your profile. They don't go to your main profile. They go to a separate section. They're up for 24 hours, or if you want to delete it before that. And with that post, you can actually take a look and see who's viewed the story.
And are you familiar with the Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
Fortrite_the world. TV world, I'm sorry.
And who is your understanding of whose Instagram post that is?
Javon Fleetwood.
And is that the same Javon Fleetwood we spoke of earlier regarding the shooting in May of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. The same individual with the YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Okay. What does the caption say?
F, middle finger emoji, being safe, you got to stay dangerous.
Now looking at 445 VV. Looking at 445 VV, who's the poster of the post, or what Instagram account posting it?
That would be the account associated with Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell.
And do you know what is the date of this post?
Is it okay to refer to the chart?
Yes.
The date would be March 9th at 9:48 p.m. But
And
it was
it-
captured 7 hours prior, so it would be like 2 in the afternoon.
Just speak up.
Sorry. It was the capture date is March 9th at 9:48 p.m. But the post said 7 hours ago, so that would be around 2:48.
And it,
March 9th.
and is that before Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford were killed?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 446 VV. And is that from that same account associated with Mr. Stillwell Jackson?
It is.
Okay. And what does the post say?
That racial expletive, y'all scared of me.
And is there an emoji?
The 100 emoji and like the strong, like it's for real. Like it's
And what is the date of that post?
March 9th at 9:48 p.m. It's captured 3 hours prior. So it was posted to around 6:48 p.m.
Okay. And was that the same day as the post we just observed?
It was.
All right. Now I want to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 458 VV. And looking at State's Exhibit 458 VV, is that also posted from the same Instagram account associated with Mr. Stillwell? Mr. Stillwell.
Yes.
Right. And what does the caption say?
Ain't gonna be the only one crying.
And when was the date and time of this post?
That was on March 11th, around 11:23 p.m.
And on March 11th, around 11:23 p.m., was that around the same time or approximate time that 12 Atlanta was shot up?
About 2 hours after.
And is that the shooting in which a YFN associate was shot in the head?
Yes.
Now, during the course of this time, did you hear when Mr. Garlington on the last call said that there were people claiming to have done it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any posts that piqued your interest of anyone that could be interpreted as claiming to have done the killing of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford? Okay. Did you find any, and I'll rephrase, Your Honor, did you find any posts of note to you as a part of your investigation regarding Mr. Kelvin Watts?
I did.
Okay. And that post, what was of note to you in that post?
There were several. Can you refer to the specific post?
Sure. Did you find a post of Mr. Shelkel reposting a picture with Mr. Drinks, Mr. Jasper Walter, and himself?
I did.
Okay. And first, when was that picture captured by you?
It was captured on March 12th at 7:24 a.m.
And why was that picture of note to you?
Because of the emojis and the captions and the people present in the photo.
And have you had an opportunity to see that post today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 460 VV. Tell me if you recognize 460 VV.
I do.
And is that the post that we were just referencing?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the screen grab that you grabbed on March of 2022?
Yes.
so. I know what you're saying. Okay.
You're right, this time the state would like to admit 460 VV.
Admit it. Admit it.
Now, who is the original poster of the picture?
The original poster would be Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And is that who had the #NoLove_nut Instagram handle?
Yes.
Okay. Who is in this picture?
Sitting down with the black coat and the red sneakers will be Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And if you can,
Sure. Right here, you'll see this is Shamel Drinks right here. The gentleman in the blue jacket with the black on is going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Jasper Walters. He's a YFN member. He also goes by Lil Man. And then in the all black, you're going to have Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shell Kel.
And did ShellCal_NutLife, the account associated with Kelvin Watts, repost that picture?
He did.
All right. Now there's some words on the picture. First of all, what do the words say? Well, or you can read that whole caption.
Yeah, they say, I'm with ya. And he tags Shell Cal Nut Life and Summerhill Lil Man. Hashtag LLN, hashtag Mafia.
And is there a emoji at the end of Mafia?
The bird or the eagle or the bird emoji.
And is there a emoji, exclamation emoji, and a 100 emoji?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for Instagram, that I'm with you, exclamation 100 at Shell Cal Nut Life at Summerhill.Lilman. Was that caption on the original post by the account associated with Mr. Drinks?
Correct.
All right. And then when it's reposted, do you see some other emojis?
I do.
What are the other emojis?
There are 2 shell emojis, the zipper over the mouth emoji, and then you're going to have a black heart.
Okay. And those emojis, is that from the original post or is that from what Mr. Kelvin Watts posted when that account posted? And can you tell?
Yes. So it's not from the original post, and you can tell because it's outside the boundary of the original post. It's like kind of overlaid on top of it.
Okay. And were those emojis of any significance to you as a gang investigator?
After March 11th, yes.
Why was it significant to you after March 11th?
Because Mr. Walters and Mr. Watts have been very vocal about the deaths of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford. So the 2 shells and the zipper emoji were sort of telling.
Okay. And once you saw, and that's Mr. Kelvin Watts posting that?
Correct.
All right. After seeing this post, and when did you capture this post?
I believe it was March 12th around 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m.
Okay.
And it had been posted 6 hours prior. So 1 a.m. on March 12th was when it would have been posted.
All right. Now I want to play for you some additional wiretap calls, but let me ask you this. So let's fast forward to March 14th, 2022.
So, hey, all right, anybody need a break? No, y'all are soldiering on. All right, thank you.
I may take you up on that offer in about 10 minutes. On March 14th, 2022, did you at some point have the occasion to listen to any wiretap calls that were around March 14th, 2022 at about 9-something p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you remember when did you listen to those calls? Did you listen to them on March 14th or sometime afterwards?
I believe sometime afterwards.
Okay. And did you find anything of note to you regarding the calls on March 14th, 2022?
The people that were speaking and some of the conversation that was being had.
Now, when you listen to these calls, at that time, were you aware of the murder of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
No,
So you listened to the call before you were aware of Mr. Drinks' murder?
I just don't know what call you're referring. I don't know. Which
On
one.
March 4th, the calls that on the wiretap that were on March 14th, 2022, around 9:45 p.m.
I could have, because like I said, I have to go in and review all the calls, but sometimes we're a little behind on that. So you have monitors in there constantly, and then I'll go back on the back end and review and check them. I can't tell you. I don't believe I listened to them originally, but I did go back and review.
After learning of the death of Mr. Drinks, did those calls become of more note to you after learning about Mr. Drinks' murder, specifically the calls around 9:45 p.m. on March 14, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And why did it become of note to you at that point?
Because those would have been the calls at or around the time the murder was taking place.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
You may.
And I want to direct your attention to March 14, 2022 at around 9:59 p.m. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
And before we actually publish it, with the wiretap information, does the wiretap content include location data?
It does.
And so are you able to see on the documentation with the wiretap where a phone call is when that phone call is being placed?
The majority of the time, it's not always foolproof. Sometimes the location will blank out and you won't have a location, but typically you can click on the map icon and it will show you where the person whose phone calls are being intercepted is at that time. It'll give you an approximate location of what tower they're at, and it will show you an approximate radius of how close they are to that location.
Thank you.
Hey, what the hell y'all pulled off? Nah, call me on video. Hurry up. Call me on the video. Call it. Pick up.
Now, did you hear what occurred in that call?
Yes.
Did you hear someone tell someone to pick up and get on FaceTime? What did you hear on the phone call?
Basically telling someone to hurry up and call me on FaceTime.
And as a gang investigator, is FaceTime significant? As
It
a gang
is.
investigator? Why is that significant as a gang investigator?
Because it's a common belief amongst people engaged in criminal activity that
Sustained.
Have you heard, in your experiences, do you have knowledge of FaceTime
I do.
and whether or not FaceTime calls are recorded? On telephone laws, our FaceTime calls recorded if you get CDR records, call detail records.
If you pull call detail records, you will not see FaceTime communication.
And in your experience in doing gang investigations, have you heard or seen gang members often want to speak on FaceTime rather than talking on the actual phone where their call details can be recorded?
Often through my investigations, you will see that once criminal activity begins to be discussed, they will prefer to switch to FaceTime because FaceTime cannot be intercepted through a wiretap.
And at about 9:59, is that when this call takes place, when someone says, hurry up, get on FaceTime?
Correct.
Are you aware of the time in which the surveillance video that Detective Hogan showed you? What time Mr. Jackson's vehicle was at the BP gas station?
It should be right at 9:59 p.m. Right, it should be at the gas pumps or parked outside of the store at the location.
And from the viewing of the surveillance video, were you familiar with both the car associated with Mr. Stillwell as well as the car associated with Mr. Carmavius Nichols at the gas station around that time?
I did not know who I didn't know who the car was associated with, the other car was associated with at that time.
At some point, did you learn about who that other vehicle was associated with?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Detective Hogan, were you aware if Demekion Garlington was at the BP gas station?
I was not.
At what point in time did you learn that Mr. Garlington was at the BP gas station?
When I went back and reviewed the wiretap data.
Based on your investigation, were you able to determine if he was in the white Audi?
Yes.
Was he in the white Audi?
Yes, he was.
Once you heard this phone call, were you ever able to do any investigation as to the phone number that made the call?
We were. It took it was difficult to identify the phone number for a little bit.
And did you eventually identify that phone number?
Eventually, yes.
Who did you identify that phone number belonging to?
A gentleman by the name of DeMarco Boyer, who goes by Lil Co.
And based on your investigation, did you ever learn what was that phone at the gas station as well?
It was.
And based on your investigation, were you able to determine which car Mr. Boyer was in?
Based on my investigation, Mr. Boyer.
Okay, you may.
All right, y'all. So we have seen the gas station video 100 times. Now we learned that Demekion Garlington was there in Shannon's car. And we also just learned that somebody named DeMarco Boyer was there. And I think he's going to be the person who was probably in the front seat. Because there was likely somebody in the front seat of Nichols' car. Because remember, Nichols gets out the front seat. And Farley gets out the back seat, but nobody gets out of the front passenger seat. So Garlington is there. Why didn't Garlington? Okay. Y'all, they have to bring something together for me. Garlington did he get charged with the Chamel drinks? Y'all, who has the, let me see something. YSL, you know, I have it in ChatGPT. Let me see. Who? All right. Who was charged with the drinks murder? Just want to hope ChatGPT will. Okay, these are the people according to ChatGPT: Nichols, Stillwell, Garlington, and Farley. Y'all, according to GPT, okay, Miss Flynn says Garlington was not charged. Let me just take a look. YSL. ChatGPT scares you. Y'all, this is big. Defendants Farley, Demekion Garlington, Quamarvius, Nichols, and Shannon Stillwell, associates of YSL, did unlawfully and with malice aforethought commit the felony offense of murder. Miss Flynn, you have some splaining to do. Miss Flynn, you have some splaining to do, because I'm looking right here on the indictment and it says Miles Farley, Demekion Garlington, Quamarvius Nichols, and Shannon Stillwell. No. We didn't talk about any charge, any pleas. We plea deals. We talked about charges. You said he was not charged for drinks, and you're sure of it. But I'm looking at the indictment right here, and it says that these 4 guys were all charged. So if you want to say he didn't plead to it, that's different. I didn't realize he was charged with this. So it looks like that still doesn't tell me. That still doesn't. Yeah, this is malice aforethought. That's big. Now, no problem, Miss Flynn's. We all get it wrong sometimes. Who was that for? Who? It seems like somebody would have been. They just put Demekion in Shannon's car, but they still haven't said who was in the front seat of Nichols' car. And why would that person not have been charged? All right, so why would that person have not been charged? If Garlington had taken a plea deal, he would be in this trial probably testifying against one of these guys. So it's pretty certain he did not take a plea deal on the murder, or they probably would have flipped him. So I don't think he took a plea deal on the murder. Well, unless he would have gotten off like Nichols, where they just dropped the murder. But Nichols, they totally dropped the murder on Nichols. The question is, why is Garlington charged with this? Y'all, this is definitely bad, because that means all of I didn't realize this. All of these Garlington's statements are now potentially pertinent. Yeah, I think Garlington is awaiting trial at the moment. But you still have the question, who else was in Nichols' car? Who else was in Nichols' car? Now remember, Nichols got this murder charge dropped. So if they're going to drop it on Nichols, why wouldn't they drop it on Farley too? Because Farley was in the car with Nichols. This is kind of weird. Yeah, this is the big question. Who was in Nichols' front seat? Because what if Farley did it, y'all? What if Farley did it? I don't know. I'm just thinking. I shouldn't be thinking out loud like that. A lot of people were charged with yeah. No, I agree with you on that. Toy trials, that they do just put a murder charge on everybody. but you still have to question who was in Nichols' front seat and why don't they show up? You have two cars. You have Shannon driving one. Presumably Garlington's in the passenger seat. You have Nichols driving the second car. Farley's in the back seat behind Nichols. Who's in the front passenger seat of Nichols' car? Who's in the front passenger seat of Nichols' car? Is it damaged? Is it wet because somebody spilled a soda so Farley didn't want to sit in that seat? Like, why don't we have a person sitting in the front seat of Nichols' car? Yeah. So the third car is going to be something I imagine the defense is going to bring up, but I don't know that the prosecution wants to talk about that. In fact, Mrs. Flynn's, when it was time for the detective to talk about that third car, the detective, what's his name? Santa Claus guy. He denied that any other car even came up to the light, y'all. So we all watched a third car show up. We all watched it. And then after we all watched it, Hilton asked the detective, so did another car show up? And the detective said, nope. And it was like, hold up. We just saw it happen, bro. Hold up. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Okay. Might as well just watch a little bit of this real quick. All right. I got Court here beside me, so when we come back, we'll be back. That's drinks pulling off. But I want y'all to notice Miles Farley. It's like a little dude. Okay, that is hold up. All right, this is Farley in the back. Y'all can see him right there. You'll notice he goes over to this car, talks to somebody who's not the driver. He sticks his head in, says something like 1 second. But then you're going to notice Nichols is pumping gas. Farley gets in the back seat. You can see it right here. See if I can make this bigger. You can see the back seat open. Farley sitting in the back. There's the door closing. So if Farley's in the back behind Nichols and Nichols is in the front driving, who is in the front passenger seat? That's my question. We have 4 people on the indictment, 2 people in one car, 2 people in another. But we can see from this car that presumably that passenger seat would have been open. Or what the heck? I think the person who phone he called was in the car. They saying it was Quay phone, but in somebody else's name. Miss Flynn's, maybe they'd be guilty, but not same degree. Y'all look at yeah, they did slap that whole. They did slap him like it was a whole plan by all. I will say this: if it's a plan by all of them, even if they don't all pull the trigger, you know, they all going to get the same thing. I'm not saying they're going to, but they could all get the same. Let's say most people would call it premeditated. I bet only 4 people in the world know who was in which car. Well, we can see, Amy, that Nichols gets in this front seat. Farley gets in the back seat. We don't have any information about who's in the passenger seat of Nichols' car. We also know that Garlington apparently didn't go in the store You know what I'm saying? They didn't show him going to the store. That doesn't mean he didn't go in. They only showed us bits and pieces. Doesn't mean he didn't go in. But you just saw Farley get in that back seat right there. So if Farley's in the back seat, Nichols in the front seat, we don't know who's in the passenger seat of this car. We don't know who's in this white car either, because you can see the driver of this white car comes out. Who was Farley talking to when he stuck his head in there? Was there a passenger in this white car? Does this white car have anything to do with it? Did they leave behind drinks? What do you mean by that, Jess? Drinks hasn't showed up yet as of what we're looking at right now. Drinks didn't show up yet. What was the car that came speeding up to light after they left the light? We don't know which one of these cars it was. I bet Max Sharp has an idea, but we don't know. Andre says, I think they knew and maybe boxed the victim in so third car could. But they didn't get in front of him. They didn't get in front of him. It's possible he got shot by two different people too. I think that's possible. Did Drinks leave then YSL behind him? Yes. You will see. You'll see Drinks pull off. Stephanie, thank you for joining. Welcome to the Membresía. This is the suspicious guy who gets out of one side and just walks around. Hold up. Does he just signal to somebody? Hold up. He looks at somebody there. Y'all, court's not back yet, by the way. This guy looks at somebody. Hold up. Okay, it's back.
Anything?
You know, I think it's odd, but we're back. I'm going to try to keep this moving. I think it's odd that a detective or the investigator would give a conclusory statement that so-and-so is in a certain car and just conclude it with no basis, but I will clear it up on cross if I need to. So
There is a basis because we have a call that's not being played before the jury, but there is a phone call of that phone number associated with Mr. Boyer calling Mr. Garlington's phone a few minutes before the call that we just heard. And additionally, Your Honor, although this is out, there is a basis because she is aware that that phone plotted at that location once she was able to determine whose phone number it is, and we were able to get the phone plotted. So there's a basis of knowledge. It's not.
Right. Well, she has a basis to be able to know. I don't know if she has a basis to be able to know exactly what car he is in, does she? But she has a basis to know pretty close to where he is.
Yeah, because we know that they're talking to people in the other car. We know
Mhm.
that
You're just like putting two and two together on the.
that's
I'm-
fine. I'll clear it
I
up on
think
cross.
that's legitimate. Okay.
I'll clear it up on cross. Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Are we ready for the jury if they're ready? No. Not like, I mean, like, Sure, if you think that's a good stopping point. I mean, do you think you'll get through this witness today? Okay, how much more will you have tomorrow? Huh? Oh, not tomorrow. Sorry. The next day, Monday.
Probably about 2 hours.
So we should have done tomorrow.
I understand the reason why, especially given something that happened this week, Your Honor, with the state's office.
Y'all need to get better at your time estimates. All right, let's just get the jury back in.
How much? No, I think the judge is still contemplating. I think judge.
So is it that there is a non-jury day tomorrow, or is it that there is no court tomorrow? Does anybody know? So the thing about that, I'll double check it, but what I've noticed is a lot of these investigators don't know what the other investigators have done.
Did you have, based on your investigation, some knowledge of Mr. Boyer being at the BP gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after listening to this call in the days after Mr. Drinks' murder, did you see posts from Mr. Demikion Garlington?
Yes.
As well as Mr. Quarmavius Nichols?
Yes.
And did you capture those posts as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to look at those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey did at 470 BV and 471 BV. Tell me if you recognize 470 BV and 471.
I do recognize them.
And how do you recognize 470 BV and 471 BV?
These are posts that I had captured during the investigation. It was my wiretap as part of the March 2022.
And are those posts from both Mr. Garlington and Mr. Quarmavius Nichols?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 470 and 471 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at, actually it's 470 and 471, both these images just on one page.
Yes.
Okay. And what date were these posted?
Can I refer to them?
Yes.
They were posted on, or they were captured on March 15th at 8:20 p.m. And it says 33 minutes ago, so around 7 something p.m. on March 15th.
And were both images posted on March 15th, 2022?
Yes.
And what does the caption say?
We got y'all boys.
And who is in both images?
In the white t-shirt, you'll see Christian McMiller. And then in the black t-shirt holding up the watch is going to be Darius Ford.
And was this posted by Demekion Garlington?
It was.
And is this the day after Mr. Drinks was killed?
Yes.
Now, did you also then have the opportunity to see more images from YFN members regarding either Mr. Drinks or Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
All right. I'm showing you 472 VV, 473 VV, and I'll just start 461 VV, 472, and 473 VV.
Okay.
Do you recognize 461 VV, 472 VV, and 473 VV?
I do.
And how do you recognize those images?
Those were images that I captured during my wiretap investigation.
Okay. And do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of pictures that you captured during your wiretap investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 461 VV, 472, and 473 VV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
Okay.
And we'll start 461 VV. Is that again Mr. Calvin Watts?
It is.
Okay. And does he have any emojis on that picture?
He does.
And what are the emojis?
So you will see in between his eyes, he's going to have the purple, like devil, like emoji in between his eyes. He's going to have the shell. That's something he.
Oh, can you, because they probably can't see. Do you have the pointer?
Oh, yes. Sorry. So you'll see he has like the purple, like the devil emoji in between his eyes. And then from my experience reviewing hundreds of his posts over there, he likes this shell emoji tagging things. And after the death of Mr. Drinks, Mr. Watts began posting these shells. There's one, he puts 2 under his eye in the style of like, in my experience or what I've seen through my investigations, like prison or gang tattoos, teardrops under the eyes. So this is after, he started doing this after Mr. Drinks was killed with the 2 shells under his eye.
Now looking at 472 VV. And who posted 472 VV?
Jasper Walters.
And what is that a picture of a tattoo?
Based on my investigation, it appeared that.
Let me ask you a better question. Was Donovan Thomas Jr. nicknamed Peanut?
He was.
And was Mr. Shamel Drinks also nicknamed Peanut?
He was.
Okay. And after Mr. Drinks murder, is that when you start seeing the nut life 2 times tattoos?
Yes.
Now looking at 473 VV. Now looking at is this Donovan Thomas Jr.?
It is.
And is this also a post on Mr. Shell Keller, Kelvin Watts' page?
It is.
Okay. And do you see the 2 emojis or the 2 shells on there?
Yes.
Now you just talked about a few moments ago that it looked like teardrops with prison or his version of that. What do those teardrops mean? What's your understanding of the meaning of the two teardrops?
Traditionally, through the training and experience that I've had, a teardrop denotes somebody you killed. It could denote several things, but one of them is when you get a body, you'll have a teardrop under your eye.
Now, when you went to, I'm going to take you back to March 16th of 2022. And when you went to the home and spoke with Mr. Jackson, you said that he did not give you any information about what happened that night. Is that fair to say?
He was very short. He didn't give me much.
And did you have an opportunity to hear any calls from the wiretap around March 16, 2022, around the time in which the police or after the police were at the location?
Yes, there were calls after the police and myself had left the location.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
We're going to start with March 16th, 2022 at 12:22 a.m. Yeah, Quentin does get ready to get kicked out of Zoom for a moment. Now, as we're waiting for the call to get pulled up, after March 16th or March 17th, after the execution of the search warrant, did you learn of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson following a chase from Chick-fil-A on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. And after learning of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson, did you begin listening to any of his jail calls?
I did.
Okay. And while listening to his jail call, did you ever learn if he had a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you learn where the cell phone, and when I say where, the house, where that cell phone was located?
Yes.
where did you retrieve the phone from?
I ultimately retrieved the phone from his grandmother's home.
Okay. And once you got the phone, were you able to did you get a search warrant to search the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to go through the contents of that phone?
Yes.
All right. Court's indulgence for a moment. We're ready to publish that March 16th call.
All right.
Do y'all think they building up to some big piece of evidence, or just gonna keep trucking down?
Hey, where the hell you at? Where the hell you at? Hey, ain't like no little back cut. Oh no, what the heck? I think they in the front. Man, they gotta goddamn get through their back. They can't come in the house. Yeah, that was my said. Shut up, open the door.
And listening to that call, are you able to determine who Mr. Garson was speaking with?
I believe you speak with Mr. Stillwell.
And do you know what time the police responded to 2830 Waters Road on March 16, 2022?
I believe it was shortly after midnight.
And was this call at approximately 12:22 a.m.?
Yes.
Next, I want to play for you March 16th at 4:33 a.m.
Oh,
You good, nigga?
hello.
You good?
Yeah. Who is this?
What the hell you mean, nigga?
Oh, I ain't even say. You know I ain't saving no number.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure.
Where the hell you at? You gone?
Yeah, here. I'm about to drop miles off.
Tell my boy it's all love. Boy, I couldn't wait. Boy, I gotta go home.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he just ran in the store real quick.
Yeah, so it was all love. I ain't waiting, boy. I gotta go, boy. That shit just shook the fuck out of me.
Man, what, man? When I seen it, when I seen V, I just
Man, what? Man, that whole just made, boy, listen, boy, I just said to myself, boy, man, let me out that car. I'm gonna go in.
Now you heard what I said. Man, Miss V, are you Miss V?
I am.
Is that what Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell call you?
Yes.
In, boy, and I ain't coming back outside, boy. I don't care if I have no run or nothing, boy. That motherfucker ain't moving.
Hey, what? I said the same shit. What? I'm already think I'm like, yeah, man.
What's so crazy, bro? I was just being cheap. Actually, I was being cheap. My whole keep saying, let's get a run like that, man. I'm not gonna pay for no room. Man, listen, boy. I just said, damn, boy. They finna send a nigga to right street with their money like that. Man, let me go and spend this shit on them in the room, man.
Man, what? I'm
Fuck
listen,
up.
hey, that's on DB. I'm in there like, but I got my last 2,000. I got to get lawyered in. I'm like, man. I'm in that bitch like, you know, man. Damn.
Bro, you wouldn't believe, boy. All the sticks and the guns was in the gray car.
For real?
Man, oh God, boy. And the sticks and shit in the attic.
Ooh, shit. Boy, that was God, boy.
Man, what?
That was God. Yeah. He said it's all love. He had to get up out of there, boy. Baby. What doing? Yeah. Hell yeah. You know what I made though?
Yeah, nah, man. You know how far I go.
Oh yeah. Hope goddamn blowed up.
She what?
She blowed it up, boy.
I ain't man. She blowed my shit up.
You said Shannon okay, Mouse? Hold on, this was too.
All right.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. I'm like, I seen her. You walk past me first, I'm like, well, I know for a fact that's you.
Man, what? You know who she was coming to then?
She say all this said the same shit though. She like, so you, cause she like, who house is it? I'm like, man, I don't know. I'm telling them my first time here. She was like,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Man, listen, bro. I'm thinking. Get what I kept saying. I said, boy, I know D and Mal them smart. I know they soon them folk got her and took her to the front. I said, I know they hit that back cut.
You wouldn't even believe. I'm trying to find out on the back cut. That's why I called you.
Man, you talking about, well, I would have made one straight through the motherfucking bush back there, boy. I'm telling you, I would have went trucking back there.
But guess what? We only got caught because this dumb ass nigga once his leg showing. He think somebody in the house dead, bro.
Man, they tell me, they like, so you telling me nobody in the house? I'm like, hell, man, listen, man, I just pulled up. I said outside for 3 minutes, top. The motherfucker go popping. So
I said,
shit.
oh God, I said the same shit.
Oh God, well, I said outside 3 minutes, popping. Them motherfucker went to popping. So shit, I went to the goddamn ducking and running. They told me, so why you ain't? They told me, so why you ain't got down? I thought it comes on some. They told me, so why you ain't got down? Come out when we said Atlanta police. I'm like, shit, I don't trust Atlanta police. I'm thinking these folks. I'm thinking these folks trying to get her to come out. So I stayed in.
Yeah.
Oh God, they're like, yeah. I'm like, look, bro, y'all question me like I'm a suspect. I'm a victim. They're like, yeah, you right. They're like, but let's do what we gotta do. We're gonna get back with you. If everything come out clean, then we'll let y'all go. Like, say less. I'm in the car sleep. I keep when they tell me that, I kick back. Don't goddamn go out.
Yeah.
Oh God.
You know what they can't get the video from Nick camera quick.
Hell nah.
Yeah, okay,
Man, you wouldn't believe, boy. I'm in the motherfucker like, boy, I know they can't come in here. We good, Brett. I'm telling Brett, like, we good, but they proud.
You told me I was in the woods.
Huh?
You told me I was in the woods.
I was up under the house, man. You don't see how dirty I am?
Oh, we heard them get they like, hey, move. He like, hey, my dumb ass I go out the back door. So I go out the back door, right? So I'm finna go toward the car and hop in the car, just sit in the car the whole time. That's what they at though. Man, I go to the other side, finna try to hop the fence. They like that, hey.
I'm telling you what you gonna do. Go hit that cut, boy.
I know it. I everybody what a cut was. They said I ain't know.
Man, listen, man. You probably made your cut. Yeah, like you ain't from the hood, boy. You know how this shit go. I would have went back there and made me a cut, boy. I would have been trucking through the motherfucker. That's why my goddamn shoes so dirty, my pants dirty, and my shoes dirty.
Real. They say, so is this about Matt, man? I said, ma'am, I don't know.
Man, listen, man. They asked me, do I know Matt, man? I said, I don't know no motherfucking Matt, man. Who are that?
Yeah.
I said, man, I'm not even from over here, bro. I'm from Tumbleville area, bro.
Yeah.
So what you doing over here? I came to see a friend, man. I'm trying to talk about that game, man.
What you talking about? Damn, man. That whole blowing me up. That whole thing, nigga, Sheen, all type of shit. That nigga was so cool though. He got damn called it back. I need to put a lock on my phone and take my have my messages pop out.
This shit crazy, boy. I'm finna go in, boy. I'm finna gotta get out the driver's seat, let her drive, tell her drive slow as possible. I got down, my stupid ass went in the car, got my stick out the car and my FN out the car. Why 12 right there? And got in the car, pulled off. They're really why I ain't want to wait on mine.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna text you now. Yeah.
Post blowing her ear. She called too.
Sure. How she get
Yeah.
some? How she get that though?
I don't know. You know, Kira got my Instagram on her phone.
Oh,
Everybody DMing like, "Is you okay?" So goddamn, y'all blowing up. So she say her and Kira was already on the phone. I get Kira sent her number to
oh,
yeah, Pope. All them was on the phone. I'm like, damn, man. But I say, I'm like, yeah, bro.
bro, listen, bro. I kept telling myself, I don't know what the fuck. I'm on drill time though, so I'm really like, but I ain't going nowhere. But I'm telling myself, pull out, AB, pull out.
You ain't hear me say, boy, let go.
Man, listen, you said let go, Miles said let go, Brett said let go, but I'm on drill time, so I'm just like, man, fuck that, boy.
Yeah.
I'm so mad. They tell me they served. He was just telling me like he was like either somebody follow D or your girl or it's that whole Elmo. Cause they serve Elmo. I was like, man, Elmo fuck with them folks.
Yeah. Ain't nobody follow me. Nobody on the freeway when I got off of nothing.
Man, listen, man. Don't nobody know my hoe. Cause my hoe in a runner, man. Fresh runner, new runner. Them motherfuckers just got in the run. And my hoe coming from goddamn all the way from goddamn out here. So come on, man. Stop playing.
Yeah, man. I know for a fact nobody follow me. Y'all need to know what I'm in. Don't nobody know I fuck with the hoe.
Don't nobody know what I'm in. That's what I'm telling. Like, do you folks ain't knowing these cars? That's what I'm telling him. Like, bro, these folks ain't knowing none of these cars, bro. All these cars are some new goddamn cars. Niggas ain't played.
Yeah. Damn, man. I hear them boys. Damn.
They're crazy, bro. Don't nobody know. Them folks don't be knowing where that spot at, man.
Yeah.
Somebody get that drop out, boy.
Boy, on God, boy, that's what I believe. On TV, that's what I believe, boy.
Somebody had get it. Hey, boy, I ain't gonna lie, boy. I know you happy like I'm happy, boy. I'm happy as hell, boy. I just was saying to myself. Get what I just was saying to myself. I just was saying to myself, boy. Man, all these niggas might get out except me and D, boy.
Oh, man, on God.
I'm like to him, boy.
I'm gonna call you back out.
Yeah.
Who were the two people talking on that call?
Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell.
And did you hear when in the call they talked about the sticks? They were happy because they didn't go inside because there were sticks in the attic.
I heard them speak about sticks being in the gray car and in the attic.
When you went and did the execution of the search warrant on March 17th, 2022, did you find any weapons first in the attic of the home at 2830 Waters Road?
I did not.
Was there any weapons found inside of an Audi vehicle?
I believe there was a rifle recovered from the Audi.
Now, when you hear the term sticks, have you heard that term before?
I have.
And how have you heard that term referenced?
Referencing a long gun or a rifle.
And would the gun that was found inside of the Audi on March 17, 2022 be considered a stick?
Yes.
Now, did you hear when either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell mentioned something or an individual named Elmo?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that nickname at all?
I'm not.
Okay. Did you hear when either Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Garlington said, "I'm on drill time"?
Yes.
Have you heard that term drill time before?
Yes.
How have you heard that terminology?
Like you're ready to go to war, basically.
Did you hear either Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Garlington talk about the camera footage inside of the home?
Briefly, yes.
And again, when you went on March 17th, 2022, was there any camera footage found inside of the house?
No, based on that call, I included it in my items to be searched for in my search warrant, but it had been removed.
And was it this call that you used to base the search warrant for you to go into the home on March 17th, 2022?
Yes.
Now, during that call, did you hear with either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell, I guess, talk about their discussion with the police officers on scene?
Yes.
And did you hear one of them say that they told the police that they didn't even know McMahon? They had no idea who that was.
Yes.
And based on the social media posts that you observed, would that be not a true statement that neither Mr. Garlington nor Mr. Stillwell, they knew who Mr. McMillan was? Would that be fair to say?
Correct. They knew them.
Now, as a part of your kind of continued listening to this wiretap, did you ever find any calls after the death of Mr. Chanel Drinks in the early morning hours of March 15th, 2022, with Demetrion Garlington discussing the shooting or discussing driving back through a certain area?
There was a call where it appeared that he was discussing driving back through and looking at the location.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony?
I have.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit March 15th, 2022 at 2:01 a.m.
Yo. I read, man, there was all kind of shit going on. I just jumped in the other car, bro. Y'all nigga don't be getting dropped off and then got no motherfucking ride to go back home to. That don't make sense. Yeah, yeah. The fuck you getting dropped off for a nigga ride with a nigga who wrote you? Yeah. That's stupid as fuck. So any of you niggas be on the gun What the hell? What's up with it? We right here down here. Yeah, what? Ride past trying to see. I'm finna meet up with y'all, nigga. I'm finna go get a fill up. Gotta get a fill up for right. Yeah. Alright, I'm listening. Huh? I said, alright, I'm finna let you know what's going on. I just, I'm pulling out now. You back soon. You say, I was gonna jump in with y'all, nigga. Alright. That's what I'm saying. Call when you're done. Alright, I'm gonna get the fill up now. Alright.
Now, did you hear when Mr. Garza says that he was riding past just trying to see?
I did.
And with this call, sitting here now, were you able to remember if the wiretap picked up location data for that call?
I can't recall offhand. I'd have to review it.
And I want to briefly go back to the call we just heard from the early morning hours of March 16th. Did you hear either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell discuss I'm having an F-bend and a stick.
Yes,
And an F-bend, is that a type of handgun?
it is.
And the stick, is that, again, similar to what we talked about, a long gun?
My experience, it would refer to a long gun.
And did you have any knowledge of the arrest of Mr. Shannon Jackson on March 17th, or anything that was found in the area of where that arrest took place? Did you have any knowledge of that?
Yes.
And did you have any knowledge of an FN gun being found on Meadow Lark Road, and one in the middle of the street and one in the grassy area of Meadow Lark?
Yes, that's my understanding what transpired during the arrest.
And as a part of your work on this case with the DA's office, were you ever asked to locate the receipt for one of those FN weapons?
I was.
And what did you do in order to obtain that receipt?
I believe I traveled to the pawn shop located in Clayton County.
Talking to your mic.
Oh, sorry. There's an Arrowhead pawn shop in Clayton County, and was able to obtain the receipt for those firearms.
And who was the purchaser of that FN?
Mr. Stillwell's ex-girlfriend, Taisha Alexander, or current girlfriend. I don't know.
Now, I want to publish. You're right, this could be a good place to stop.
Okay. Let's stop for the day. So we'll be back with y'all on Monday at 9. So y'all have a good weekend. Remember not to let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves. Don't look at any kind of coverage. Don't try to find out through any research, anything about the case or anybody involved. That's about, it. Same thing that's been applicable to y'all for the last year. And we will see you on Monday. Thank you.
All right.
And as we previously discussed, tomorrow will be an attorney work day, but court will not be in session.
Your Honor, before we break, and I think probably this goes without saying, but I'm going to ask that this witness, Investigator Viverito, be instructed to have absolutely no communications about this case with the state, as she is now on the stand.
Yep. You're so instructed. Okay, anything else? No? Okay. All right, y'all, the courtroom should be open for y'all to get in to be able to work with the evidence, work on sorting out the evidence by 9 tomorrow. I will be available, but I don't plan to come down here and do anything. So just if you need to reach the court for anything, just email Ms. Pursfield, as you always do.
Are you okay if it's 10 o'clock instead of the normal 8:30, 9 o'clock?
It definitely didn't have to be 8:30. I'm fine. I mean, the courtroom is going to be, it's just going to be y'all, the attorneys in court. It's not going to be anybody else. The courtroom's not going to be open. So it probably would be nice for the deputies to know when it is. They should have it available.
Well, we're always here, so we'll defer
Yeah, if it's okay with the court, my preference would be to get her at 10 o'clock tomorrow, just because I have a school event.
10's fine. 10 o'clock. So,
See, we got ESPN.
There you go.
yeah. Okay.
I don't know why these gentlemen can't get out of bed in the morning, but
I know.
I'll be here by the time they get here. As far as, well, this doesn't need to be on the record.
Okay. Y'all come on up here if we need to discuss anything else.
Your Honor. We're adjourned. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Before we go off the record.
Yes.
My client would really like to be present tomorrow, Your Honor.
I mean, that's fine with me. I thought y'all might want a day out of court, but
You would like to be here.
okay, fine.
There we go.
All right. Well, y'all can be here too, but court will not be in session. Okay.
All right, people. Well, that's going to do it for me too. Please hit the like button before you go. Also, I'm going to go ahead for everybody who has not already subscribed to our other channel. Please do. It's a good time. You can just click the link now, go over there, subscribe, and be making some videos. Might do a live tomorrow, just talk things over. Keep the routine going, probably will. So either way, y'all, check out the link to the other channel. Go subscribe. Hit the like button before you go, and we will see y'all soon. Thanks a lot to everybody. Thanks to Hair Alchemist, Elizabeth, Unique, Clizzle, Brea, and this 504 girl and Stephanie. Thank y'all a lot. See y'all mañana. Bye-bye.